Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of SSS-grade Saint Knight right here on GMT Recap. It is now the year 2024, and a promotion ceremony is taking place at the Second Academy in the city of Lijiang. This is an extremely important event for the students, but it is even more significant for this young man. 1 year ago, he traveled through time and space into this world with the identity of Joey. Before he could even adjust to his new identity, his mother passed away. Soon after, his younger sister, Shiao Yun, suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. The cost of her medical treatment kept rising, and his part-time job was no longer enough to cover the expenses. Therefore, during this promotion ceremony, Joey had no choice but to take on a combat class in order to earn money in the dark zones to afford a higher-level priest to treat his sister. Heaven did not disappoint him. During the ceremony, Joey unexpectedly activated a system, which granted him a starter package and an advanced hidden class, an ultra-rare profession in this world. After receiving the goddess's blessing, Joey was presented with 3 options: Light Mage, Sacred Priest, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a pure support class. While it can generate a lot of energy, it doesn't offer many protective abilities. In a world dominated by otherworldly races, it is easy to get injured or even lose one's life. The Sacred Priest has many protective skills and even possesses the powerful ability to resurrect. However, its combat abilities are too weak and heavily reliant on others, making it unsuitable for him. The Holy Knight is a well-rounded class with absolute strength. It is both defensive and offensive. While it doesn't have any particularly outstanding skills, the divine aura and natural talent here make it the most suitable option for him. Thinking of this, Joey decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations, you have changed to the Holy Knight class. Level 10. After Joey completed the ceremony, his classmates immediately rushed over, chattering excitedly and flattering him. Class monitor, that's awesome. Can I join the college entrance exam team? I want to cling to your leg. I'm a summoner, our team will definitely get a high score. I'm a mage, take me with you, don't gather here, disperse. A former student pushed the others aside, then his eyes lit up as he looked at Joey and said, "Your performance isn't bad. Go back and rest well today, come to the principal's office tomorrow." Returning to his room, Joey finally had the time to study his personal stats in more detail. Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, Willpower 15, and 10 unallocated attribute points. After class change, not only did his attributes increase significantly, but he also gained additional unallocated points. Prioritize strength first, then Constitution. Only with enough attack power can one effectively slay demons. While thinking, Joey manipulated the system, increasing his strength by 6 points, and adding 2 points each to Constitution and Agility. He could feel a surge of power rushing through his body. This was the change brought by the attribute points. Upon checking, he found that his first attribute allocation as a class changer had activated the Holy Knight's quest. The daily task allows you to choose 2 rewards from the options below. Reward 1, gain an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2, receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline? With such an attractive reward, Joey naturally chose to accept. He was then assigned a random trial field that matched his rank. Upon success, he was to defeat the demon Golabi at level E. Please take this trial seriously. If you are defeated in the trial, you will also disappear in reality. After this announcement, Joey was teleported to another space. He cautiously observed his surroundings. A mining pit? That's right. The textbooks mentioned that the demon Golabi primarily lives in mining pits. Although they are not carnivorous demons, like other demons, they become violent and bloodthirsty when they encounter humans. Sensing danger behind him, Joey quickly leaped into the air, easily dodging the sudden attack from the Golabi demon. Since this was his first encounter with a demon, Joey decided not to use any skills and instead see if he could handle the demon with pure physical prowess. His body became much more agile, and his jumping strength increased, thanks to the boost in his 4-dimensional attributes. Just as Joey was feeling pleased with himself for continuously dodging the Golabi's attacks, he was unexpectedly pierced in the stomach by its tail, which was as sharp as a knife. It was then that Joey stopped showing off and immediately used his healing skill at level 1, rank C. Within 30 seconds, within a certain range, it would restore a specific amount of health to 2 team members. Even a low-level demon should not be underestimated. Watching the demon charge forward again, Joey sequentially used 2 skills, Pure White Blade and Tiger Armor, to counterattack. Pure White Blade level 1, rank C. The concentrated power uses both arms to draw a cross, forming a cross-shaped blade that attacks enemies around. After the enemy is hit by the skill, they will suffer magic damage with a light attribute and enter a stun state. Tiger Armor level 4, rank D. It grabs an enemy in front and dashes forward a distance, then throws them away. This can cause additional damage to the enemy that is struck while running. In the end, after Joey's series of punches, the demon Golabi was officially defeated. With the demon Golabi slain, the trial was completed with an A rating. Please choose your reward. Reward 1, gain an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2, gain the Holy Knight skill. Reward 3, receive random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of a profession's power. Currently, I don't need to level up my skills yet, so free attribute points are the best choice. A well-suited weapon would also provide significant help for my future trials. Fortunately, the system rewards weapons, otherwise, with my current financial capacity, I wouldn't be able to afford one. I choose the attribute points and random equipment. I received the reward of 10 free attribute points and a basic short sword, then left the trial field. Joey returned to his familiar room. Just as the phone rang, a preset notification appeared on the screen, 5:00 p.m., hospital. In a different scene, Shiao Yun was sitting on the hospital bed, watching the news, when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse, holding a remote control, raised a bill and loudly demanded, "You need to pay for your medication now. 10,000, 10,000. Shiao Yun trembled as she took the bill. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it only 5,000 before? Could there be a mistake? My brother works 3 jobs a month to earn 5,000. Where is the rest of the money supposed to come from?" The head nurse angrily responded. "This month, you've taken more medication antagonists and stabilizers. You also called the priest once, and then there were 3 more episodes of your condition flaring up, causing all the nurses on duty to run back and forth late into the night to take care of you. How come a young girl like you speaks so harshly? If you think something's wrong, then you should check it yourself." Shiao Yun hurried to explain. "I didn't mean that, please don't misunderstand." The head nurse continued. "Let me tell you this, if you don't come from a rich family, don't get sick with the diseases of the rich. Poor people should accept their situation. If you can't afford it, then don't." Before she could finish, a hand was placed firmly on her shoulder, making her turn around in shock. A middle-aged man, smiling but with an unreadable expression, said, "Nurse, I think I just heard you insulting a patient." The nurse, with a sharp tongue, retorted, "I wonder if you can still say anything after entering the director's office." Next to him was a tall, broad-shouldered, dark-skinned bodyguard, which made the nurse feel somewhat cautious. This person doesn't seem like someone good, she thought to herself, and wisely left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Shiao Yun, "You must pay for the medical bills today." "Who are you?" Shiao Yun asked warily, silently wondering, are they here to collect a debt? The man pulled out a business card, smiled, and replied, "You must be Shiao Yun, young master, right? I'm a friend of your brother." A moment later, Joey, holding the payment receipt in his hand, pushed the door open and walked in. "Shiao Yun, I just went to pay the fees. The hospital system shows that there's 100,000 in the account. Do you know what's going on?" Joey glanced up from the bill and saw 2 unfamiliar men. He asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man introduced himself, "Hello, Mr. Joey, my name is Zhao Ban, I'm the secretary to the mayor." I'd like to discuss something with you. With that, he extended a hand. The mayor was the top figure in Guangxi City, and sometimes, the mayor's secretary could even act on behalf of the mayor. Why would someone like that come to see me? Joey politely shook Xiao Wenban's hand. It's not convenient to talk in the hospital room, let's move to another place. Xiao Wenban agreed happily, and before leaving, he carefully instructed his bodyguard to stay with Zhou Yun. The news Joey had received from the secretive sources was frequently broadcasted by the news station. He hadn't believed it, but now, it wasn't difficult to overhear people discussing him. For example, 3 female students were sitting in a coffee shop not far from Joey's table. Have you seen the hot search? The second academy has revealed a hidden class, I think its name is Joey. There's a picture of their school circulating here, and he looks quite handsome. When Zhao Wenban heard this, he smiled and said to Joey, Joe Master, congratulations on obtaining the S-rank talent, the protection of the Holy Angel, and the promotion to Holy Knight. Joey replied, it's just luck. In a normal class promotion ceremony, Zhao Wenban continued, obtaining an S-rank talent couldn't just be a matter of luck. The mayor is very impressed and has specifically instructed the media not to disturb you. At this point, he took out a box containing a key and said, the mayor has also arranged some cultivation resources for you to use in preparation for the university entrance exams. These resources are stored in a safe at the city bank. This is the only key to the safe. If you have any other requests, feel free to let me know. It seemed that the mayor considered Joey to have great potential and wasn't hesitating to invest in him. This could only be beneficial, not harmful. However, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The mayor clearly hoped that one day Joey could repay him. Seeing that Joey remained silent, Zhao Wenban then revealed his trump card. Starting today, a professional treatment team will be available for Zhou Yun Young Master, 24/7. In addition, the mayor has already contacted a priest of 2nd tier, level 36, who will come to Guangxi City in a month to treat Zhou Yun Young Master. Upon hearing this, Joey immediately agreed to accept the subsidy from the mayor. After talking with Zhao Wenban, Joey returned to Zhou Yun and told her everything. After hearing the story, Zhou Yun couldn't help but marvel. So, does that mean you've just taken a huge step forward? Can I make jewelry for your feet? Joey lightly tapped Zhou Yun on the head and playfully scolded her. Stop talking nonsense. Right now, you need to focus on recovering. At this moment, Zhou Yun curiously asked. Every profession has its specialized skills. What's yours? Hearing this, Joey remembered something. After changing his class, 3 specialized skills had appeared for the Holy Knight: Pure White Blade, which specialized in attacks, Slowly Healing, which specialized in healing, and Blessing of Weapons, which specialized in support. Slowly Healing could restore health points and could be used on his sister. Joey placed his hand on Zhou Yun's head, then tried to activate the skill. It feels so comfortable, like being in a hot spring. He then massaged her entire body. Xiao Yun, do you feel better? Zhou Yun, who was lost in the feeling of relaxation, suddenly came to her senses. With a look of excitement, she said to her brother. It doesn't hurt anymore, and my hands are warm now. You're amazing. Joey smiled as he looked at his sister, secretly pleased with his choice of the Holy Knight profession. Apart from considering the strength factor, part of the reason was due to Zhou Yun's mysterious illness. Anyway, the Holy Knight is still a profession for nurturing. Although it can't completely free Zhou Yun from the pain, at least it can help ease some of her suffering. The next day, the principal of the school, Mr. Lahong, personally went to the office of Joey. On the way there, he cheerfully said, Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me, wanting to offer direct admissions. My phone was almost about to explode. Just today, within a short time, 4 professors from top 10 universities have already called. You need to perform well and seize the opportunity to get the best resources. These teachers were all class changers of 2nd tier, level 35 or higher. If he could be directly admitted to one of these universities, he would definitely receive top-tier training in the future. Principal, which universities are they? Zhou Yi asked.
Yinghui University, Xian University, and Gu University, and Hanshan University.
Aren't the top 3 universities calling you?
The top 3 universities have always based their admissions on college entrance exam scores, without considering talent or profession, so they don't arrange direct admissions. As they arrived at the office door, Zhou and the principal overheard an argument inside.
Mr. Zhao, Xian province is over 4,000 kilometers away from Guangxi City. You're not using a dedicated fighter jet, are you? What's the big deal about a fighter jet? I used a long-distance teleportation array. Every time I activate the long-distance teleportation array, it consumes a level 3 magic core. You actually dared to use it? What's there to hesitate for a genius? Zhou, our Xian University is definitely taking you in. Well then, let's rely on each other's abilities.
At that moment, La Hong pushed the door open and entered, his face filled with pride as he said, "The genius student Zhou has arrived, gentlemen."
With that, he turned and introduced each person to Zhou.
This is Professor Zhao Tianfu from Yinghui University, Professor Li Bang from Xian University, Professor Zhu Yue from Hanshan University, and Professor Yu Yun from Mangu University.
Zhou immediately bowed and greeted the professors.
This action pleased them greatly, as it showed he was not arrogant, reckless, or impetuous, despite his success in securing a career position. Instead, he was a well-behaved child, which was admirable. At this point, Zhao Tianfu got straight to the point.
Let me present the offer from Yinghui University.
All you need to do is pay 2 million to enroll at our university, along with 3 specialized Holy Knight skill books.
Zhou was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this.
A regular family could only earn about 6,000 yuan a month, yet Yinghui University was offering 2 million, along with specialized Holy Knight skill books that ordinary people could never hope to access. Even the mayor wouldn't provide such high-level resources to him.
Ha, is that all? Yinghui University is still as stingy as ever, huh? Li Bang chuckled mockingly, then made his own offer.
If you enroll at Xian University, you'll receive 3 million, along with 3 Holy Knight specialized skill books per year, taught personally by a triple-order Holy Knight at level 56.
A level 56 is almost at the pinnacle of blue crystal.
If I could become his disciple, the future would be incredibly bright, La Hong silently marveled. But as soon as he heard what Zhu Yue said, he was even more shocked.
Well, they still don't have enough sincerity, she continued.
Tuition for Hanshan University is not that expensive, just around 2 million. But once you enroll, I will immediately gift you a set of level B cultivation resources.
Level B cultivation resources?
La Hong couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to stare at Zhou as if to say, hurry up and agree.
Level B cultivation resources can't be bought with money. Those top-tier talents can use just a single strike to turn even a pig into the strongest demon.
Despite the enticing direct admission offers from 4 top universities, Zhou still declined.
He wanted to take the entrance exams for the top 3 universities.
Among the top 10 universities, the 3 leading ones were Suhang University, Chongjing University, and Mado University. These 3 were regarded as the most extraordinary and were known as the top 3 universities in Zhongxia. Every year, they only admitted a very limited number of new students, and their enrollment quotas were not only limited to humans but also allowed other species like elves and giants to apply to these top universities. The strength of other species was inherently greater than that of humans, coupled with the vast land and abundant wealth of Zhongxia, where countless geniuses were nurtured. Gaining admission to these top 3 universities was truly as difficult as reaching the heavens. Therefore, when Zhao Tianfu heard Zhou's reason for declining, he burst out in anger, cursing, "I thought you were a good seed, but it turns out you're just a fool who doesn't know the sky from the ground. I have also reviewed your materials. 18 years ago, there were too many deficiencies, and there were no good resources to compensate for them. Your strength was weak, and your attributes were low. It's not even worth mentioning that relying solely on your abilities now would make it very difficult to enter the top 3 universities. Even if you manage to get in, you will be ranked among the lowest. Without strong and precise training, you'll be stuck at the same level for the rest of your life. Joey struggled to stay upright, feeling deeply moved inside. The pressure was too much. If this had been him in the past, he would have probably already kneeled. At this moment, La Hong stood in front of Joey, then released his own strength to resist Zhao Tianfu's pressure.
Zhao teacher, what do you mean by this? Do you want to bully my student right here, in my own territory? Zhu Yue stood by, observing Zhou Yi, silently assessing him. To endure Zhao Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths, this child was indeed extraordinary.
Zhao Tianfu realized he had been a bit reckless, so he withdrew his pressure and prepared to leave.
Admissions not only considers potential but also personality. With such a character, even if you are directly admitted, it would be hard for you to succeed. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Principal La. Student Joey has great ambition, so I won't stay too long. The 2 other teachers followed Zhao Tianfu out.
Seeing this, La Hong quickly chased after them, speaking in defense of Joey. The room was suddenly left with just him and teacher Zhu Yue. He was indeed courageous, but what Zhao teacher said wasn't entirely without merit. In Zhongxia, there were countless geniuses, and with the rise of other races, their strength had surpassed that of humans.
Getting into the top 3 universities was truly as difficult as reaching the heavens. Joey confidently replied, I will use my college entrance exam results to prove my abilities. There's still a month left before the exam, and with the support of the system, I will definitely be able to improve my skills to an unimaginable level. By then, the top 3 universities will be up to me to choose. It had been a long time since anyone had seen such a determined, deep, and unwavering gaze, as if he had returned to the days of fighting on the front lines. Having been in a peaceful place for so long, his mindset had shifted toward stability, creating a generation gap with the younger crowd. Zhu Yue looked at Joey for a while, then turned and walked toward the door, smiling as he said, All right, I'll be waiting to see your performance in the college entrance exam. See you again. Classmate Joey, time flies like a dog running in the field. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the college entrance exam is here. In the auditorium, students were discussing non-stop. This time for the college entrance exam, the person setting the questions is Yang the Great Demon Head. We're doomed. A few years ago, he was the one setting the questions, and the average score in our province plummeted to the lowest in history. Have you heard? Joey rejected the direct admission and wants to take the exam for the top 3 universities. No way? He's being too arrogant. Even the geniuses of the province or the city wouldn't dare to claim they could definitely pass. What's he relying on? His rare hidden profession? That's just being reckless. He's going to fall this time. The tuition is over 1 million. If it were me, I'd have accepted it long ago. Such a pity. At this moment, Joey appeared. The young man who had been enthusiastically gossiping behind Joey's back just a moment ago now suddenly froze and stared at him. After a moment, he spoke in a slightly unusual tone. Why does it feel like Joey is different from before? There was a certain aura of a strong expert around him, as if he had unlocked an instance. After a loud shout, the information about the instance appeared. The instance's secret realm is deep within a dark and gloomy forest. Levels range from 10 to 13, with difficulty settings of easy, hard, and nightmare. The required number of participants is between 1 and 5. Note, the deep, dark forest is filled with demon cats and bull-headed monsters. They are vicious by nature and like to eat human flesh. Damn it, it's deep in the dark forest? Please don't tell me there's a swampy terrain inside as well? The demon cats are fast, and the bull-headed monsters have tough skin and thick flesh. This damn Yang is clearly not intending for us to survive. The maximum number of people required for the instance team corresponds to the difficulty level of the instance. Previous year's exams required a maximum of 3 people, but this time it was raised to 5. Just as the candidates were complaining, Li Shangyang walked up to them and loudly reminded them, remember to act within your abilities. If you encounter life-threatening danger in the instance, immediately use the scroll to return.
If you die in the instance, you die in reality as well. Even if you're taking the college entrance exam, you must prioritize your life.
It's time. All candidates, prepare to enter the instance.
As soon as Li Shangyang finished speaking, the candidates present were instantly transformed into beams of light and teleported into the instance. At the same time, large screens also began to display images of the contestants in the instance, allowing everyone to observe them directly. Class 1, Sun Chang, Profession, Warrior, Difficulty Level, Hard.
Team size, 1 person.
Class 1, Mu Qin, Profession, Assassin, Difficulty Level, Hard.
Team size, 1 person.
Class 1, Long Fei, Wang Feng, Sun Jian, Profession, Elementalist, Archer, Underworld Mage, Difficulty Level, Hard.
Team size, 3 people.
Class 5, Joey, Profession, Holy Knight, Difficulty Level, Nightmare.
Team size, 1 person.
Class 2, Zhang Wei, Wang Lei, Zhao Tianhong, Yang Erlang, Profession, Archer, Fire Mage, Swordman, Apothecary.
Difficulty Level, Hard. Team size, 4 people.
As expected from the Rocket class. Apart from the 2-person teams, most are soloing the instance.
Soloing grants full experience points, and the higher the score, the greater the risk of death.
Only the seniors from the Rocket class dare to do this. While everyone was discussing excitedly, a girl suddenly pointed at Joey's screen, shouting, "Everyone, look!"
It was Joey, soloing the Nightmare level instance.
At the same time, in a VIP section, Jia Dao, the director of the education department, was gaping at the screen.
Here, here.
He slammed his hand on the table, turned to La Hong sitting beside him, and angrily shouted.
The support capacity of a Holy Knight is incredibly strong.
No matter which team they cooperate with, they will dominate.
Why does Joey have to clear the instance alone?
And he even chose the Nightmare difficulty with a death rate over 40%. Principal La, this month the city has provided Joey with many resources to help him achieve the best results. If he dies in the instance, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be severely affected.
What he's doing is basically showing no regard for the government's training efforts.
La Hong quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over, speaking reassuringly.
Director Jia, don't worry. Joey is not someone who acts recklessly.
He must have a few trump cards up his sleeve. Back to Joey, as he was moving, he suddenly noticed a shadow moving quickly across the high branches. With a serious expression, he took out his weapon, got into a defensive stance, and prepared to strike with his one-edged axe. Equipped with a long-handled axe, his strength was boosted by 7, and his agility was reduced by 2. Soon, a monster leapt down from the high branch, extending its claws toward Joey.
It was the perfect timing for it to die.
With a loud shout, Joey swung his axe down, cleaving the monster into 2 halves. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. Joey was satisfied as he closed his personal stats page and muttered to himself, "In just 1 month, even though I'm only at level 10, the average value of each attribute has reached 47 points, which is equivalent to a level 13 professional.
Looking at the entire Suhang province, I could be considered one of the top contenders." He then smiled and said aloud, "Are you too scared to come? Well then, I'll be the one to initiate the attack."
He took the initiative to charge toward the group of monsters hiding behind the tree stumps. The weapon in his hand was now enveloped in a golden glow. Bamboo Blessing Weapon, Level 4, Grade C, Concentrated Holy Light, capable of increasing the weapon's strength, physical attack, and critical hit rate for teammates within a certain range. Joey was like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. With every swing of his weapon, he eliminated a monster without exception. Under the effect of his S-tier talent, the protection of the Holy Angel, and the enhancement from the Bamboo Blessing Weapon, the unique skills of the Holy Knight were also boosted.
The power of his one-handed axe increased by 21 points. Such a powerful buff would certainly make other contestants envious if they knew. After all, in the university exam instance, the use of weapons was restricted to bronze-tier weapons of 3 stars or lower, and with the one-handed axe in his hand, after the enhancement,
its effectiveness could rival that of a 5-star bronze weapon.
In the university entrance exam, every attribute is incredibly valuable. This is enough to create a significant gap between myself and others. At this moment, another group of monsters approached from behind Joey, launching an ambush. Joey withdrew his weapon, turned around, and muttered softly, "Pure white blade."
From his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light flew toward the monsters, slicing them into pieces that fell to the ground. The pure white blade had been upgraded to level 5, and with its inherent light attribute damage and the buff from the Holy Angel's protection, it was capable of directly destroying low-level monsters. Quietly, Joey casually grabbed a severed limb with sharp claws from a monster and threw it forcefully toward a distant creature. It was the one that had narrowly escaped his earlier attack. The severed limb, with its sharp claws, shot through the air and pierced the monster's abdomen, pinning it to a tree behind it. Meanwhile, outside the instance, the audience watching Joey's performance on the large screen couldn't contain their excitement, cheering and shouting. That was really dangerous. The timing of Senior Joe's skill release was perfect. It was as if the moment he was attacked, he unleashed the pure white blade. This is just overpowered, it's a crushing blow. So satisfying to watch, Senior Joe is so impressive. I have seen this axe at the mall before, and it's really heavy. But why does Senior Joe use it as if he's just playing around? Could it be that he has invested all of his free attribute points into strength? Upon hearing this, Tang Tianjun frowned. As a teacher, his observational skills were sharper than those of the students, allowing him to notice many things. That's not right. Everyone, look closely. Zhou Yi's speed is even faster than the demon cat. Not only his speed, but his skill casting is also incredibly fast, and the power of his mana is exceptionally strong. Among all the free attributes, his intelligence is definitely not low. The angle at which he swings the axe, his control over attack range, and the force behind each strike are all perfectly controlled. He's truly a combat genius. After saying this, Tang Tianjun cast a jealous glance at Li Xianyang and thought to himself, a talent like this, how could he have been placed in Class 5 at the start? Elsewhere, Jia Dao spoke with a serious expression. Joey has a very strong combat awareness, but what he's doing isn't very wise. His approach to dealing with the first wave of demon cats is just wasting energy. The Nightmare instance not only has powerful monsters but also an overwhelming number of them. Even the best mage could fail due to depleted magic power. The weight of the battle axe is a significant burden on a class like his. If he only swings it once or twice, he might not feel it, but after swinging it hundreds of times, he will eventually be too exhausted to even hold the axe properly. In the end, he will be torn apart by those demon cats. At this moment, on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters charging toward Joey, causing an immediate stir among the crowd. It's already time for the next demon cat wave? No time to breathe at all. This is too ruthless. There must be at least 100 demon cats. I wonder if Senior Joey can handle this? All the viewers focused intently, eagerly awaiting Joey's performance. Inside the instance, Joey did not disappoint them. He skillfully combined his weapons and skills, swiftly dispatching this wave of monsters. When the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared in front of Joey and gradually expanded. This was the entrance to the next level. With a quiet word, Joey decisively stepped into the vortex. Just as he emerged from the vortex, Joey was met with a massive group of monsters waiting for him. Outside the instance, the host Kaka pointed at Joey's screen, giving a live update to the audience, and welcoming everyone to tune in to the Ava Live broadcast. I'm Kaka, your favorite MC. Right now, you're watching the performance of the most famous prodigy from the Second Academy, the one with the S+ talent, the brightest holy knight, Joey. He has completed the first stage of the Nightmare level instance in an astounding time of just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what does that even mean? 3 minutes and 17 seconds, 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. So enthusiastic was Kaka that he almost pressed his face to the camera lens, prompting his colleague behind the camera to helplessly say, "Please, don't block the lens anymore." Nearby, a female audience member, an admirer, spoke up, running and slashing all the way. It wasn't until the last one that she finally took a breath.
How high is Senior Zhou-Yi's physical score, really?
Zhang Fifi shook her finger and continued. Director Jia said that exhausting too much stamina in the first demon round was unwise, but now it seems like we can't make any conclusions yet. In the row ahead, Li Xiangyang reminded her, Zhang Fifi, just quietly watch the competition.
Director Jia's words might not be true.
Zhang Fifi covered her mouth teasingly. Li teacher, I see you're enjoying yourself too, don't say things like that.
Even so, Li Xiangyang felt a little uncertain, squeezing his face and muttering to himself, is the smile on my face really that obvious?
Senior Zhou had entered the gate. No one knew who shouted, but everyone stopped talking and focused their attention on the big screen. Inside the instance, thanks to the identification skill, the information on the monsters was clearly visible in Zhou-Yi's eyes. The bullhead monster, level 14, quality, berserk skill, savage in war, capable of fighting an entire group. The demon cat golden radiance, level 12, quality, bronze, mastery skill, healing magic.
The demon cat, level 13, bronze physique, mastery skill, fire element, fireball magic.
The demon cat monster with a curse level of 11, with the innate quality of bronze and skills proficient in shadow magic, curses, and deep thought. The common demon cat type is the warrior demon cat, while golden radiance serves as the priest demon cat, and the demon cat cursed with the title of mage. There are also the bull-headed monsters with extremely high damage, forming a classic battle coordination. If the first challenge was facing the unarmored soldiers, then the second challenge was confronting an army with professional training, an immediate death threat, increasing the difficulty several hundred times.
Without giving Zhou-Yi too much time to think, the monsters began organizing their attack.
The melee monsters immediately charged forward, while the mages stayed in place casting spells. Suddenly, arms made of black tendrils burst from the ground, clinging to Zhou-Yi and restraining him, preventing his movement. He was forced to face the monsters head-on, with fireballs weaving through the air, ready to strike. Outside, spectators who saw this scene gasped, Senior Zhou-Yi has been cursed by the demon cat.
Oh my god, it's dangerous.
Inside the instance, Zhou-Yi, facing this dangerous situation, smiled and spoke, warriors, charge forward, priests, enhance the buffs, mages, cast supporting spells. This coordination is quite impressive. When the claws of the leading monster were only a short distance away, Zhou-Yi raised his hands and shouted, Holy Cross Radiance. Immediately, a large cross-shaped radiance appeared, emitting golden light and engulfing the entire swarm of monsters within it. The Holy Cross Radiance, level 4, grade B, summoned a Holy Cross-shaped energy behind Zhou-Yi, causing the enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by the light attribute for several seconds. Screams of agony echoed, and when the golden light finally faded, what lay before Zhou-Yi was no longer a horde of vicious, claw-bearing monsters, but a forest of corpses scattered across the ground. Outside, Jia Dao gasped, exclaiming, so powerful. All the low-level monsters were instantly killed. Another person asked, can someone finally tell me what kind of profession Holy Knight is? Jia Dao answered, it's a grade B area of effect attack skill. Just like innate abilities, skills are also divided into levels, from low to high, with 7 ranks. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect, and the rarer it becomes. At the same time, Jia Dao couldn't help but harbor some doubts. The government's top resources only provided skills up to grade C, so how did this Zhou-Yi have a grade B skill? This kid is no simple character. Back to the situation inside the instance, all the monsters had been slain, leaving only a single bull-headed monster standing. Zhou-Yi pointed his weapon at the monster and provocatively spoke, it's just you left, come at me. Right after, everyone saw the bull-headed monster immediately activate both its berserk and supreme body skills on itself. Next, it used its war skill, the stomp, slamming its foot hard into the ground, creating a crack that led directly to where Zhou-Yi was standing. Zhou-Yi reacted quickly, leaping into the air to avoid it. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhou-Yi was airborne and unable to dodge, the bull-headed monster used its savage charge skill to charge at Zhou-Yi. Since it was in its supreme body state, no matter the damage, it could not break its charge state. Zhou-Yi had no intention of avoiding it either. He used his mid-air slash skill, clashing directly with the bull-headed monster, successfully knocking it back. Then, Joey crossed his arms, using his pure white blade skill to draw a cross-shaped beam of light towards the bull-headed monster while simultaneously charging forward. The pure white blade struck the bull-headed monster, causing it to cry out in pain as its massive body was knocked backward. Almost immediately, Joey appeared in front of it, raising his weapon high, his tough skin and thick muscles evident. Softly speaking, Joey did not hesitate and struck down, slicing the bull-headed monster's body in half. The bull-headed monster was not dead yet. It lay in a pool of blood, staring at Joey with wide eyes. Joey, expression cold, stepped forward and stomped directly onto the bull-headed monster's head. This time, Joey could be certain that the bull-headed monster was finished, as he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him. Looking at the vortex, Joey muttered, "The next stage is the boss fight." Outside the instance, the audience was also in a frenzy. Many people couldn't contain their excitement and stood up, shouting out loud. An axe cleaves the head of the 4-meter-tall bull-headed monster. This is just too shocking. Don't forget, this bull-headed monster is in a berserk state, and this kind of strength is unbelievable. Continuous strikes, so handsome. Senior Joey, I love you. The MC glanced at the clock and exclaimed, the second challenge took only 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao had to stand up and applaud. So impressive. Accurately targeting the skill placement, controlling the power with absolute precision, it's hard to believe this is just a student who's only been promoted for a month. Then, Jia Dao turned to La Hang and smiled, saying, Principal La, congratulations. The second academy is about to have a talent emerge. La Hang also responded joyfully, rivers have their twists, and people have their moments. It's about time for our second academy to produce a talent. In his heart, he was filled with anticipation, thinking to himself, since the founding of the school, the best student from second academy who took the college entrance exam ranked 72 ND in the entire province. Maybe Joey can bring second academy to a whole new level. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and exclaimed, why isn't Senior Joey resting a bit longer before jumping into the boss's challenge? Everyone quickly turned their attention to the screen and saw that Joey hadn't rested and had instead entered the boss's phase right away. Jia Dao was furious and scolded, nonsense. If he doesn't recover to his best state and loses the advantage while fighting the boss, that's going to be a huge loss. La Hong quickly opened his mouth to advise, Joey must have a reason for doing this. We just need to be patient and wait. In his mind, La Hong speculated. Su Hang province was densely populated, and there were many talented individuals. To rank among the top 100 students in the province, most of them chose to solo nightmare level instances. With the same difficulty, in order to become the champion, one had to complete the stage in the shortest time possible. Back in the instance, Joey had just entered the third stage when he saw the boss monster sitting not far away. He immediately used his identification skill on the boss. Minotaur monster, level 16, golden quality. Skills unknown, the level difference is too large to probe. Note, monarch of the Minotaur tribe, any human who dares to step into my palace must be prepared to die. As he spoke, the king of the bull's head charged forward and swung its weapon down toward Joey's position, granting courage, divine blessing, and divine protection. A series of skills were activated simultaneously by Joey, and then, with his full body armor, he appeared behind the boss. He waved his hand and called out, Calf, I'm here. He activated the full Holy Night buff in its primary form. The boss turned angrily and Joey immediately charged to attack. For Joey's attack, the king of the bull's head simply extended its hand to deflect the strike. Even with 4 additional buff skills, it could not be touched in the slightest. Finding it hard to believe, Joey maneuvered around to the front of the king of the bull's head and delivered another strike to its body, but it felt as though he was hitting a sheet of metal, sparks flying in all directions. The king of the bull's head roared in anger, swinging its weapon down towards Joey, creating a shockwave and sending dust flying into the air. Joey was fortunate enough to dodge the attack in time, but as he emerged from the dust, he saw a flash of purple light flicker. A
A second later, the king of the bull's head suddenly appeared right before Joey and swung its weapon down. Joey didn't have time to evade, and his body was sent flying, crashing through 5 large pillars before finally coming to a stop. Luckily, the Holy Knight's armor provided protection, otherwise, his bones would have shattered. Not bad, this is our first battle, and now I know what to do. The mace strike just now wasn't in vain. Muttering to himself, Joey slowly raised his right hand and chanted, summoning the Spear of Victory. In an instant, numerous small golden whirlpools appeared around him. Then, sharp golden spears emerged from within the whirlpools, shooting straight toward the distant king of the bull's head. The level 3 SSS-grade Spear of Victory, condensed with divine power, was fired at the enemy. If it hit, the enemy would suffer immense damage. The king of the bull's head, seeing this, brandished the weapon in his hand to block, and no matter how many spears Joey threw, they could not harm him in the slightest. After a while, a notification appeared in front of Joey, warning, magic power is running low. Please replenish your magic power. Joey glanced at it briefly and then ignored it, continuing to maintain his skill while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. The bull-headed king was indeed powerful, both in physique and strength, far surpassing him. Trying to overpower it with sheer strength was out of the question. Normally, people would choose to release the kite string and kill it. However, doing so would not guarantee victory. Considering the objective set by the examiner, it was certain that they wouldn't let the students fall into danger. Therefore, there must be many ways to deal with it. While fighting with the bull-headed king, Joey had noticed that its agility attribute was very low. If he attacked from multiple angles continuously, it would be difficult for it to counter the strikes. Thinking this, Joey began directing the spears to attack from various directions. The effect was immediately noticeable, as several spears successfully pierced into the bull-headed king's knee. Warning, magic power is running low. Please replenish your magic power. Joey clenched his fist, triggering the explosion of several spears, causing the bull-headed king to kneel on one knee. In addition to its poor agility, the bull-headed king also had a weakness in its resistance. The bull-headed king has high durability and a relatively high health stat, but it is vulnerable to negative effects and serious damage when attacked. Therefore, during a short period of time, one must continuously unleash high damage skills. However, to do this, one must time the use of skills and the number of releases accurately. Otherwise, before the bull-headed king is defeated, all magic power will be exhausted, and the qualification to participate in the test will be lost. With careful calculation, Joey knew that his opportunity had arrived. He took advantage of the fact that the bull-headed human was still kneeling on the ground, and he controlled the spear from all directions to launch toward it before immediately detonating it. Warning, magic power is running low. Please replenish your magic power. You needed to perform a major move, but unfortunately, there is no time left. Muttering softly, Joey charged directly at the bull-headed king, took out his weapon, and delivered the finishing blow, splitting its body in half. Congratulations, you have passed the SMLM Instance U, the Nightmare Level Secret Trial. Time taken to clear the trial, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your trial time has been recorded. Your trial score is SSS rank. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top scorer in this instance challenge. Upon hearing this notification, Joey was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, top scorer? Could it be that I've just secured the top spot for the Suhang County exam? But soon, Joey reacted, and his face lit up with joy. He clenched his fist and softly exclaimed, "Great, I did it!" In his heart, Joey told himself, in the year I've spent traveling through time to this place, my mother passed away from illness, my sister fell seriously ill, and the foreign debts are astronomical. The treatment costs for Shiao Yun have completely overwhelmed me, making it hard to breathe. Yet, in such harsh circumstances, I did not choose to give up. I couldn't increase my attribute points. So, I'll train my fighting skills to the limit, temper my fighting spirit. The appearance of the system has given me a second chance to change my life, but it also controls my destiny. I must seize this opportunity and strive harder than anyone else. I have made up my mind, I cannot waver, so I will turn back now.
Having said that, Joey adjusted his mindset. He removed the armor around him and walked toward the vortex.
System notification. Congratulations!
You have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Your level has risen to level 11, level 12, and level 13.
Congratulations!
You have received the Tropical Rainforest Belt, which grants plus 10 to physical attributes, plus 7 to strength, and requires level 10 to equip. The effect of this equipment in combat within the jungle grants continuous buffs based on your physical attributes. Resurrection Speed x3, Stamina Recovery Speed x3, and Magic Power Recovery Speed x3.
Congratulations on receiving the required Tropical Forest Ring Gear, level 10.
The effectiveness of this gear during combat in dense forests will continuously grant buffs based on your physical condition.
Resurrection Speed x3, Stamina Recovery Speed x3, Magic Power Recovery Speed x3. Strawberry Item Sten.
Please note that after use, it will recover a certain amount of magic power.
Bull-Headed King Card Zone, Gold Level.
Please note the material Phantasm.
After successful Phantasm infusion, the power available for use in the gear will increase by 20.
As Joey stepped out of the vortex, he was met with a chorus of cheers.
Welcome back, Senior Zhou. I love you. Mr. Zhou, you are my god. Senior Zhou, you are amazing, you're too strong. Second god, second god, second god.
Joey was startled, still adjusting to the situation when he suddenly heard a series of clicking sounds beside him. Turning his head, he saw a group of reporters pointing their cameras at him. Flashlights were flashing continuously. Two people were approaching him: Principal La Hong and the director of the education department.
La Hong, leading the way, smiled and said,
"Passing the nightmare level instance by yourself in just 10 minutes, that is something Second Academy hasn't seen in over 100 years. With years of experience researching competitions, you are fully capable of achieving the top spot in Su-Hang County.
Your future is looking bright." Joey smiled and replied, "You flatter me."
At that moment, a car drove up, causing a stir among the crowd.
Whose car is that? How can it just drive straight into the exam hall? Isn't that the S-400 magic vehicle that can switch to flight mode? Ha! Is that the S-400 that could trade for a house in the capital? Yes, that's it.
The car stopped not far from Joey. Jia Dao proactively opened the car door and said to him, "The results will be ready in at most 3 days.
We will notify you immediately when we have them." Thank you, Director Jia. After that, Joey, guided by La Hong, walked towards this 400.
La Hong also spoke up, "Go back and rest, wait for the good news from us."
Soon after, Joey arrived at the hospital to visit Shiao Yun. Following their previous conversation, Zhao Wanban had quickly fulfilled his promise. Shiao Yun had been placed in the most luxurious medical room in the hospital.
A professional medical team was monitoring Shiao Yun's condition 24/7. As soon as Joey stepped into the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a smile.
"Master Zhou, you're here." Joey nodded and spoke, "Yes, I'm here to visit Shiao Yun. I have good news to tell her. I heard you did very well in the exam today, right?"
As she spoke, the nurse pressed the 26th floor button. As the elevator ascended, both of them inside suddenly felt the temperature drop rapidly. The nurse spoke with a slight tremor in her voice.
"How strange, why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioning set too low?"
That was when Shiao Yun noticed the cold air flowing through the crack in the door, and his face grew serious. When they reached the 26th floor, as the elevator doors opened, the sight before them startled the nurse, who exclaimed in shock.
What is this?"
The entire long hallway was covered in a layer of ice, and even the people here were no exception, transformed into ice statues with terrified expressions.
Shiao Yun silently gasped.
Joey, anxious, quickly ran toward Shiao Yun, leaving the nurse behind. The nurse tried to call out to Joey, but before she could finish her sentence, she too was frozen into an ice statue. As for Joey, he smashed through the ice wall in Xiao Yun's room and rushed in, shouting, "Xiao Yun!" A second later, he was frozen in place by the scene before him. Xiao Yun was lying in bed, writhing in pain, with streams of cold air continuously emanating from her body, forming a large ice dragon in the air. Beside the bed, a person was maintaining a spell, seemingly healing Xiao Yun. When Joey appeared to prepare to attack the ice dragon, the girl maintaining the healing spell suddenly shouted, "Xiao Yi, stop, don't attack." Hearing this, Joey reluctantly gave up his intention to strike the ice dragon. Joey walked toward the girl, hesitating before speaking softly. Ji Qing, explain, if you hurt it recklessly, the heart could very well be shocked and shattered. Joey asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Ji Qing replied, "Xiao Yun's cold symptoms suddenly flared up, and everyone will be frozen by the cold air into pillars of ice. Right now, I can only suppress the cold in this level. You should leave quickly." Joey anxiously called out, "Then Xiao Yun, what about her?" Ji Qing interrupted, "Xiao Yun doesn't have a high-level priest. What I can do is very limited." Joey briefly regained his composure. "I understand." With that, Joey silently gave orders. The system activated all skill points for upgrades from gradual healing level 4 to enhanced gradual healing level 10, which allowed team members within a certain range to recover while also boosting their stamina and magic power, with effects lasting for a certain period of time. Immediately, Joey used the gradual healing skill on Xiao Yun. Ji Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "The magic power contained in the healing skill of the Holy Knight is so strong, even surpassing my own level 23 priest skill." While maintaining the skill, Joey spoke, "Ji Qing, I've got this covered here. Go and inform Secretary Zhao that he must invite a high-level priest." Ji Qing responded, "The schedule for the high-level priest is fully booked. Secretary Zhao has already scheduled a time with her for next week, and even if we go now, it would be too late." Joey turned around, his face serious as he said, "Tell Secretary Zhao that as long as he can get a high-level priest here, I, Joey, will unconditionally fulfill any request of his in the future, no lies." Ji Qing silently looked at Joey for a moment before responding, turning around to run and find Secretary Zhao. Joey continued the treatment for Xiao Yun. The cold energy flare-up was something Xiao Yun had to endure every night for the past year. Under the influence of the cold, her entire body was in excruciating pain, living in a state worse than death. Recently, the cold had become more severe, but no one had expected the cold energy to affect the outside world. He muttered to himself, gritting his teeth, continuing the treatment even though his hands were beginning to show signs of being invaded by the cold energy. Time passed slowly, and the night descended. As Joey's magic power was almost depleted, suddenly a green orb flew into the room. It bounced like a rubber ball, repeatedly bouncing off the ice dragon, causing its body to crack slightly. Joey noticed the pained expression on Xiao Yun's face and shouted, "Wait, don't touch her." Suddenly, the green orb collided with Joey, sending him flying backward. Then, a girl appeared in the room, carrying a giant pen like a staff, waving it provocatively at the ice dragon. The ice dragon roared and lunged at her. The girl swung the pen like a club, striking the ice dragon's head and then continuously wielding the pen to inscribe special symbols on its body. Then, the girl's eyes suddenly glowed with a green light. She swung the pen down forcefully onto the ice dragon. A formation appeared, and the ice dragon was sent flying toward Xiao Yun. Its body shrank, and in the end, it turned into an ice orb that merged into her body. Seeing Xiao Yun's expression relaxed, no longer in pain as before, Joey silently thought, "It's all right now." At this moment, the girl, Liu, turned to look at Joey and spoke, "You must be Joey, right? I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Chui Lina, priest of the second tier, level 35, from Qingyun City." Joey replied, "Hello, miss." Chui Lina said, "Director Jia asked me to come and treat your sister first." Observing Joey, Chui Lina silently thought, if Director Jia hadn't said this person might be a top scholar of the province, I wouldn't have broken the first rule. Anyone who can withstand cold air for so long, Director Jia wouldn't deceive me. Joey asked, "Miss Chui, what exactly is my sister's condition?"
Can it be cured? Chuelina answered, the cold air has surged out, solidifying into shape. This is a sign of bloodline awakening. Joey exclaimed in surprise, bloodline awakening.
He knew that when the game Eternal first appeared, many players chose races like elves, giants, and demon races. And after the game and reality merged, these players of other races also displayed the traits of their respective bloodlines. For example, those with the bloodline of spirit had their eyes turn green, and their ears became sharper and longer. Those with the bloodline of giants grew to 3-4 meters in height. Over 200 years, players from different races intermarried with humans, and the bloodlines gradually diluted with each generation. The distinct appearance and abilities of their races slowly disappeared. Except for a special situation, the bloodline awakening.
At this moment, Chuelina explained, the awakening of the bloodline is both a blessing and a curse.
Once successfully awakened, it grants the power of alien races, upgrades to skills, and learning will yield great results with little effort. However, if it fails, the consequences can be paralysis at best, or death at worst. Your sister has been tortured by the cold energy because she is too weak to withstand the power of the bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened the Ice Frost bloodline, a rare bloodline. To endure this rare bloodline, one's physique must be altered. As far as I know, only one kind of rare talent, the extreme cold lotus, can change the human body. The problem is, this item is extremely rare. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, where it was bought by a mysterious individual for 13 billion. 3 months from now, the cold energy within your sister will completely erupt and become uncontrollable. The only other option is to use a grand sealing technique to directly seal her alien bloodline.
Once you've made your decision, use the token to contact me. However, the price to pay is that your sister will never be able to level up again.
After Chuelina left, Joey held the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, Joey had just completed his daily tasks. A system message appeared, squats 200/200, push-ups 200/200, sit-ups 200/200, weapon swings 200/200. Complete the daily task, please choose your reward, Joey spoke up.
Attribute points. For most of the daily task rewards, I would usually choose the free attribute points. For a holy knight, physical strength and intellect are incredibly important. However, other attributes should not be overlooked either. Generally, I allocate the points in a 2-3-3-2 distribution. Only with balanced development can one avoid leaving any vulnerabilities.
While deep in thought, another system interface appeared in front of me, quite exquisite. The results of the exam were displayed. The achievement task had been completed. Congratulations, you have ranked first in the entire Suhang province in this exam.
Based on your performance, the following rewards will be granted.
Congratulations on acquiring the God level skill, Divine Beast S. Congratulations on obtaining the God level item, Resurrection Cross Staff S. Congratulations on obtaining the one-time use God level secret technique, Divine Form S. Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill, Light Judgment A. Congratulations on receiving 30 free attribute points. Since the university entrance exam concluded, news about Joey has flooded newspapers and media outlets. When Joey switched to the Holy Knight profession, I knew he was bound for greatness. That's why I recommended to the city government to invest more in nurturing Joey. It's all thanks to my sharp eye. A group of students, after hearing Jia Dao's interview on television, couldn't help but be astonished. The top scorer in the province has a Holy Knight profession? Doesn't that mean he's equipped with heavy-duty support? I studied little, don't try to deceive me. Holy Knight plays instances really slowly.
You're kidding, right? Is there any cheating involved?
A female student, upon hearing this, immediately took out her phone to explain to Joey.
I have a recording of that moment. Speak with proof. At that moment, even the students who had doubted Joey's strength couldn't help but express their admiration.
The power is so ferocious. The damage from Holy Radiance Cross feels even stronger than a high-rank fire magic spell from a mage.
Then what about the weapon blessings, the God's graces, and the courage blessings? Can someone help me count how many buffs this top scholar has in total?
Elsewhere, a red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment, carefully watching Joey's performance before making a comment.
Clearing the level in 9 minutes and 24 seconds, that's 20 seconds faster than me. This Joey is interesting.
However, as he spoke, the red-haired man pointed at a spot not far away, causing it to explode, and then he smiled sinisterly.
Anyone who dares to steal my glory will only have one path: death.
The next morning, while Joey was on his way to visit his sister, he suddenly received a text message on his phone, notifying him that his bank account had just received a large sum of money from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. Joey immediately called his secretary, Zhao, and received this response. Mr. Zhou, due to your outstanding performance in the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious villa.
Do you have a specific neighborhood you like, or should we select one for you?
It seems they have also received the news that I am the provincial top scholar.
Joey thought to himself and replied, you helped me make the decision.
I heard the representatives from the 3 top universities will be arriving soon.
Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? No need, they've already arrived. Joey responded, then looked at the man in front of him.
The man smiled warmly, handed over a business card, and introduced himself. I am a representative from Inghui University.
Inghui University?
Joey was slightly surprised when a familiar voice interrupted. I remember when Inghui University initially said that Joey was too arrogant, even criticizing him for not knowing the difference between heaven and earth.
How come they are here now? The admissions officer from Inghui University looked up at the strong man standing on the helicopter's ladder. Zhao Qianfu's words indeed showed ignorance.
He had been dismissed and expelled from the university already.
With that, the admissions officer looked awkwardly at Joey.
Mr. Joey, if you are interested in our school, Inghui University is willing to offer 4 million.
No matter what conditions Inghui University offers, Motto University will double it. Motto University will definitely secure Joey.
You'd better leave while it's still early. The strong man landed and spoke with full confidence, which made the Inghui teacher so angry that he wanted to slam the table.
Just at that moment, a girl's voice reached Joey's ear. Have you contacted Chungjing University?
Right after that, the girl with purple hair and angel wings embraced Joey and flew up into the sky before the muscular teacher could grab him. After Joey monopolized everything, with the purple-haired teacher beside him and his classmate Zhou, there was nothing else at Chungjing University, but the resources for cultivation were more than sufficient.
During the 4 years of university, each year would provide cultivation resources of grade A.
As soon as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, a sudden formation appeared behind her and pulled her in. At that moment, a female teacher dressed entirely in black stood before Joey and slowly threatened the other female teacher. To snatch the top scholar position requires risking resources, wealth, and fame. If Chungjing University can offer it, then Suhang University can as well.
What's the point of directly taking someone away? If you don't let go, don't blame me for not being polite. A muscular teacher also flew up to join in. Exactly. A ripe melon isn't sweet. Joey, third-rate university.
I won't just provide you with greater resources once a year, but I'll also provide you with a full set of golden level equipment. Although the purple-haired teacher was furious, she wisely released Joey and then smiled warmly. I'm not kidnapping him, I just want to have a private, friendly exchange with Joey for a moment.
Joey, the choice is yours. Classmate Joe, I am Sumi and I, a recruiter from Suhang University. Suhang University values strength above all else.
As long as you can make it into the rankings of the local and heavenly boards in our school, not only will you get greater resources, but even great S resources will be available to you. Moreover, Suhang University has maintained the top spot in the recent 4 years of the new student exchange competition, which shows how strong our student training capabilities are.
The teacher with purple hair, dissatisfied, said, Sumi, what do you mean by that? You've only won a few competitions and now you're already getting arrogant. The fact that Suhang University is unbeatable is undeniable.
Miss Sun should still encourage both teachers and students at Chongjing School to strive harder. While the two teachers were passionately arguing, Joey was seriously considering which university to choose. The special recruitment packages offered by the three universities were nearly identical, and any choice would lead to a promising future. However, what he truly wanted was to gain stronger practical skills in university, and which one would be the best fit for him. After a moment of reflection, Joey finally decided that he would attend Suhang University.
Upon hearing this, Sumi and I immediately pulled out a scroll and said, "This is the special recruitment contract from Suhang University. Take a look, and if there are no issues, just sign it.
If you miss this talent, it would be a shame, and Suhang University might snatch him away." Miss Sun was still persistent, saying, "At Suhang University, if it doesn't work out, you're welcome to transfer to Chongjing University." Sumi and I then shot a sharp, bullet-like glare at Miss Sun, her malicious intentions still not giving up, and activated her ultimate magic. This was a skill that only high-ranking sorcerers could use.
Joey was reading the contract and suddenly exclaimed in shock, then asked Sumi and I, a little confused, "May I ask, what level is Teacher T?"
"Second-tier sorcerer, level 42. Joey became even more bewildered, but looking at her, she didn't seem to be over 30 years old. The outside world is vast. Once you get into university, Suhang, you'll be able to meet many more young experts.
That's great.
Joey replied excitedly, "Anyway, recently I haven't had any opponents my age. Once I get into Suhang University, if I can meet someone to spar with, I'll be able to improve faster." After the contract was signed, Sumi and I took it back and then reminded him, "Alright, I'll give you a week to pack your things.
A week later, I'll come to pick you up for enrollment."
Huh?
The enrollment period for Suhang University is that soon?
Sumi and I winked and replied, "Of course, students selected for special programs need to arrive early to receive higher-level training. Their strength will improve faster, and only then will they be able to perform even better in the National Freshman Exchange Competition." A week passed. After Joey and Jo Yun were moved into their new villa, it was time for Joey to enroll. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to take care of his sister while he was away, then he lectured Jo Yun on everything under the sun before climbing into Sumi's car. Seeing Joey gently turn his head to look at his sister, Sumi and I smiled and asked, "Is this your first time leaving home?" "Yes, it is. So I need to be well prepared."
Before Joey could understand Sumi's meaning, the car drove through the security gate of the University of Aning and immediately appeared in front of him.
"We're not in a hurry, there's no need to use the magic circle for teleportation."
With that, Joey looked around, astonished to see vehicles coming out of the magic circle everywhere.
Normally, teleportation magic circles are controlled by the military, much like the smaller ones that priests use, which require approval from the city government. Suhang University has a collaboration with the military district, so they've built a large teleportation circle near the campus, which is very convenient and safe.
Sumi and I explained and then tilted her chin forward.
"We're here."
Joey looked at everything unfolding before him, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, "This is a bit too extravagant. Let's go, I'll take you to report in."
While Joey was still looking around, Sumi and I spoke to him, but suddenly, Joey felt something rush past him. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl, her eyes blazing with fury, warned the young man, "I told you, I don't want to get to know you."
That kick was a warning. "Don't provoke me again, I won't go easy next time."
With that, the white-haired girl walked away. The crowd gathered around the young man, who had just taken a hit, laughing mockingly. Young Master Dang has met his match this time. Every year at the start of the school term, he tries to seduce younger female students, and this time, he's finally met someone tough.
Seems like heaven is watching over us.
Joey followed the white-haired girl with his eyes and thought to himself, "She has the bloodline of the demon race." Sumi and I, recalling Joey's background and noticing his expression, kindly reminded him, "There are quite a few students and teachers in the city university with bloodlines from other races, so if you come across them in the future, try not to show any unusual expressions. Rest assured, even though they are all from different races, as long as they stand with humanity, I will not harbor hatred. I am not irrational enough to hate the entire demon race because of my father's death.
That's good. Here is your student ID card. Sumi and I handed Joey a card.
Joey quickly skimmed through the information on the card, the rank, credits.
Let me briefly explain the school regulations. First, the ranking system. Each academic year will have a corresponding ranking level, and the stronger you are, the higher your rank. The rank of a new student is based on the results of the college entrance exam.
You were ranked first, which makes you the strongest new student, but that is only a temporary ranking. 1 month from now, there will be a competition among the new students. The rankings will be rearranged based on the results.
From today onwards, you will become the target of attacks. Everyone will want to take your position.
If I'm already the top scorer now, I won't let go of this position, Joey responded arrogantly.
Sumi and I smiled and continued guiding Joey on a tour. She explained as they walked. Next are the credit regulations. New students will have basic credits based on their series.
Credits can be used to buy food, equipment, medicine, skill books, and more. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything you want, including skills and S-level resources.
Apart from the ranking, there are 2 other ways to earn credits. One is through credit missions.
You can use your student ID to register and search for tasks on the website, then complete them to earn corresponding credits. The second method is based on the order of each month in the Earth and Heaven rankings, where students earn fixed credits.
This university has around 1,000 students.
Those who wish to make it into the Earth and Heaven rankings, as crowded as the Mongol army, cannot be arrogant. Furthermore, the university also has 3 instance ranks.
The first instance is Gaban, an underground city, with a level limit from 17 to 21. The second instance is the Distorted Forest, with a level limit from 23 to 26.
The third instance is the Training Purgatory, with a level limit from 28 to 31. In addition to meeting the required level for the instance, students must also spend a certain amount of credits to be able to enter.
Before reaching the required level, students can practice in the training area. The practice opponents can either be real people or robots. Powerful individuals possess absolute authority in speech and the most resources. This is the path to survival here. A group of students was walking in the opposite direction of Joey and Sumi and I.
The young man leading the group saw Sumi and I and greeted her, then continued leading the group forward. As they passed Joey, a few students stared at him and whispered among themselves.
Who is he to be escorted by the teacher like that? We were all escorted in groups of 10 by senior students. Could it be that he's using a backdoor? One young man in the group, appearing to understand, spoke up, "You guys don't know? The top scorers of the entrance exam are specially accompanied by teachers to handle their enrollment procedures.
One reason is so that he can quickly become familiar with the learning environment, and another is to attract top students when selecting schools in the future. If that's the case, then he must be the top student of this enrollment period."
Bo Shueshang, what's his background like? Please explain in more detail.
The new students, including the girl with white hair, eagerly awaited an answer from Bo Shueshang.
Joey, top student of Suhang Province, Holy Knight level 13.
Just like everyone else, when they first heard Joey's profession, they were astonished.
Isn't there some mistake? Holy Knight is just a support class. I remember you said the second place is Xin Lingfeng, a level 14 berserker. How could a support class like him possibly surpass a berserker? Hey, what are you all talking about? Don't you trust me? Bo Shueshang's reputation is not just for show. A female student, unable to contain her admiration for good looks, couldn't help but exclaim.
He's so handsome, he could totally become a movie star. Hearing Joey's impressive profile, the white-haired girl subconsciously turned her gaze toward him, sizing him up. He is the top student among the new batch of students.
At that moment, Lu Jing noticed the white-haired girl, who was staring intently at Joey, and a sense of jealousy stirred within him.
he deliberately raised his voice to criticize.
I think this top rank is just a name with no substance.
Joey indeed heard it and immediately turned his head to look toward the source of the voice. Lu Jing stepped forward and threw down a challenge.
Lu Jing, level 13 Punisher Knight, ranked 38th. I doubt you have the strength to claim the top spot. I want to challenge you.
Your personal challenge is your own business, don't delay everyone else's time, the male student leading the group said, patting Lu Jing on the back, while inwardly cursing, idiot.
Guiding freshman earns me 1 credit.
What are you causing trouble for here? Lu Jing shrugged off his hand and replied. Sorry, I'll keep it in check, the male student leading the group responded, his frustration growing. This idiot ranks high enough that even the principal and professors from the top 5 academies have to make a joint decision. It's impossible to be wrong, he muttered under his breath. The freshman, upon hearing Lu Jing's challenge, began to chatter excitedly, eager to see a spectacle.
Looks like there's a show to watch. Let's wait a bit and then move on, bro. Lu Jing wanted to use a challenge to the leader as a stepping stone to boost his reputation?
Holy Knight wasn't a strong profession, so it wasn't surprising that someone would try to take his spot.
Joey crossed his arms, indifferent, and said to Lu Jing, so what should I base my decision on to accept your challenge? 1 credit. If you win, it's yours.
If you lose, you won't lose anything, Lu Jing replied, his expression nonchalant. Joey glanced at Lu Jing's ambiguous face, then at the eager freshman, and thought to himself, to maintain peace in the future, I have no choice but to accept this challenge. But since I only intend to intimidate him, the price he has to pay will be steep.
That way, they'll remember this.
So, Joey set the stakes, I'll have a match with you, but the wager is 300 credits. After hearing this, Lu Jing's face immediately changed, and the students began to murmur among themselves.
I'm ranked 40th, with only 400 credits.
Lu Jing is ranked 38th, probably not much better. If there's such a small difference in credits, it's going to be disastrous.
It's only the beginning of the semester, and he dares to challenge me like this? He's not going to turn out to be one of those brainless side characters in a comic, is he?
At this point, Lu Jing felt a little guilty, but when he saw that Joey's crush was still watching Joey intently, jealousy clouded his judgment, and he finally accepted the terms Joey had set.
Fine, 300 it is. Let's go to the arena.
You've got some courage, but there's no need to go up to the arena.
In 3 moves, if you don't kneel, I'll consider myself defeated. In the end, they all went to the arena. Sumi and I personally took the role of referee.
After a 3-second countdown, Lu Jing immediately rushed forward to attack. In his mind, he calculated that both the Punishment Knight and the Holy Knight were hidden professions. The Punishment Knight focused on explosive strength, while the Holy Knight was more about support. If he could defeat him quickly without worrying about the Holy Knight using buffs, it would be easy to win. At that moment, Lu Jing inadvertently glanced at the white-haired girl standing below the arena. She was watching him. He quickly collected himself, raised his sword, and used the blood strike skill to strike at Joey. However, Joey easily dodged it, then kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground.
Trivial, Joey said, feeling a little disappointed.
I thought he had something impressive, but it turned out he fell with just 1 move.
The male student went to check Lu Jing's injuries and then reported to Sumi and I. Teacher, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is in a coma. Bring priest to treat him. Sumi and I spoke while using Lu Jing's and Joey's student IDs to operate on the system. After a while, she returned the ID to Joey. 300 credits have been transferred to your student card. The swift battle left the freshman wide-eyed. When the blood slash of the punishing knight is nearly impossible to block, how could he break it with just 1 kick? This is the power of the number 1 ranked person? It's on a completely different level. The strength attribute of the 2 must differ by at least 20 points. The white-haired girl could no longer sit still. She stood up and proposed a duel with Joey. When seeing her at the door, I realized that she not only had the bloodline of the demon clan but also inherited equipment. This is the first time I've seen inherited equipment. I also want to see its power. Joey used the appraisal skill to check information about the opponent.
Weapon, Dark Crescent, Ancient Sword, Quality, 3-star Inheritance, Required Race, Human, Required Profession, Swordman, Effect unclear.
After a while, Joey responded. Alright, another duel is about to begin. Considering the opponent isn't an easy one, Joey decided to use the Mystic Light Warblade to face off against the white-haired girl. Fluorescent Battle Claw Gold Quality 3 SSA, with Physical Attribute plus 18, Intelligence plus 24, and an effect that upgrades all level B light-type skills and below by 1 level. The source of this system's rewards had even drawn students from the 52 ND class of 253 to come and watch. A conflict broke out just as the new students entered the school. It was nothing more than chickens pecking at each other. Li Dongsheng, one of the ministers of the Aurora Guild, a level 29 marksman, happened to be passing by and, upon seeing Sumi and I, walked over to greet her and then stayed to watch the match. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
As the signal sounded, both sides rushed towards each other. While the white-haired character used the skill Extreme Impact Slash to charge in, striking the enemy with lightning-fast speed, Joey used the skill Shockwave Strike to lift the massive hammer and bring it down with immense force, causing area of effect damage and pushing the enemy back. The moment their skills collided, a loud explosion rang out, and both were affected by the other's abilities, causing them to be forced back.
Impressive, truly a monster.
Thinking to himself, the white-haired man increased the intensity of his attack, using dark energy to perform a slash, imbuing his weapon with the attribute of darkness while simultaneously unleashing a powerful dark strike toward his opponent to deal with Joey. Joey, upon seeing the opponent's attack, showed no fear. In fact, he became excited and shouted, "Wonderful, finally, someone who can face me head-on.
Bring it on! Lift them up, I can strike from below to above the enemy." Lifting the enemy. Reinforcing the series of attacks, moving forward while landing a second strike. The Li Tiba CHM, 3-strike slash, delivering a powerful blow toward the enemy and unleashing the Li Tiba, which would deliver multiple attacks on the opponent, sending them flying. The Ice Mountain Spear leaped a short distance forward and struck the ground with the weapon. There were several intervals of attack judgment, and the final strike could knock the enemy down. The two continued to expertly apply their skills to attack each other, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The audience, watching from below the arena, stared in awe as they followed the two figures moving at the speed of light across the stage. Is it really two students facing off against each other? Li Dongsheng spoke up after a brief period of contemplation. If the spirit swordman doesn't have a trump card, they will quickly lose the battle. The male student leading the group expressed some doubt upon hearing this. Really? I think it looks like it's hard to tell who will win between the two of them. Li Dongsheng analyzed, the enhanced defensive stance absorbs all of the enemy's attacks. At first, the 3 strikes from the Holy Knight, she only needed to block 1. Now that the Holy Knight is delivering 2 strikes, she has no choice but to use her sword to block them. In large weapon defense and attack, the weapon is usually swung at a certain intensity to conserve stamina. Once Joey finds an opening in the opponent's defense, he will strike decisively to suppress them. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving his stamina either because he's foolish or because he has absolute confidence in his strength. From start to finish, the Warhammer has been limiting the movements of the Spirit Swordman, forcing her to use her sword to block the Warhammer's attacks. Watching Joey's every strike land with precision, one person in the crowd exclaimed, "A beauty like her attacking without mercy, this Holy Knight is truly brutal." The preparation ended. As soon as he finished speaking, Joey activated his Divine Grace. Bravery's Divine Grace, Weapon of Blessing, Elmin's Blessing, Guardian's Divine Grace, a massive light immediately enveloped his body. This feeling of oppression is so intense. Is this really his best state? While the white-haired figure showed some hesitation, Joey used the Spear of Victory and extended a hand to give instructions. The white-haired individual took advantage of the fact that Joey needed time to execute his skill, immediately using the Demon Shadow Slash to close the distance with the enemy and strike him once, attempting to defeat Joey.
Unexpectedly, Joey smiled smugly and said, "I knew you would use this move." With that, he swung his mace in a downward arc towards the white-haired one. At that moment, the white-haired one could only helplessly close her eyes, waiting for the hit, but to her surprise, nothing happened.
Do you want to continue?
The white-haired one opened her eyes and saw that Joey had already retracted his skill, standing there with his mace resting on the ground, looking at her.
Not anymore. Your offensive is almost overwhelming.
Continuing would yield the same result.
You haven't used your full strength, Joey pointed out. You know, in this battle, you didn't use the swordman's powerful skills or the dark attribute strength in your body. The white-haired one smiled brightly and replied, "Did you figure it out?" "I was just testing my limits."
"I won't use my trump card, and you haven't used your full strength either."
"I watched the video of your exam, so let's be friends. We can have more sparring sessions later."
After both exchanged WeChat information, Sumi and I continued to show Joey around the school, feeling a sense of anticipation in her heart. On the first day of the semester, not only did she earn 600 points, but she also made all the top students in the special admission program treat her with respect.
It looked like the freshman batch this year was going to be lively. The freshman dormitory was located on the small mountain peak. The regular student dormitories were located at the foot of the mountain with the school buildings behind. The dormitories for students in the special admissions program were on top of the mountain. Moreover, the dormitories for special admission students were private villas, and depending on the ranking, the level of luxury and amenities provided varied. Joey would be living here from now on. Sumi and I tilted her chin toward the enormous house in front of her.
As she swiped her card to enter, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Joey, saying, "By the way, I heard you're looking for the extreme cold lotus. A small team once spotted it in the Furious Wind mountain range, but there was a high-level demon guarding it, so they gave up on picking it.
This information is from 6 years ago, so I can't guarantee its accuracy."
Based on the information Sumi and I provided, Joey spent the following days delving into research about the Furious Wind mountain range. It was known to be a vast mountain range that formed after the Eternal and Blue Star games merged.
It spanned a huge area, home to countless treasures, rare plants, and dangerous demons.
Even a third job class change expert would think twice before venturing too deep inside. With Joey's current strength, if he encountered a high-level demon, his only option would be to run and save his life. Fortunately, after completing the college entrance exam, the system rewarded him with a skill to ensure his survival, so even if he died, he could still come back to life. There was no hesitation at all, he would just buy a few more skills and equipment and set off.
Joey was operating his computer, searching for suitable skills when he received a notification. Upon checking, he found that he was ranked number 1 in the special recruitment category. The skills of the Holy Knight below a certain level could be learned for free, and he would be immune to all physical damage. The effectiveness was impressive. It was such a great deal that he couldn't resist purchasing the skill, especially since ranged weapons were free. It was truly fantastic.
All the powerful skills that were free were promptly picked up by Joey. The only regret was that there was one item he still had to use his college entrance exam reward points to collect, and that was the forest exploration outfit. With the preparations complete, Joey immediately headed to the Windstorm mountain range to find the extreme cold lotus to cure his sister's illness. While he was wandering through the Windstorm mountain range looking for the extreme cold lotus, he witnessed a massive explosion not far away.
Driven by curiosity, he immediately rushed over to investigate.
In another development, after connecting with Joey on WeChat, Kang Shiran took the initiative to text him and start a conversation to get to know him. However, ever since Joey mentioned he was going to the Windstorm mountain range, he had gone completely silent, which made Kang Shiran feel a bit frustrated. She called her best friend to vent about it.
"I met a very special guy.
Yesterday, I challenged him to a fight, and when he released some demonic power during the battle, he was completely unfazed, not even showing a hint of infatuation." Her friend was impressed and said, "So his willpower must be incredibly strong, even terrifying."
"Yeah."
Kang Shiran casually replied, then decided she would also go to the Windstorm mountain range, just like Crash. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Windstorm mountain range, a fierce battle was taking place. On one side, there were the demons, and on the other, a four-person team consisting of mechanical engineer Zhu Ruo, summoner Wen Tianshun, artillery master Zhu Dan, and swordsman Su Qinglian. First, Zhu Ruo drove the tank while launching several small discs equipped with bombs toward the demons.
As soon as the demons stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded.
A few demons managed to escape and continued charging toward the tank, attacking fiercely. When Tianshun used her ice spirit summoning skill to create an ice wall, blocking the demon's advance, unaware that another demon was rapidly leaping from tree to tree, attempting to approach them from the rear at the 9 o'clock position. Hearing Zhu Ruo's command, Zhu Dan immediately fired her gun, causing the demon behind them to disintegrate. Once done, she continued to sweep the area with the machine gun, shouting, "Now's the time." Without hesitation, Su Qinglian activated her superior swordsmanship skill to deal with the remaining demons.
"We did it!" Zhu Ruo exclaimed joyfully.
When Tianshun turned to look at Zhu Ruo, about to celebrate when suddenly her expression turned pale. She quickly pushed Zhu Ruo aside, casting a spell to create an ice shield at the driver's side window of the tank. However, the blast of fire magic from the forest had too much destructive power, and when Tianshun's ice shield was instantly shattered, causing the tank to flip over.
"Are you guys alright?" Su Qinglian rushed over, concerned. When Tianshun yelled a warning, "Watch out behind you!"
The other three turned in unison, only to see another group of demons, looking like fierce, bloodthirsty monsters, charging toward them, preparing to use fire magic to scorch them. Our team used all our trump cards before we could defeat the four demons.
Could it be that we are really going to lose our lives here today?
Just as the four girls in the squad were resigned to their fate, Joey, riding the white wolf, charged out from the forest. With a divine windstorm technique, he swept the demons together. Light gathered, the windstorm formed, and the storm was upon them. As Joey finished speaking, a massive sword descended from the sky, piercing directly into the heart of the vortex, annihilating the demons in an instant.
The entire area was suddenly engulfed in flames.
Joey then gently patted his loyal companion, the white wolf, who understood immediately and opened its mouth. With a single breath, it extinguished the fire. Only then did Joey approach the group of four girls, still in a daze, and cast a healing spell on them. Su Qinglian, holding the unconscious Wen Tianshun in her arms, looked up and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Joe Jr.
I didn't expect you to know me. The Qingluan squad is the second-ranked team in the whole academy."
"Of course, I know of you." "That only makes me feel more embarrassed," Joey replied with a modest smile. He then became serious and suggested, "Joe Jr., although your light-based skills are effective in countering demons, demons are extremely dangerous.
Why not come back to the base with us?
I've already explored the entire outer region for a month, but there's still no news of the extreme cold lotus. The freshman competition is in 3 days, I'll have to wait until it's over to continue the search for the extreme cold lotus." Thinking this, Joey replied, "All right." Su Qinglian turned to look at Zhu Ruo. Zhu Ruo understood and nodded, then began to chant the metal spell, the sound of speed, the roar of the demon, and the fierce, glowing machinery. It gathered together, and as the incantation concluded, a giant robotic vehicle appeared from the magic array created by Zhu Ruo, drawing admiration from Zhou Yi and White Wolf. "There's no time to explain, get in the vehicle quickly," Zhu Ruo urged. Su Qinglian said nothing when she saw her teammate, Morer. She silently marveled, thinking, she's really a top-tier performer.
On the way back, Joey asked, "Sister Su, is the Furious Wind Mountain Range originally home to demons?"
Su Qinglian answered honestly, "Our team has been in the Furious Wind Mountain Range for more than 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered them." Hearing this, Joey speculated, so these demons must have come from the depths of the Furious Wind Mountain Range, or perhaps there's a recent rift from another world, with these demons breaking through from there.
Exactly.
"We need to get back to the base and notify the military district," Su Qinglian said.
Joey was slightly taken aback. Isn't the military district already monitoring the area with mages?
To give a brief overview of the area, the Furious Wind Mountain Range is filled with demons. To prevent demon attacks on the mountain range and potential raids on the city, there is a supply and trade base built by the military at the entrance to the range. Additionally, the base has mages who are constantly monitoring the movements of demons within the mountains. Su Qinglian frowned and replied when Joey asked, "Yes, there are some, but these demons are of too low a level." Joey became even more confused after hearing this. A level 30 black-silver evil beast was certainly not considered low level. As if understanding Joey's concerns, Su Qinglian explained, the mages mainly monitor the deep areas of the Furious Wind Mountain range. The movements of high-level demons, execution demons, and legendary tier beings have an aura so weak that it falls below the threshold that mages have set for detection. So, it's likely that the mages aren't monitoring them. At this point, Su Qinglian also had some doubts in her mind. However, if it was a rift between worlds, why would low-level demons be allowed to enter? As long as the Sea Army detects any demons, they will immediately wipe them out. If the rift between worlds can allow level 30 demons, it could also let through level 50 demons. Such a method from the other world not only puts lives at risk but also exposes the location of the rift. Forget it, this isn't something we should be pondering, we just need to send the information back. At this moment, they suddenly heard many demons shouting, "Food, food." At the same time, a beam of light shot down from the sky, striking the ground and causing an explosion not far from Joey's convoy. Demons, someone is being surrounded by demons over there. Joey thought to himself, his aura tense. Everyone, go ahead. I'll go and come back. Ignoring the other's attempts to persuade him, he hurriedly sent a message and rushed toward the site of the explosion. He would never forget this aura. Why was she here? Not only did Joey's group know about the person in trouble, but another squad also became aware of the situation. At that moment, one of them hesitated before speaking up. The white-silver demon at level 20, that girl won't last much longer. Should we help? Everyone fell silent. After a while, one person spoke up. We'd better not. We're trapped here and can't even take care of ourselves. If we manage to break free, relying on her own strength, she'll wipe out the evil demons. She's bound to become a prodigy in the future. But unfortunately, they all turned their concerned gazes toward the explosion site. Kang Shiran, battered and bruised, was struggling against the swarm of monsters. As she fought them off, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "It seems they've realized that my state has a time limit. They're surrounding me but not attacking, trying to pressure me into breaking down." These demons, each one spread out in a group across the plain, even if she managed to defeat the 8 in front of her, the demons surrounding her would immediately rush in. There was no way to escape and return to base. If her soul power runs out before she breaks through the encirclement. At this thought, Kang Shiran's eyes turned cold. Just as she was preparing to use her skills, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking each of the white-silver demons surrounding her, causing them to disintegrate instantly. Kang Shiran quickly turned around toward the source of the footsteps. Joey, riding a white wolf no, a white horse charged forward like a god, shouting at Kang Shiran, who was still in a daze. Kang Shiran, move aside. The demon behind Kang Shiran was currently howling, creating a deafening sound that Kang Shiran could not bear. She immediately covered her ears with both hands. The evil spirits, using the Flame Fire Region Frenzy skill, screamed and charged forward to attack. Kang Shiran shouted loudly to warn, "Joey, hurry up." That was the frenzy of the demon race. In her heart, she worried, thinking that the evil spirit's power had increased many times over, and Joey was absolutely no match for it. If she self-destructed, she had a 9 in 10 chance of destroying it and protecting Joey. Suddenly, Joey, riding a white wolf, appeared behind Kang Shiran. He wrapped his arm around her waist and lifted her onto the back of the white wolf. Kang Shiran was startled and cried out. At that moment, a demon charged at them, throwing a punch. Immediately, the white wolf leaped forward, avoiding the attack. Joey, sitting on the white wolf's back, turned his head, raised his hand, and shouted, "Light of the Judgment Realm." In an instant, a massive amount of lightning struck down from the sky, ravaging the area in front of him.
Joey smiled and spoke, "No wonder everyone wants to class change into a mage. The feeling of obliterating monsters from a distance is not bad." However, Joey's attack had caused such a large disturbance that it attracted all the evil spirits in the field. They quickly formed a large circle, surrounding the two of them. There were a total of 180 demons that could use group attack skills to solve the problem, but now they were scattered. Thinking to himself, Joey placed 2 fingers on Kong Shiran's forehead. "Kong Shiran, you go and lure the demons to the left, don't be too aggressive." Kong Shiran hesitated before speaking. Joey said nothing but began to cast a series of buffs on Kong Shiran. Kong Shiran was startled and silently exclaimed, "It's the Holy Knight's Legion adding buffs." She quickly opened her personal stats page. Level 16, title, Swordman, status, enchanted by the demon. Looking at the stats, she saw that her strength, speed, physique, and intelligence had all increased by 25%, leaving her speechless in astonishment. Joey didn't have time to pay attention to Kong Shiran's reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he jumped off the wolf's back, drew his weapon, aimed at the nearest group of monsters, and charged forward, swinging his hammer down, causing a massive explosion in the area. Behind him, Kong Shiran also dismounted from the wolf. She looked toward Joey, silently marveling, "Incredible. With all the attributes increased by 25%, it's like my strength has doubled. From what I know, there's no Holy Knight at level 16 or even level 20 who could do this." At this point, a group of monsters had already approached Kong Shiran's position. Without needing any orders, the white wolf charged at one of the monsters, opening its mouth to bite down. "This isn't the time to think about that. I need to follow his orders." Reminding herself, Kong Shiran's expression became serious. She drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Joey, he was moving at high speed. Each strike of his hammer was capable of killing one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster managed to sneak up behind Joey and raised its weapon, aiming for his head, preparing to strike. Just as the blow was about to land, a purple whip unexpectedly struck the monster's hand, knocking its weapon out of its grip and neutralizing the danger for Joey. Joey turned his head and saw Kong Shiran controlling the purple whip, attacking the monsters. The voice of the predecessor echoed, "Concentrate the demonic energy in your hand to form a whip that lashes at the enemy, dealing heavy damage and adding dark damage. With the profession of the Holy Light, it is indeed capable of attracting demons. Countless demons from the plains have gathered here, and now is the time to use this move." Shin said. Joey, casually throw out the Holy Light shield skill towards Kong Shiran and the White Wolf, creating a protective barrier around them, then instruct them, "Kong Shiran, stay in here." The Holy Light shield B+ envelopes the group members within a certain range of a sacred halo, making them immune to all physical damage, with the effect lasting for a certain period of time. Then, Joey shouted, "Holy Light Cross! Holy Light Cross, summon the Holy Light, gather the Holy Light Cross behind you, causing the enemy to continuously take fire-based light damage each second within a certain range, level 7, range of 200 meters. A massive Holy Cross summoned by Joey suddenly emitted golden light, shining towards the group of monsters. The next second, a yellow flame erupted, engulfing them and continuously burning, causing them to scream in agony. Kong Shiran's eyes sparkled as she gazed, dazed, at the scene. After the attack subsided, most of the monsters had been exterminated, leaving only the large, resilient ones still alive. All darkness would vanish under the illumination of light. Light gathered, a storm descended, a divine light storm, summoning a vortex formed by holy light at a designated location, dealing light magical damage to all enemies within a certain range. As Joey finished speaking, several massive rays of holy light condensed in the sky. These rays then fell to the ground, forming a large circle that surrounded the monsters. A second later, a whirlwind quickly formed at the center, sweeping up the monsters and tearing them into pieces. In the nearby bushes, a group of people stood with their mouths agape, watching the battle unfold. "That's terrifying. Who is this? Are they human? Boss, do we need to go over and greet them?" Hearing the question from one of his team members, the captain pondered for a moment. "Our team, aside from me being level 26,
the other 5 are all level 24. Forget one-on-one, even 6 against 1 would be impossible. This person is truly too terrifying, and they're still so young. In the end, the captain decided to lead his group to meet Joey. He thought to himself that they must make an acquaintance. But before waiting for this group of people to move, a mechanical contraption suddenly charged toward Joey's position from a distance. When the machine stopped, Zhu Dan along with Zhu Ruo, Wen Tian Shun, and Su Qinglian appeared on the machine's back. Zhu Dan raised his hand in greeting. "Joe Jr., we're here to help you." However, upon seeing the situation around them clearly, the 4 of them were stunned and stood frozen for 5 seconds. Joey turned his head to look at them and then took out a healing potion, drinking it all in one go.
System notification.
Congratulations, you have reached level 17, you have gained 15 points of free attributes, 15 points of skill. Congratulations, you have reached level 18, you have gained 15 points of free attributes, 15 points of skill.
Name, Joey. Level, 18.
1324/42,000 strength, 160.
Constitution, 162. Intelligence, 172. Mental power, 180. Demon points, 60,000 experience.
Unfortunately, the experience points gained by the profession have a level cap of 0.
This battle could yield more.
Looking at the healing potion still clutched in Joey's hand, he silently thought, the magic power has increased quite a bit, but there are too many high-level skills, still not enough. When I get back to school, I'll have to ask the teacher, she should have a solution. At this point, the group of Zhu Dan finally snapped out of it, jumping off the machine and walking toward Joey. Su Qinglian spoke up, "Joey, did you do all this?" Zhu Dan also chimed in, "Joey, your strength is even greater than I imagined." Before Joey could speak, Kang Shiran suddenly collapsed to the ground. The girls around her hurried to ask, "Is she alright?" Joey replied, "I think it's because she's overexerted herself, which caused her to enter a state of weakness." The girls went over to help Kang Shiran. Su Qinglian, however, kept her gaze fixed on Joey, probing, "Did you encounter any particularly difficult demons while exterminating them?" Joey raised her chin, paused for a moment in thought, then answered, "The highest level demon I've killed was a gold-tier demon at level 23. None of them were particularly difficult to deal with."
"Is something wrong?"
Su Qinglian asked, frowning.
"The demon army and the human army both have leaders.
If there's no leader here, it means that most of the demon army is not present. This place is not safe to stay in for long.
We must return to the base immediately." Joey immediately agreed.
Behind the bushes, seeing Joey and the others leave, one of the members spoke up, asking the captain, "Boss, it looks like they're about to leave.
Should we go out now?" The captain hesitated.
Before the captain could finish speaking, several of them suddenly felt as if an invisible force was weighing down on their bodies, causing a sense of fear to rise within them.
"Boss, what's going on?"
The boss looked outside, his face filled with terror as he exclaimed, "The concentration of demonic energy is intense."
"Is that a demon?"
They saw that the sky had turned blood red, as a vast area had been enveloped by a dark, ominous layer. Immediately after that, a hole opened up in the membrane above, allowing a dragon to emerge. On its back, there was a humanoid creature radiating a large amount of magical energy. Through the identification spell, the basic information of the two creatures appeared before everyone's eyes. Monster, demon, level 30, aptitude, legendary, skill, attack. Note, attack, monster, fire dragon, level 24, aptitude, golden, skill, blazing flame bombardment. At the same time, in the military area, the surveillance screens turned red with a warning. Warning, emergency status, the concentration of interdimensional aura exceeds the limit. Analyzing data. Data analysis complete. Level 4, interdimensional invasion has locked onto the eastern position of the Wildwind Mountains, longitude 111.454, latitude 15.305. Upon seeing this, the monitoring staff quickly took out their walkie-talkies and notified the entire military district.
Confirming interdimensional invasion level 4, all members of the Legion are to immediately assemble and prepare for battle. Confirming interdimensional invasion level 4, all members of the Legion are to immediately assemble and prepare for battle. The warriors and knights of the Shuelon Legion, please quickly end your training and move to the assembly square. The priest team of the Shuelon Legion, ensure you are fully prepared for reinforcement, and make sure your bodies are filled with magical energy. The logistics team of the Shuelon Legion, proceed with the distribution of magic cores and magic crystals. The mage team of the Shuelon Legion secured the position at longitude 111.454 east, latitude 15.305 north, forming a large transportation array. Quickly, the Legion's personnel lined up neatly within the large golden formations on the ground. A soldier stepped forward to report to the Legion commander of Shuelon. Su Wuzhu reports to the commander, all personnel have assembled and are awaiting instructions. Su Wuzhu drew his sword, pointed it forward, and shouted loudly, like a sword cutting through thorns, like a shield protecting one side. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword cutting through thorns, like a shield protecting one side. Su Wuzhu, satisfied, issued the order to depart. A few minutes earlier, at the stronghold of the demons, the demon lord sat on the throne, looking down at the numerous demons, and spoke. Every demon in this legion is a member personally chosen and filtered by me. In the 6 months since we arrived at Lamteng, we have lost no more than 10 of our kin. However, in this final moment of celebration, before returning to the Holy Realm, a few of our kin were pursued and sacrificed. In half a day, we will return to the Holy Realm. Before we leave, we must make a bold move. The demons below excitedly shouted. Thank you, Your Highness, for the blessing. Thank you, Your Highness. Back in the present, the demon lord, riding on the head of a fire dragon, looked down at the crowd and Joey said, I will not show mercy. I will seize your souls and burn them in hellfire. Then, the demon lord began to summon his army. Olayamas, the son of the demon, used his summoning skill. The silver demon was summoned, and the golden demon was also summoned. Su Qinglian immediately used her appraising skill to scan the crowd of demons. Legendary class demons, golden class demon knights, and silver class demon mages. Her expression turned serious. She drew her weapon, stepped forward toward Joey, and then turned around to say, Joey, wait here. The Qinghuan squad will protect you. If there is an opportunity, you must break through the encirclement and leave immediately. That's right, Joey, you must continue to survive, Judan said, then, along with the other 2 girls, stepped forward toward Joey. In their hearts, they believed that Joey was the most extraordinary talent they had ever encountered. With his abilities, he deserved them risking their lives to protect him. At that moment, a large yellow magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. It was the Shuelon Legion. The members of the Shuelon Legion were all level 30 and above, and the commander was a level 51 warrior. We've been saved. Contrary to the joy of Zhudan's group, Joey furrowed his brow, silently questioning, if it's teleportation to here, why not directly teleport there? Joey's suspicion was immediately answered. Because, on the opposite side, the demon lord suddenly laughed and spoke. Ha, humans, do not worry, the magic circle is covering us. Your legion cannot enter. Su Changlian exclaimed in astonishment, What? Impossible. She looked up at the sky and only then noticed that a large number of soldiers were standing on the expansive golden magic formations, blocked by a layer of red mist from the outside. Outside the red mist, Su Wuzhu turned to Wang Liang and asked, What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far? Wang Liang placed his hand on the red mist, felt it for a moment, and then responded seriously, This is the cursed magic formation of the Shadow Dark Flame Demon Clan. Once activated, the space inside cannot be transmitted, and any attacks from the outside will be blocked. It will take at least the combined strength of 2 more legions to break it. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for it to dissipate on its own after the time is up. Su Wuzhu frowned and asked, How long will it take for the magic formation to dissipate? Wang Liang answered, 5 minutes.
Upon hearing this, Su Wuzhu closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and then issued a heavy order.
He reviewed all the information about the individuals and recorded their details. Once the battle is over, inform their families to come and claim the bodies. Wang Liang replied, understood.
At the same time, inside the Shadow Dark Flame formation, the system notification announced the appearance of a legendary level demon.
A new mission was issued. Achievement mission, please, the host, eliminate the demon.
Failure will result in punishment.
No S+ level talent rewards.
TPHC Lin glanced at the system board, and Joey smiled to himself, thinking, the new achievement mission has finally arrived. After that, Joey's body emitted a golden light as he maneuvered through the crowd of Zhudan to move forward.
Su Chenglian hurriedly grabbed Joey's hand, calling out, Joey! On the opposite side, the demon lord fixed his gaze on Joey. Such dense holy power, it seems you've already harmed my kin. To show my respect for you, I will personally tear you into 100 pieces, so you can depart in endless pain. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord mounted the fire dragon and soared forward. Joey shook off Su Chenglian's hand and, at the same time, drew his weapon, preparing to fight. In that instant, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a surge of dark magic towards Joey below. Su Chenglian anxiously shouted, Joey! With a calm expression, Joey swung his hammer, sending a beam of golden light soaring high into the air. The attacks from both sides immediately collided in midair. Joey's strike tore through the fire dragon's attack and continued upwards, severing one of the fire dragon's wings. The fire dragon, losing its wing, could no longer stay airborne and plummeted to the ground. The demon lord also fell freely as a result. A loud crash rang out as the massive body of the fire dragon hit the ground, lying motionless. The demon lord landed safely but was still somewhat affected. Seizing this opportunity, Joey appeared behind the demon lord and swung his hammer towards him. The demon lord sensed the danger and immediately raised his weapon to strike behind him, but it only struck Joey's shoulder armor, causing it to fall off. Right after that, the demon lord saw a beam of golden light about to make intimate contact with his face. He quickly raised his weapon to block and used the force to jump backward. Looking at the ground where he had just stood, now shattered by a hammer blow from Joey, the demon lord couldn't believe it and silently screamed inside. What is this? This human is only level 18, how could he possibly have the strength to face me? Joey didn't rush to continue his attack. He set the hammer aside, cracked his knuckles, then looked at the demon lord and spoke. You've defended well. Oh, right, you're the first legendary grade monster I've ever encountered, human. After cursing, the demon lord lunged forward, stabbing a sword towards Joey. Joey grabbed his weapon again, leaped into the air to dodge, and simultaneously struck a large cross-shaped blow, pressing down on the demon lord below. The pure white holy seal, with an added stun effect, successfully judged the hit. He silently said. Joey raised his hand high, shouting Light of the Judgment Realm. The stun didn't last long. Before the thunderous strikes landed, the demon lord managed to recover in time and shouted. Flame Demon Abyss Shield. Looking at the shield in front of the demon lord that absorbed all the thunder strikes, Joey softly muttered. Even the Light of the Judgment Realm can't deal with him? It seems that ordinary methods are simply not enough to destroy a legendary level demon lord. This is troublesome. Looks like I'll have to use the system skill granted after the great examination. As for the demon lord, he turned towards his army and commanded, My beloved warriors, destroy him for me. Upon receiving the order, the demons immediately roared, shouting and brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Joey. Joey paid them no heed. Around him, a divine light began to appear, and his body slowly lifted into the air, releasing waves of golden demonic power. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Joey, not daring to look away. Then, Joey raised both hands high, and a massive fan-shaped circle appeared. From within, a gigantic hand reached out. It felt as if some terrifying existence was about to descend upon them.
As the demon lord finished speaking, the entire space was bathed in a golden hue. The gigantic hand descended from above, causing the ground to shake and crack as the wind swept around, stirring up chaos.
Su Chenglian murmured in awe, "Am I dreaming? Is this Zhou Yi's skill?" Kang Shiran felt the bloodline of the seductive demon within her trembling in fear.
Outside the red veil, Su Wuzhu spoke up, "The power of this is comparable to a demon cannon."
"Have we figured out who the people trapped inside are yet?" Wang Liang replied, "They are all students from Su-Hang University.
The one who used the skill just now is this year's top scorer.
Zhou Yi, the Holy Knight."
Su Wuzhu sighed with regret, saying, "Top scorer he, such a shame. We already know the power gap between the two sides is too vast. If Zhou Yi had just a little more time to grow, with that single skill, he could have wiped out that demon lord."
Sure enough, Su Wuzhu was right. After Zhou Yi's recent attack, the demon lord was still alive, and his entire body now exuded demonic energy even more terrifying than before. The demon lord roared in fury, "How dare you offend the great existence of the Flame Demon Legion, the Legion of Flame Rights?"
Immediately, from all directions, the demons launched a fierce assault toward Zhou Yi.
The demon lord turned to the demon who was healing him and said, "It's just an 18th level Holy Knight." The healing demon confirmed, "That's right. After many major battles, the magical power in his body has surely been completely exhausted. Without any magic power, facing our 3-legion army, simply relying on numbers alone can make him live or die." "Right." The demon lord responded in satisfaction, once again looking at Zhou Yi.
At the center of the attack, Zhou Yi remained calm, thinking to himself, "The divine hand has drained nearly all the magic in my body, and the recovery speed of my equipment is too slow. I have no choice but to rely on myself." A skill panel appeared in front of Zhou Yi. Holy Knight's Sacred Technique S. The secret technique of the Holy Knight released by the Holy Kingdom does not consume magic power.
Moreover, it is unaffected by silence skills.
After using this secret technique, you will gain a portion of the strength of divine radiance according to your body's endurance.
The 4 corresponding attributes will be increased.
The speed of all divine and light skills will temporarily be increased by 5, and the recovery rate of HP, stamina, and magic power will be multiplied by 20. The effect will last for a period of time. After the skill ends, the user will fall into a state of weakness. Then, a second later, a beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red veil and enveloping Zhou Yi.
What the hell is going on?
Filled with doubt, the demon lord looked up and saw Zhou Yi inside a golden pillar of light, surrounded by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Feathers fell from above, and whenever they touched any demon, it caused them to burn and disintegrate into smoke.
Su Wuzhu reached out to touch a feather and couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is divine technique."
Wang Liang, the deputy commander of the Shuilong Legion standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, curious,
"Commander, what is divine technique?"
"It's a top-tier skill held by those of the divine class. It can harness all the energy and divine faith. I've once seen a priest perform divine technique, and with just one move, he was able to restore the entire legion to its peak condition. It's because of divine technique that only our army can withstand the siege of 3 demonic legions while waiting for reinforcements. The divine power is vast as the sea. Without us, he could still wipe out the demons." Below, the demon lord and the demon in charge stared wide-eyed at the scene, unable to believe it, and shouted,
"This can't be. This is clearly an advanced secret technique. He's a level 18 Holy Knight, how can he possibly use divine energy?"
The mage standing behind him quickly spoke up, reminding him, "Your Highness, once divine technique is cast, only divine energy of the same kind can break it.
If he completes the ritual, our entire legion will be destroyed."
It's just a skill. The 2 sides of offense and defense immediately exchanged.
The dark barrier in the valley formed a magic circle. How long would it take to return?
1 minute, the sorcerer replied.
I understand. Now it's time for you to show your loyalty.
Yes, the sorcerer responded, then loudly shouted, "All demons, heed my command.
Offer everything you have to the demon lord."
Immediately after, he was the first to offer up his soul.
Great Demon Lord Roskin, I dedicate all that I am in reverence to you. Great Demon Lord, my lord, I dedicate all that I am in reverence to you. One after another, hundreds of demons chanted slogans and volunteered to offer up their souls. Soon, all their souls were absorbed by the Demon Lord. Watching the dark power emanating from the Demon Lord, it grew stronger and stronger. The goddess sneered, saying, "You ugly, pitiful, lowly creatures. Holy Knight, I bestow divine energy upon you." As she spoke, the goddess raised her hand, pointing at the Demon Lord. Joey's eyes immediately lit up, and a beam of light shot from his hand toward the Demon Lord, who was absorbing the sacrificial souls. The ground shook, a cataclysmic explosion occurred, sending dust flying everywhere. But as the dust cleared, everyone saw that the Demon Lord could still rise, and in fact, he had even gathered a massive fireball. The power of the fire demon was the strongest innate skill, concentrating the fire element to its extreme limit, with the surface temperature reaching up to 15 million degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the sacrifices made by the clan members, I would not have been able to use this skill. Thinking to himself, the little demon shouted, "Die, Holy Knight!" He then threw a fireball directly at Joey, but unfortunately, it disappointed him. As the dust cleared, he still saw Joey standing there, completely unharmed. At that moment, he realized that he and Joey were not on the same level, so he dared not delay any longer and immediately turned to flee toward the magic circle to return. But of course, Joey would not give him that chance. "I, the god in the name of justice, sentence you to death." With that, Joey waved his hand, and a beam of light descended from the sky, directly taking the life of the Demon Lord. "Return, I have completed my mission, my glory." Returning to the Holy Realm, the Demon Lord muttered a few delirious words before breathing his last. Witnessing this scene, the remaining demons, like headless snakes, screamed in fear, "What should we do? The Demon Lord is dead, the magic circle to return has been destroyed, how can we return to the Holy Realm now? It's finally over." Joey said a single sentence before falling into a weakened state, losing consciousness. His body then fell freely. Joey, Kang Shiran, and the Qingyuan team hurriedly ran over. Vice Commander of the Shuelon Legion hastily instructed, "Priest, quickly check Joey's condition. Team 1, Team 2, quickly search for any surviving adventurers around the mountain area. The remaining Legion members, follow me in an assault. It's too heavy, I can't breathe, it feels like something is pressing on my chest. I can't move, is it the sleep paralysis? Am I going to die?" Thinking of this, Joey suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize he was lying in a hospital room, and indeed, he had been pressed down by a 50-kilogram shadow. Kang Shiran, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes and said, "Joey, you're awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Let me go inform everyone." "Right, thank you for saving me." Kang Shiran unexpectedly kissed Joey on the cheek, then awkwardly turned and left. "This girl," Joey said with a helpless expression. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared. Daily tasks: 200 push-ups incomplete, 200 squats incomplete, 200 sit-ups incomplete. I've been asleep for 2 days straight, and missed out on the daily rewards for those 2 days. Let's see if the completion of achievement tasks can make up for it. Achievement task Exterminate the Demons has been completed, and the corresponding rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you've received the S+ rank innate skill, Resistance to Death. Resistance to Death, your body can resist death and quickly recover from any damage. Congratulations, you've received the S rank Magic Medicine Fooling Pill. After consumption, it will increase the user's luck for 12 hours. An innate ability that can heal damage? Such an ability would be useful in any profession, but its effect might vary. However, being an S+ rank innate skill and named Resistance to Death definitely makes it something special. Thinking about this, Joey excitedly conjured a knife, and without hesitation, lightly stabbed it into his chest. He then pulled the knife out and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at the speed of light, Joey couldn't help but marvel. So it heals in 2 seconds? Impressive. With this situation, even in the midst of battle, he wouldn't be affected by normal damage, and his survival ability would be greatly enhanced. What about a serious injury, though? With that thought, Joey summoned an axe. However, after some consideration, he decided not to take any risks and put the axe away, continuing to study the Fu Ling pill that increased luck. Luck, huh? How much does it increase? Will I step outside and instantly find a legendary weapon? Just casually help an old lady across the street and become a third-tier professional, or randomly buy a perfect piece of equipment on the street? A bottle of divine medicine could unlock limitless possibilities. I'll save it for later. Just as Joey was about to close the system, a notification caught his attention. Holy Flame Radiant Wheel, Level A. Summon a Holy Flame Radiant Wheel around you, giving you the ability to control the fire element. Increases the fire and light damage of yourself and your nearby teammates by 20%. The effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Radiant Wheel. What's this? A divine skill? Joey recalled the moment when he fought against the Demon Lord. It was at that time. The protection of the Sacred Heavenly Angel, Level S. The Sacred Heavenly Angel binds with the user. Your light affinity is greatly increased. All light and divine skills are enhanced exponentially. The Holy Flame Radiant Wheel of Level A condenses a Holy Flame Radiant Wheel around the user, granting the ability to control the fire element and increasing the fire and light damage of both the user and nearby allies by 20%. The effect lasts for a certain period of time. The Holy Flame Radiant Wheel is a light element skill that also provides the protection of the Holy Angel, enhancing the user's defensive capabilities. Once activated, it can increase the damage of light and fire element skills by an additional 40%. Wouldn't I become a dual element mage of thunder and fire if I used Holy Flame Radiant Wheel along with Light of Retribution? While Joey was lost in thought, a knock on the door snapped him back to the present. A stranger entered, coming to visit Joey. After settling down, he introduced himself. I am Wang Liang, Vice Captain of the Shuelong Legion. Student Joey, thanks to your timely action in exterminating the monsters and sabotaging the teleportation array, we were able to capture so many evil demon prisoners. Joey humbly replied, You're too kind, I only did a small part. Is there something you need from me? Originally, the captain was supposed to come in person to thank you, but he's currently busy, so I am here in his stead. Although your final strike destroyed half of the Shadow Valley, the traces of the demon's descent were still perfectly preserved. The Legion has uncovered the demon's secret, and the captain has already reported the matter to the higher-ups. He said, then took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into a virtual space, with all sorts of items appearing before Joey's eyes. The resources of the Shuelong Legion had been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be polite, just tell me what you like, Wang Liang said generously. Joey glanced around, unable to hide his admiration. Could there really be high-level S-grade rare resources here? After a while of searching, Joey asked. Vice Commander Wang, do you have an extreme cold lotus of S-grade in the Shuelong Legion storage? Wait a moment, let me check. Wang Liang performed a few actions, then pointed at the screen and asked. Is this it? Exactly, Joey exclaimed excitedly. All right then. Wang Liang appeared outwardly calm, but deep down, he felt like he was drowning in a sea of tears. 100 million contribution points equaled 3 years of his salary. He'd probably have to ask the commander to cover it. The extreme cold lotus is in the headquarters warehouse, so you'll need to wait here for a few days. If you're getting bored, I can arrange for someone to go with you to hunt demons in the mountain range, Wang Liang said casually, heading toward the door. But as Joey looked away, Wang Liang couldn't help but smile. Sending some younger members of the Legion with Joey to hunt demons would help build rapport. Once Joey became a top-tier powerhouse, the Shuelong Legion would also bask in some of his glory. His plan was, in a word, perfect. Just as Wang Liang was secretly pleased with himself, Joey's next words hit him like a cold bucket of water. Sorry, I need to go back to school tomorrow for the freshman competition.
You can just send the extreme cold lotus to my dorm.
Forgot he's still a student.
Wang Liang sighed deeply and replied, the extreme cold lotus will be delivered to your place at Suhang University, Dormitory 1, in 2 days. From now on, if you ever encounter a situation you can't resolve in the Furious Wind Mountain Range, you must contact the Shuelong Corps. After saying this, he left.
Joey plopped down onto the sofa, unable to suppress a happy smile.
Shiao Yun has been saved. I really should thank that ghost or whatever it is, because without it, I wouldn't have had the chance to take the extreme cold lotus from the Shuelong Corps stockpile. Glancing at the clock, Joey muttered to himself, it's almost midnight, I should finish today's daily mission first. In the Qinghuan squad, Su Qinglian had just stepped out of the shower when she was surrounded by her teammates, pleading with her.
Captain, we want to invite Joey to join the Qinghuan squad, what do you think? Su Qinglian casually replied, I think he probably won't agree.
With his strength, he'd be more effective eliminating demons on his own.
Shu Dan chuckled and said, how will we know if we don't try? Besides, didn't the captain also want him to join us, just like we do? When Tian Shun joined in, I've seen the captain secretly visit Joey a few times already. Su Qinglian didn't respond, but silently recalled the last time she visited Joey.
At that time, she had indeed extended the invitation for him to join their team, but he had politely declined.
Although Su Qinglian felt regretful, she didn't press him. Before leaving, however, she couldn't help but say, by the way, to thank you for saving us in the Furious Wind Mountain Range, this is a special thank you gift for you. Having said that, Su Qinglian placed a kiss on Joey's cheek and flashed him a radiant smile before leaving. Joey couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, recalling a similar gesture from Kong Shiran. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls these days are so bold. In another development, Su Wuzhu was reporting to his superior.
According to the investigation, during the recent invasion by interdimensional demons, compared to 3 years ago, they have been appearing alternately in the Furious Wind Mountain Range. The investigation shows that these demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized spatial cracks.
Are you sure? Do you understand the significance of this report?
Su Wuzhu confirmed, until now, interdimensional creatures could only invade Lamting through large spatial rifts.
Because there aren't many large rifts, the risk of an interdimensional invasion was low. But there are countless medium-sized spatial rifts on Lamting. If interdimensional creatures can cross through these medium rifts, Lamting will face a catastrophic crisis. That's why this investigation result has been verified many times.
Fortunately, we discovered that only interdimensional creatures below level 30 can pass through medium-sized rifts. The man with horns on his head immediately instructed, if that's the case, we need to quickly devise a strategy to address this issue. Minister Yang, immediately notify the army forces nationwide and have them investigate all medium-sized spatial rifts within their station areas. Representative Zhang, attend the International United Nations Congress this time to report these findings and observe the reactions of the other countries. At this moment, Wang Wei, the principal of Suhang University, asked,
Commander Su, is the intelligence this time obtained from an 18-year-old teenager?
That's right. Su Wuzhu displayed an image of Zhou on the screen. This young hero was named Zhou, a rising holy knight, the top graduate of Suhang Provincial University, and the top freshman at Suhang University. He had performed a divine magical ritual to descend and defeat the demons, and he had also destroyed the teleportation array.
This action brought immense benefits to us.
The others were taken aback after hearing this. It was quite rare for a holy knight to become a top scholar of the province.
Suhang province, moreover, with the surname Zhou, could he be a descendant of the House of Frostbone Pearl?
At this moment, a senior official turned to Wang Wei and said,
Representative Wang, after returning to the school, please help me look into Zhou. Got it.
If he's a promising talent, be sure to notify us, and don't keep it a secret.
Someone spoke up teasingly. Su Wuzhu secretly admired Zhou. These are all top-tier experts from across the country. If you win their favor, your future will undoubtedly soar.
2 days later, the official freshman competition officially began. A flying robot hovered throughout Suhang University, announcing,
10 a.m. Please gather at the athletic field in a timely manner. As the clock neared the critical hour, the director of the War Academy, representing the judging panel, stood up to speak. He was the director of the Military Academy, the Element Academy, the Tactical Academy, and Shuiyuan Academy. I am Wu Mang, the director of the War Academy. Welcome to those of you who have chosen Suhang University. This new student competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a replica of the challenge dungeon, where the rankings are determined based on the difficulty and the time taken to pass the levels. The second stage is the free challenge. Each participant has 3 opportunities to challenge those with higher rankings, with success leading to a change in the ranking order. While Wu Mang was speaking, Sumi and I stood beside him, nervously anxious. Why haven't Joey and Kong Shiran shown up yet? If they don't make it to the competition now, they'll lose their eligibility. It really wasn't a good idea to tell him anything about Extreme Cold Lotus until they had solid information. Now it was about to become a problem. Sumi and I wasn't the only one who noticed Joey's absence.
Other students, who also couldn't spot Joey, started whispering among themselves.
Hey, have you seen Joey?
No, haven't seen him.
Did he forget about the new student competition?
That's quite possible.
After all, he hasn't returned to school for a whole month. That's a good thing, we can directly eliminate one opponent.
Xin Lingfeng, standing in the crowd, heard these words and smirked to himself.
Joey, you're not in the training area, wasting a whole month of time.
Now you don't even have the courage to participate in the new student competition.
The opportunity is right in front of you, and you can't seize it. Truly pathetic.
Next, the first stage of the new student competition, the replica of the Baiyin Realm Challenge, began. Wu Mang finished speaking just as the gate leading into the secret realm was opened, and a dark flame surged out, enveloping the vast space. The scale and strength of the new students this time were the strongest in history, designed to maximize everyone's potential. The copy of the secret realm this time not only featured levels of easy, hard, and nightmare, but also specifically added a deep abyss difficulty. One student, hearing this, couldn't help but get excited and said, "They've already opened the abyss difficulty. No wonder the grand gate of the secret realm is burning with such flames.
Ridiculous.
I remember the abyss model's difficulty being 10 times more terrifying than the nightmare level."
Next, another student said, "This is going to be fun. I'll definitely sweep through the high-level abyss copy later."
As they spoke, the students began to get busy preparing their gear to enter the secret realm, bringing along their best magical potions, weapons, and equipment before setting off. As Wu Mang finished speaking, information about the secret realm appeared. The copy of the secret realm Fogborn Lair, with levels ranging from level 12 to level 19, offered difficulty options including easy, hard, nightmare, and abyss, with group sizes ranging from 1 to 6 people. Warning: in the dark, gloomy forest, inhabited by a group of fierce Fogborn, it is said that a human's body cannot even fill the stomach of a small Fogborn.
After that moment, all the new students were teleported into the secret realm.
Wu Mang looked at the screen, where the options displayed for difficulty were nightmare or abyss, and couldn't help but murmur, "Not bad, not bad, these are all young ones full of vibrant energy, moving forward." At that moment, Wu Mang noticed something unusual. Why couldn't he see the serial numbers 1 and 3? Sumi and I hesitated before answering. "Report, Director, 1 and 3 have been at Furious Wind Mountain range training, and they haven't returned yet." Wu Mang angrily shouted, "The freshman competition determines the direction and resources for cultivation in the future.
How can they be late for something this important? So young, yet relying on their ranking, they become arrogant and careless in their actions." Sumi and I hurriedly tried to explain, "Director, Joey is not that kind of person, he..." Before she could finish, Wu Mang waved his hand to interrupt her. "Students like that need to temper their character. If they can't make it, they don't need to participate anymore. Just rank them last." At that moment, Joey appeared, carrying Kong Shiran and running swiftly towards them. Sorry, we're late. With that, he and Kanshi Ran immediately selected the difficulty of the deep abyss. The two of them were quickly teleported into the secret realm. You have arrived at the Fogborn lair. You have selected the deep abyss difficulty. Please note, the monsters in the deep abyss difficulty are extremely frenzied. Be sure to use the rotation mechanism to return at the right time. We hope the difficulty is as rumored. While speaking, Joey activated a series of buffs: Blessing of the Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of the Gods, Gift of Protection, and simultaneously drew his weapon, ready for battle. Monster, Fogborn Warrior, Level 17, White-Silver Aptitude. Skills, Guardian Hair, Frenzied Attack. Monster, Fogborn Warrior, Level 18, White-Silver Aptitude. Skills, Resilient Aura, War March. Joey glanced at the information about the monstrous creatures roaring and preparing to charge toward him, hoping it would allow him to unleash his full potential. Filled with excitement, Joey spoke, then leaped high into the air, swinging down a hammer. Elsewhere, Kanshi Ran was utilizing the B-level skill Shun Shadow Breaking Demon Slash, continuously wielding his weapon and launching sword chi, creating powerful impacts that pierced through the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Shin Lingfeng condensed the firepower enveloping his body and unleashed Fire Phoenix Extreme Limit, inflicting immense damage on a single target to deal with the monstrous creatures. Another top student chose to use the C-level skill Full Wind Cracking Heart Strike, spinning around and jumping up to kick an enemy, sending them crashing to the ground, temporarily knocking them unconscious. However, the simultaneous attack of 16 Fogborn still left him dazed. The judges, observing the students' performances on the screen, began to offer their initial comments. The overall performance of this year's freshman is not bad. The Fogborn replica is the most challenging replica in our school's secret realm. In the past, freshmen entering this replica were beaten to the point where they couldn't react, and thus eliminated from the competition. Yet this year, they have all managed to hold their ground. At this moment, Wu Mang ordered the technical team to display Window 1. I must see how much progress one has made after wasting a month at the Furious Wind Mountain range. The screen immediately showed Joey. At this moment, smoke and flames surrounded him, and the system displayed a congratulatory message: First door cleared, 16 Fogborn eliminated. Time, 5 seconds. The result was so astonishing that the director of the Elemental Academy, Zhu Huayang, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How could Joey, after only 5 seconds, use the support skill Holy Flame Radiant Wheel to unleash the most intense effect of fire and directly annihilate the monster? Song Ji, the director of the Weaponry Academy, pondered in confusion and speculated. Unless Joey's intelligence attribute is exceptionally high. Wu Mang, encountering this scene for the first time, dared not make a hasty conclusion and instead cautiously analyzed the situation. There are many reasons that could lead to such high damage skills: intelligence attributes, powerful buffs, rare talents, and treasures. But this is just one battle, it's too early to draw a firm conclusion. Even someone with years of combat experience like me can't identify the Radiant Wheel. Strange. What kind of skill is it? What kind of effect does it have? Joey had not wasted any time during this past month. This kid is interesting. Joey had no idea that he was causing a stir among the judges, as he remained fully focused on the battle. The punishment of light. As Joey finished his sentence, thousands of lightning bolts struck the group of monsters, sending them straight to meet their ancestors. Following that, the notification board continued to appear. Congratulations, you have passed the second trial, defeating 200 Fogborn. Time, 1 minute 23 seconds, press forward. Joey proceeded to use his Victory Spear technique, successfully passing the third trial in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Through the deep-level dungeon copy, time to pass the trial, 4 minutes 57 seconds, SSS ranking. You have been recognized as the record holder for this dungeon copy. The reward for passing the B+ skill book level is the Grey Hammer of Repentance, granting 13,212 experience points, 25 attribute points, and 25 skill points. The Grey Hammer of Repentance wields a divine strength, striking enemies with devastating force, causing them to suffer immense damage.
As the first person to pass the level, you have unlocked a unique innate achievement. You may choose one of the following three options.
1. Focus on light restoration, increases neural response speed by 30%.
When using skills, there is a 30% chance of not being interrupted by the AD buff. After entering combat state, your movement speed will continuously increase, with a maximum increase of 50%.
2.
Steadfast defense. While using a shield as a weapon, your damage resistance will increase by 30%. Receiving the notification left Joey somewhat surprised.
I can get a new innate talent from clearing a dungeon? The strength of a professional is closely tied to their innate talent.
Initially, I was able to activate my promotion to Holy Knight during the class transfer meeting because of my S+ talent.
This must be a special privilege for dungeons of silver level or higher, right?
After all, my dungeon in the competition had some new records, but no reward like this. Choosing 1 out of 3 is quite user-friendly, no need to worry about getting a useless innate talent.
With this thought, Joey began to calculate. Steadfast defense works well with Holy Knight when playing as a tank, but I don't have many opportunities to use it. The focus on light restoration, on the other hand, isn't bad, though it's slightly weaker than focus on light restoration. In real combat, the time taken from spotting the enemy to launching a counterattack is crucial. The stronger the enemy, the faster the attack, which naturally makes the speed of neural response even more valuable. Combat is ever-changing, and focusing on the core can reduce risks, as the interruption of skills can be minimized. This approach can be utilized as a pivotal axis in the battlefield. At this moment, another portal filled with a dark aura opened, and a notification appeared on the gate. The deep level copy has been passed. Would you like to activate the auxiliary gate card?
The aura that was repulsive to others emanated from the teleportation portal, and Joey-chan hoped that the auxiliary gate card would bring him some joy.
He eagerly stepped through the gate outside. Joey's recent performance once again left the judges in awe.
Each of them gave comments based on their areas of expertise regarding his fierce combat techniques.
His perfect control over elemental powers, quick thinking, and strong adaptability proved that the deep level copy was certainly worth the effort. Joey was incredibly versatile.
Not only was he proficient in extremely powerful attack magic, but he also considered ways to enhance his strength. His close combat skills were just as astonishing. However, his Holy Knight skills were so comprehensive that, even though he leveled up, the immense energy cost meant that the final outcome seemed ordinary. Ping Wumang nodded in agreement after hearing Zhang Ling, the director of the Tactical Academy.
Yeah, this is indeed an issue. After the new student battle ends, I'll personally talk to him about it.
Song Ji and Zhu Huayang, upon hearing this, immediately exchanged words, with one playing the role of the initiator and the other as the supporter, saying,
Wu Din, Joey has not yet decided which academy to attend, and as for his choice, it would be more appropriate for the principal there to speak on the matter.
That's right, everything must wait until Joey has made his decision on the academy.
Joey is highly proficient in elemental magic, making him a perfect fit for the Elemental Academy. Looks like we're already starting to steal people away.
As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present.
Principal, it seems everyone is very impressed with Joey.
It's a pity I arrived too late and didn't get to see him demonstrate his full strength.
Wang Hui smiled as he spoke, then turned back to Joey.
As soon as he stepped into the side door, a grim, deathly scene unfolded before his eyes. Looking at the pile of skeletal remains stacked into a mountain not far away, Joey wondered.
Isn't this the place where a dark deity ritual was once held?
He stared intently at the skeleton seated on the throne placed atop the mountain of bones, then quietly answered to himself. This world already has the god of light, so of course, there must be a corresponding dark god. The dark god is not only the title for the god of darkness but also a collective term for chaotic, mad gods. These two are vastly different. To worship the god of light or a dark deity, one only needs to be devoted and loyal, but worshipping the dark god requires pure life and soul. The notorious event from a few years ago was caused by a third-generation apostle who worshipped the dark god.
He secretly plotted to sacrifice an entire mid-sized city. Thousands upon thousands of lives perished in a single night, and in the blink of an eye, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and the patrolling envoy, the millions of souls devoured by the Dark God could never be revived. From that moment on, the kingdom of Zhongxia strictly forbade the worship of the Dark God, and anyone caught doing so would be sentenced to death immediately. However, the forces that revered the Dark God continued to grow, and many were willing to take the risk and venture into danger. Of course, it wasn't just humans who worshipped the Dark God, beastkin, elves, and angels were also capable of such devotion. As Joey stepped onto the red formation etched into the ground, a dense purple mist instantly enveloped the skeletal figure on the throne, and then the monster awoke.
A level 19 fogborn soul monster, he noted.
It's been a long time since we've seen a leader of the Fogborn, an evolved soul entity from the Dark God's blood ritual. You humans smell so good, who would have thought you'd be an immortal creature immune to physical damage? If any of the warriors saw this final boss, they'd probably faint. Joey, carrying his axe on his shoulder, spoke to the boss in an amused tone, "Tasty, come and eat." He then used his Divine Lightstorm skill, summoning a storm of holy light at the designated location, dealing light magical damage to all enemies within a certain range, as if to say bring it on.
Humph, throwing eggs at a rock.
No sooner had the boss spoken than it was sucked into the heart of the vortex and crushed to pieces. However, just a moment later, the boss recovered to its original state and, at the same time, praised, "Human, I admit that your holy light is indeed powerful, but before the immortality granted to me by Lord Xia, everything is like using an egg to fight against a stone." Seeing the aura surrounding Joey becoming more intense, the boss guessed, "With the holy light this strong, it seems you're planning to use your trump card."
"Not going to happen. Everything you've done is just a futile struggle. Once you use up your trump card, how much strength do you think you have left? When I revive next time, that will be when you have to sacrifice."
"Oh, really?" Joey sneered, then extended his hand towards the boss. Immediately, a giant sphere shot straight at the boss, making it scream in agony. But before it could disintegrate, it still stubbornly said, "I told you, you can't destroy me."
"Nonsense."
With those words, Joey stood still and continuously shot light orbs at the boss, sending it to its final end.
"Congratulations, you have completed the instance. Completion time, 1 minute 12 seconds.
Clearing reward, congratulations, you have received 7,113 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you have obtained a golden level Fierce Beast Illusion." As expected, the ability to resurrect countless times was just a fantasy. It seems that as long as its strength was exhausted, it could be destroyed. Before leaving the secret realm instance, Joey looked back, his mind in deep thought. When he first entered this space, he had already sensed a vague, violent power. This source of power is not elemental strength, but when using divine techniques, the sensation of power is similar, which led to the speculation that it is the residual power of the Dark God. When the soul of the Dark Beast first revived, that eerie power diminished somewhat. Therefore, it was speculated that the number of times the soul of the Dark Beast could resurrect was limited. The correct way to overcome the trial was to defeat the soul of the Dark Beast one by one, causing it to continuously draw the Dark God's energy from the space until all the energy was used up. While Joey had completed the task, other students were still struggling to pass the exam. Some students had been defeated by the boss, while others managed to defeat it.
Xinlingfang was one such example.
The side quest is indeed the most difficult part of the instance. You need to defeat the soul of the Dark Beast 10 times to completely destroy it. Fortunately, I leveled up twice not long ago, so I can control the time limit to pass within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Xinlingfang secretly felt proud, then quickly left the instance.
Divine skill? Can Joey really use an S-level skill? Wu Kujian, the dean of Shuiyuan Academy, couldn't help but be surprised, smiling joyfully.
The other teachers began to gossip when they saw Joey coming out. Joey must have stumbled through the trial or found a shortcut.
Let's see if a new student can do it this way. True, looks like our holy knight has some secrets of his own.
S-level skills aren't something a student from a barren region should have access to. The teacher hadn't even finished his sentence when he heard the deliberately subtle cough of the principal. Immediately, he understood and fell silent. Yet, he couldn't help feeling confused. Why was the principal stepping in to save a student? At this moment, Sumi and I, who was intently watching Joey, let out a sound of delight. There's something off about his level. Why is he at level 19?
Upon hearing this, the others began to chatter.
Level 19? Is that true? When the exam rankings were announced, Joey was only at level 13. Even if he completed the Abyss instance, there's no way he could jump 6 levels like that. This guy is truly terrifying.
I know some of the details behind this, Wang Wei spoke up to explain.
After the report, Joey left the school to hunt monsters and level up.
Joey made quite a lot of progress during his trip to Furious Wind Mountain Range. When he entered the instance, he was already at level 18.
He could single-handedly wipe out the Flame Branch Dark Demon army. The newcomer tournament must feel as easy as flipping his hand for him right now.
If it weren't for the fact that the newcomer tournament is the official event for distributing resources, he probably wouldn't even bother attending. As Shin Lingfang stepped out of the instance, he was surprised to see Joey waiting outside.
How is he here? Did he finish the instance before me?
He then began to deceive himself.
No way.
He must have failed the sub-challenge and quit early. Carrying the glory of the 8 great families of Jiangning, I absolutely cannot lose to a lowly person from the north, Shin Lingfeng murmured to himself, then retracted his skill and returned to his usual demeanor.
Afterward, a cold glance swept over Joey without even a greeting, which left Joey feeling confused. Too angry, huh? Could it be you failed the instance?
At that moment, Joey heard a scream from not far away. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw Kong Shiran falling freely out of the instance gate.
Careful!
Joey shouted and, as quick as lightning, rushed to catch Kong Shiran.
Joey, brother, you really cleared the level faster than me, huh? Kong Shiran said while naturally hugging Joey.
Brother?
Joey looked at Kong Shiran, puzzled. I'm only a few months older than you, shouldn't you be calling me brother instead?
Kong Shiran casually replied, alright, it's not a big deal either way. Joey decided to go along with Kong Shiran's words. At that moment, a series of students, like Kong Shiran, fell out of the instance gate. However, they weren't as fortunate as Kong Shiran, who had been caught by the hot guy.
Moreover, it seemed that their experience inside the instance hadn't been easy.
As soon as they came into the real world, they continuously screamed in pain and begged for help.
The healing team quickly rushed to provide aid. Hurry up! Sumi and I urgently instructed while running to tend to a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students had safely made it out.
Wu Mang closed the entrance to the secret realm and then announced, Stage 1 has officially concluded, and now I will announce the rankings and the time taken to clear the challenges.
Finally, it's being announced. I can barely wait anymore.
Shin Lingfeng was smiling smugly, but when he saw the leaderboard, his face instantly twisted with frustration.
Top 1, Joey. Time to clear the instance, 4 minutes 57 seconds. Time to clear the side challenge, 1 minute 12 seconds. Top 2, Shin Lingfeng. Time to clear the instance, 13 minutes 35 seconds. Time to clear the side challenge, 7 minutes 42 seconds. Top 3, Kong Shiran. Top 4, Song Xiaolan. Top 5, Qin Feng. Had he really cleared the instance that much faster than me? And by 15 minutes, no less.
Unable to accept this fact, Shin Lingfeng went nearly mad. He climbed up a dragon-carved pillar and cursed inwardly, Joey, you took the first place in the imperial examination from me, and now you're stealing the title of the top newcomer in the competition.
No matter how you did it, in the next phase, I will definitely crush you underfoot. Joey, unaware of Shin Lingfeng's inner thoughts, was simply distracted by his ridiculous actions. Why climb so high? Then, the second phase of the free challenge officially began.
Wu Mang clapped his hands, and a series of floating arenas appeared in the air. Each participant granted 3 chances to challenge.
Each challenge had a 5-minute rest period in between. The second stage has finally arrived. I want to challenge rank 754. My class is not suited for dealing with monsters, on the contrary, it is more suitable for fighting against other people. I want to challenge rank 86, I want to challenge Joey. Shen Lingfeng shouted loudly and immediately jumped onto the arena, his gaze challenging Joey. Come on, Joey, let's see who is stronger. Kang Shiran provided some information to Joey. He is Shen Lingfeng, ranked 2nd from the Jiangning family, possessing the rare and precious flame dragon bloodline. Because of your appearance, his dream of becoming the top in Su Hang shattered, which is why he harbors such hatred for you. Clearly, his strength is far from yours, yet he doesn't recognize his own limits, truly a person consumed by enmity. Thinking to himself, Joey leapt onto the arena, hoping he could unleash his full strength. Come on, Joey, Holy Knight versus Bosei, let's see who is truly stronger. Shen Lingfeng said arrogantly, and as soon as the referee called for the start, he immediately unleashed his power, using Crimson Flame Fist and Blood Chi Frenzy to rush forward and attack Joey. In the stands below, Wang Hui immediately recognized Shen Lingfeng's intention, the signature technique of Bosei. Shen Lingfeng is looking to finish this quickly. Wu Mang agreed, immediately activating Fury of Blood and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack, aiming to cut off Joey's ability to enhance his buffs. Xu Huayang sighed, Shen Lingfeng is indeed worthy of being from a prestigious family, his decision-making in battle is incredibly decisive. Although Shen Lingfeng had good combat thinking, he was still one step slower than Joey. As soon as he realized that his attack had no effect on Joey, Shen Lingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy Light Guardian, when did you activate it? Holy Light Guardian is a B-level skill that can resist damage to certain parts of the body. This is the skill I least wanted you to use, and in the end, I still missed one step. Shen Lingfeng secretly regretted. That was a wise choice. Your attack was indeed very fast, but when I activated Holy Light Guardian, it only took 0.1 seconds. Joey, pleased with himself, took out the Repentance Hammer. I was hoping you could give me a match that's a bit different from this one, so I deliberately didn't attack first. Sorry, you can't get me excited anymore. With that, Joey raised his hammer high and struck it straight into Shen Lingfeng's face, sending him crashing from mid-air to the ground, breaking his flame branch shield in the process. How can he have such powerful energy? While Shen Lingfeng was distracted, he suddenly noticed that Joey had approached him without him realizing. In his hand was the hammer, ready to strike. I can't avoid it in time. No, I can't lose. Just as Joey's hammer came down, Shen Lingfeng was once again sent flying out of the arena. But unlike last time, this time he used the Flame Dragon region. After using one hand to block Joey's hammer, he charged forward, unleashing a punch at Joey with the speed of light. Flame Dragon region. It seems this is the energy hidden within your bloodline. Joey, while speaking, moved like a gentle breeze, dodging Shen Lingfeng's high-speed attacks, all the while harboring some thoughts in his mind. Kang Shiran was like this, and Shen Lingfeng was the same. Professionals who possess strength seem to be able to wield a powerful trump card derived from their bloodline, which truly made Joey feel a bit of admiration. Even if you activate your bloodline power, you're still no match for me. Joey grabbed the arm of Shen Lingfeng, who was frantically attacking, and once again swung his hammer, but this time, unlike before, Shen Lingfeng managed to dodge the strike, which even surprised Joey. My Flame Dragon bloodline is not limited when fighting at close range. Today, I'll show you the power of the Flame Dragon region. As soon as Long Ti finished speaking, Shen Lingfeng opened his mouth and spewed fire towards Joey. Oh, so it's Long Ti, the bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Shen Lingfeng was forced to use his trump card, while Joey hadn't used any special bloodline abilities, which could potentially put him at a disadvantage. Joey had lost, and Kang Shiran, worried, grew even more anxious when he heard the crowd talking.
On the arena, Joey now used the Holy Flame Radiant Wheel, absorbing all the energy from Shin Lingfeng's long T attack, causing Shin Lingfeng to suddenly feel a bad premonition. The look in Joey's eyes made Shin Lingfeng feel as if he were a subject facing a ruler, unable to deny the truth laid before him. Shin Lingfeng stubbornly spat more long tea towards Joey.
It's useless.
Your flames can't escape my control.
Joey used his hand to absorb all of Shin Lingfeng's long tea.
Then, he swung the hammer, pushing the flames back towards Shin Lingfeng. The battle had reached this point, so it should come to an end.
Using my flames to defeat me? In your dreams, I will reclaim control over the flames. Shin Lingfeng used his dispelling skill.
To his surprise, the flames continued to advance and directly hit him in the face, knocking him down onto the floor.
Shin Lingfeng lost consciousness. Joey won. As soon as the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed over to treat Shin Lingfeng.
Shin Lingfeng, the arrogant and reckless Berk, had been completely overwhelmed and defeated throughout the entire process. Furthermore, his true strength had not even been fully unleashed. If he had shown his full power, who knows how terrifying it would have been. His rank, coupled with his vast combat knowledge, made it completely normal to overpower Shin Lingfeng. It was true, who could have expected that within just 1 month, he would rise to level 5? While everyone was discussing excitedly, Wu Mang tilted his chin towards the arena, speaking with interest. Look, another scholar appears, a petite girl in Taoist robes challenging Joey. I am Song Xiaolan, a 17th level spirit Taoist, and I hope for your guidance. A spirit Taoist was a rare and special profession in the lower kingdom, extremely rare. Their specialty was using various talismans and sealing techniques. After confirming that Shiao Yun's strange illness was due to his awakened bloodline, the priest had suggested using sealing techniques to control it.
Who would have thought they would have the chance to meet here? Joey silently assessed his opponent before responding. Holy Knight level 19, Joey. Mr. Joey, you probably didn't use all your strength just now, right? When the fight starts later, would you mind letting me experience the full power of your breakthrough?
Don't worry, I won't interrupt you when you're releasing your enhanced skills.
Below the stands, many students suddenly realized and were in disbelief. When did Joey reach level 19?
No wonder I couldn't use the identification technique to investigate him. It turns out he's 3 levels higher than me.
That's right.
When Joey fought Shin Lingfeng, he hadn't used any enhanced skills.
This was hard to believe. Isn't Song Xiaolan the young lady from the Song family, one of the most prestigious families in Guiyun province?
The only family certified to practice external movement techniques. Seeing Song Xiaolan speak, Joey smiled with interest and replied.
No need to hold back, I'll go along with your wishes. Then it's settled.
Song Xiaolan clasped her hands and smiled, and the battle between them officially began. Joey sequentially activated the skills Le Ming Zhu Fu, Courage Grace, Guardian Grace, leaving Song Xiaolan stunned with her mouth agape.
This is my peak state. Now, enjoy the process of our battle. With that, Joey waved his hand, sending a beam of light flying towards Song Xiaolan. Here's the translation. Here's the thing, I had to go all out to fight as well.
Song Xiaolan's expression turned serious as she began to activate her talismans, reciting a spell for repentance and delay. A series of talismans floated in the air, forming a protective circle that separated her from the stream of light Joey had conjured. Then, she took a talisman and recited an incantation that caused the beam of light to explode. Amidst the swirling dust that obscured her vision, Song Xiaolan tried to flee but noticed that Joey was no longer in his original position. Just as she was on high alert, scanning her surroundings, she heard Joey's voice coming from behind her.
Do you think that just changing positions can help you escape my pursuit?
As he spoke, Joey swung his hammer. Song Xiaolan reacted swiftly, immediately turning around and using a talisman to create a shield, successfully dodging Joey's surprise attack. However, a knot formed in her heart.
When did he get here?
In truth, although all the automatic defensive equipment had been activated, it was only barely enough to hold up. she decided to take a risk with this move. Quietly making up her mind, Song Xiaolan shot a few fireballs at Zhou Yi to buy some time. Then, she recited an incantation to summon a battalion of scattered beans to form an army.
Zhou Yi smiled in amusement and said,
"Interesting, I didn't expect a Taoist army of beans." At her command, the battalion of scattered beans charged forward all at once. Zhou Yi, after executing a few moves, was able to defeat the army of scattered beans turned into soldiers.
However, they quickly resurrected and continued attacking him.
These soldiers were not difficult to deal with on their own, but they possessed a recovery ability similar to that of the ferocious soul beasts. This posed a bit of a problem. It seemed that the only way to truly eliminate these soldiers was to cut off their source of magical power. As he thought, Zhou Yi continued to fight under the bewildered gaze of Song Xiaolan.
"Ridiculous,"
Song Xiaolan said, "My soldier formation is strong enough to restrain a level 30 professional, yet Zhou Yi can handle it freely." Just as Song Xiaolan fell into deep thought, Zhou Yi, once again, like a gust of wind, swept behind her and swung a hammer. Song Xiaolan immediately raised her hands in surrender.
"I admit defeat." Zhou Yi won. He withdrew his move and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Didn't you want a real match with me? We're not on the same level at all." "I admit defeat wholeheartedly." Song Xiaolan chuckled and responded, while thinking to herself, "Don't joke.
A free challenge match is not just one round.
If you stubbornly continue, you'll end up with the same result as Shun Lingfeng. I'll ask for your guidance the next time there's an opportunity." With that, Song Xiaolan jumped down from the arena. At this point, Zhou Yi twirled the hammer in his hand and looked down, coldly asking, "Is there anyone else who refuses to accept this?
I'm here waiting for anyone who wants to challenge me."
Of course, no one wanted to suffer, so they came up with a variety of excuses to justify not challenging Zhou Yi.
Kang Shiran looked up at Zhou Yi and grinned, saying, "As expected of you, Zhou Yi."
Sumi and I also looked up at Zhou Yi, and the more she looked, the more she found him pleasing to the eye.
His overwhelming physical strength surpassed that of the agile warriors, and his intelligence outshone that of the brilliant mages.
Zhou Yi's power was far beyond my imagination. At that moment, a skeptical teacher asked a male colleague standing next to him, "Is he really from an ordinary family in the north, lacking resources, and not from a prestigious family?
He's at the top of the freshman rankings. The word genius isn't enough to describe him, he's more of a monster." At the same time, Wu Mang noticed the tense expressions on the faces of the deans from the various academies and thought to himself, "The second round is about to end. Soon, the academy heads will start recruiting students, and it's clear Zhou Yi will be the target of intense competition."
Sumi and I also realized this issue, so she leaned over and whispered to Wu Mang, "Dean, don't worry. I've already made preparations. Zhou Yi, I will definitely have him." In a different development, Shun Lingfeng was injured after his match with Zhou Yi.
Many students challenged him, successfully rising in the rankings, while Shun Lingfeng's rank kept plummeting without any breaks. Though he was furious, he could do nothing but curse inwardly, "Once my injury heals, I'll show you all what regret feels like."
An hour later, the second round, the free challenge, finally concluded, with Zhou Yi, Kang Shiran, and Song Xiaolan leading the rankings in that order. The entire competition for the new students has officially come to a close. Now, everyone has been assigned their rankings. Subsequently, accommodations and credit points for the candidates will also be reassigned. Even if your ranking is at the bottom and your score is a bit low, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points, as long as everyone puts in the effort. Next comes the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will briefly introduce the educational philosophy of their respective academies. Wu Mang will be the first to introduce his academy, the Academy of Warfare. Although the dark era when alien creatures flooded the world has passed, countless professionals still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield every year. One of the goals of the Academy of Warfare is to cultivate students with stronger combat capabilities, aiming to improve their survival rate on the brutal, extreme battlefield. That is the motto of our Academy of Warfare. The Elemental Academy only enrolls students who focus on elemental magic. I will guide you all in exploring the truth behind the power of the elements. The Academy of Weaponry is aimed at enhancing the ability to use weapons effectively, rather than relying on a series of skills. Come to our Academy of Weaponry. With just your body and a weapon, you will possess ultimate strength. The Tactical Academy is designed to train students with the ability to command and engage in effective combat. No matter what profession you pursue, join our Tactical Academy. Certainly. Here's the translation. Surely everyone knows that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce the casualty rate of an entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of any operation. Hello everyone, professional occupations fall under the category of living activities. Choose our Shui Yuan Academy. Here, although we are not famous for our combat abilities, you will learn specialized knowledge about living occupations. Once we mature, perhaps even the warriors will have to beg us. Ha ha. The president of Shui Yuan Academy laughed heartily while patting his belly, causing the other presidents to feel like rejecting any association with him. Wu Mang cleared his throat and then concluded the information related to the academies that had been introduced. Now, students can log into the system to choose the academy they prefer. Mr. Joey, which academy would you like to choose? Kong Shiran inquired. Joey remained silent, not responding, and only focused on looking at his phone screen. At this moment, Wu Mang spoke to Joey. Student Joey, if you choose the War Academy, I will become your personal tutor. A personal tutor? Joey asked, curious. Wu Mang explained, each tutor can select an outstanding student for private guidance. The resources that a personal tutor holds will also be prioritized for that student. Additionally, I have prepared some meeting gifts for you, including 3 A-level skill books and an A-level resource exchange order. The other presidents, or rather, the president, also began to join the unicorn hunt race. Joey, choosing a personal tutor is not a trivial matter. You need to consider it carefully. Thus, if you come to our Elemental Academy, I assure you that I will equip you with a legendary set of gear. The Dean of the Weaponry Academy was standing next to the Dean of the War Academy, and yet he still used a teleportation technique to appear right in front of Joey, making his offer. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, anything that benefits your strength enhancement outside of here will be freely available for you to choose and use. Hey, I came here first, Wu Mang complained, standing on the upper floor. This isn't about who came first, the key is sincerity, Joey replied, slightly embarrassed. He scratched his chin, thinking to himself that this situation felt strangely familiar, as though it had happened before. The other students watching couldn't help but feel envious. The 3 deans themselves were personally vying for Joey. Was this the special treatment given to the top scorer of the entrance exam? It really made people jealous. The position of a personal tutor's disciple was equivalent to a direct heir in a family, and one also enjoyed priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions the 3 deans were offering seemed a bit too generous. Skill books of a rank were already extremely rare, yet the Dean of the Elemental Academy was even offering an entire legendary set of gear. Mr. Chu, Mr. Song is really going all in here. While Wu Mang was silently criticizing his 2 old colleagues, he suddenly heard the principal say something shocking. Joey, become my direct disciple, principal. Everyone turned their attention to Principal Wang Hui. I will perform the Bloodline fusion technique on you once. What is the Bloodline fusion technique? The Bloodline fusion technique is a forbidden spell that requires the combination of blood from a different race in order to be performed. This technique can grant you a special bloodline. It will significantly enhance your physical constitution. Each time you upgrade, you will gain more free attribute points and skill points. The event where Principal Wan wanted to take Joey as a disciple immediately caused other students to gossip. He already used a forbidden level spell at the outset. Isn't that a bit too much? You must know, Principal Wang Hui's highest ranking disciple is the president of the Tianwu Guild, the top guild in Zhongxia. If Joey becomes Principal Wang's disciple, he will be able to use Principal Wang's connections to help him,
immediately rising to the top. Xin Lingfang, who was standing in front, felt even more envious upon hearing this.
That bastard is really lucky.
If it weren't for Joey, I would have been the top new student, and I would also have a solid backing like Principal Wang Hui.
Xu Huayang knew he couldn't compete with Wang Hui, so he could only bitterly smile and say, I didn't expect Joey's charm to be this strong, even the principal couldn't resist taking action.
The surprises from Joey were far from over.
Wang Hui responded and then took something out, handing it to Joey.
This is a reward from the commander-in-chief of the Shuelong Legion, who specially sent a teacher to deliver it to you. As soon as Xin Lingfang saw it, he immediately recognized what it was.
A gold medal. How could that be?
Even the Xin family, one of the 8 great families in Ningyan, doesn't have a gold medal like Zhou Yi's.
How could he possibly have such a rare medal? Oh my god, am I seeing this right? That's the honorary medal. Song Xiaolan exclaimed in disbelief.
Kang Shiran, excited, said, and it's the gold contribution medal. My father fought on the front lines for many years, and he only earned the silver contribution medal. This medal honors those who have made outstanding contributions, overcoming all obstacles and advancing the civilization of Zhongxia.
Joey, reading the information about the medal, couldn't help but wonder, since when have I made such a huge contribution to Zhongxia?
It was as if Wang Hui read his thoughts and spoke up to explain, you know about his performance at Madwind Mountain. This gold contribution medal is well deserved.
Madwind Mountain, you say? But even the Demon Legion couldn't earn the contribution medal. Could there be something more to this? Thinking to himself, Joey accepted the gift, not forgetting to say, thank you, headmaster. Xu Huayan laughed and teased, Joey, calling him headmaster after all this time, huh? Joey immediately understood, lowered his head, and addressed Wang Hui, teacher, I'm honored to be your student.
There's no time to waste, please take me with you.
With that, Wang Hui used his spiritual power to transport Joey away.
Wu Mang, smiling, stepped toward Kang Shiran, but before he could say anything, Song Ji interrupted, Kang Shiran, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise I will treat you the same way I treated Joey before.
Mr. Song, are you intentionally trying to obstruct me?
If Joey has already been invited by the principal, then naturally, Kang Shiran cannot allow you to proceed. Returning to the male lead, Joey was taken by Wang Hui to his private villa, which was primarily used to preserve some extremely valuable items.
If anything happens in the future, you can come here to find me.
First, I'll take you to select the materials needed for the Bloodline fusion technique.
Joey thought to himself, this villa must be Principal Wan's private storage, and entry must require teleportation. It might even be located outside Suhang province, or perhaps even outside Zhongxia.
At that moment, a formation appeared in front of them. Wang Hui condensed elemental power and reminded him, after using the Bloodline fusion technique, your bloodline will undergo a fundamental transformation. Moreover, most people are drawn to forbidden level spells, but they neglect the crucial point, the original bloodline of the transformed bloodline core. The potential of a normal person's bloodline is extremely limited. As one advances in level, the benefits of each promotion gradually diminish. This is why many people, after failing to advance through the ranks, resort to fusing the blood of other races to enhance their strength.
Zhou Yi was surprised upon hearing this. What? Even with your level, master, you still worry about the difficulty of leveling up?
Of course. After a person undergoes a third-class transfer, every level they gain requires vast amounts of experience.
Now, the teacher is at level 64, and creatures of the same level from different worlds are usually warriors at the Lord rank, seemingly impossible to defeat easily. The teacher has prepared 3 types of primordial blood for me, categorized into angelic, titan, and ancient dragon races. These are all divine bloodlines. The bloodline fusion technique can entrust me with a special grade bloodline, so I just need to choose one of the 3 primordial bloods. This primordial blood angel is the essence of death extracted from the bones of an angel. The angel race is a divine race of the god of light, and if you fuse with the angelic material, you will gain the attributes to interact with advanced light.
The Titan race believes that the Thunder God was born with the ability to master thunder and lightning.
Combining with it will enhance the power of any thunder skill you use repeatedly.
The ancient dragon race is a descendant directly related to the dragon god, with the purest dragon bloodline. After fusion, you will have the ability to suppress all beast races, angels, titans, and ancient dragons. These are all advanced races, at least level 60. Although there is a system to assist me, I still don't fully understand this world and dare not make a decision recklessly.
Thinking to himself, Joey hesitated and asked Wang Hui, "Teacher, based on your thoughts, which one should I choose? Which one would be most suitable for my current situation?" Faced with these three extremely rare primordial bloods, a normal young person might be swayed, relying only on intuition to make a random choice. The ability to stay calm and think clearly enough to ask for advice at such a critical moment is a clear testament to this young man's composure and stability. Wang Hui silently admired him and then offered his advice. Primordial Blood Titan and the Primordial Blood Ancient Dragon are both very powerful, but after merging, they will primarily enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close relationship with the God of Light, the Primordial Blood Angel would be the best choice. You might even experience a level of ascension beyond your expectations. After some contemplation, Joey finally decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and choose the Primordial Blood Angel. It seemed that the Primordial Blood Angel was a perfect match for him. "You are my 5th student. Before you, there were 4 other senior students. If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to them. I also have a question for you, Master. Why did you award me the Distinguished Service Medal? Surely, such a prestigious medal cannot be earned just by defeating the evil demon legion." Wang Hui, with a serious expression, replied, "I will not hide it from you any longer. Your defeat of the evil demon legion at Madwind Mountain uncovered their plan. The army discovered that interdimensional creatures could invade through medium-sized spatial cracks." Upon hearing this, Joey immediately understood the gravity of the situation. "Does that mean there are many interdimensional creatures hiding within Zhongxia?" "Yes, preliminary investigations across Zhongxia have revealed hundreds of interdimensional creatures coming from various spatial rifts. Fortunately, these creatures are all low-level, so the army is capable of handling them. Across the entire nation, there were no few legions given orders to eliminate interdimensional creatures. In the future, the school system would also issue related missions. As a student of mine, I hope you will become as strong as the seniors before you and dedicate your strength to the country." Joey clenched his fist, his face filled with determination as he responded, "Yes, Master." Wang Hui handed Joey a cube, while reminding him, the bloodline fusion technique still requires a few preparations. "Go back and rest for now. Take this transport device with you, and use it to come to me by 9:00 a.m. tomorrow." The next morning, Joey opened his system interface and looked through the rewards. Which one should he choose? Earlier, his teacher had said that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depended on one's physical condition and individual luck. Thinking of this, Joey chose the Blessed Spirit Elixir. The Blessed Spirit Elixir, a grade S item, grants a 12-hour period of good luck after consumption. Joey hoped that the S-rank divine medicine, acquired after slaying a monster, would prove useful. Saying that, he used the elixir and then proceeded to open a random treasure chest. "Congratulations! You have received a grade S talent and treasure, Dragon Ice Fruit." The Dragon Ice Fruit was a rare fruit grown from the essence of a massive dragon, capable of enhancing one's physical strength and increasing magic damage after consumption. Joey leaped with joy. It was actually a grade S talent and treasure. The random treasure chests he had opened previously had only contained junk, but after using the divine elixir, it felt like a blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat. It was time for the appointment with Master Wang Hui, so Joey quickly used the transportation device to get to his house as arranged. When he arrived, he happened to hear Zhu Huayang speaking to Wang Hui. "Principal, are you really willing to do this? The divine body of the heavenly angel lineage is extremely rare, and creating a primordial blood angel is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A part of the original blood kept outside could lead to battles among the legions.
I've always been waiting for someone who would make me willingly give the original blood to Joey, and he is the one I've chosen. I am very satisfied with him, and of course, there is no such thing as being forced. At this point, Joey pretended not to hear and spoke up.
Master, Director Chu.
Wang Hui looked Joey up and down and then smiled. Good, it seems you've successfully adjusted your body to its optimal state. Come over here, this is the bloodline fusion technique I've prepared for you. Take off your clothes and sit in the center of the magical array.
Joey obediently complied.
At that moment, Wang Hui spoke to Zhu Huayang.
Director Chu, please activate the formation.
I will stand by to protect the formation.
Understood. Zhu Huayang responded and began activating the formation to carry out the bloodline fusion technique.
Immediately, Joey was surrounded by the light of the elemental light, but very quickly, the golden light was overwhelmed by the blue light of ice frost.
Zhu Huayang was astonished when he witnessed this scene. The power of ice frost was overwhelmingly strong. It turned out that Joey's body possessed a special bloodline. Before long, the entire villa was enveloped by a thick layer of ice. Looking at his arm, which had been frozen while casting a spell, Zhu Huayang couldn't help but feel even more awe. If Joey were to switch to the profession of a wizard, with such terrifying ice-cold power, he could become a top-tier ice wizard in the future. I know that Joey's younger sister is awakening the ice-cold bloodline, so I speculated that Joey might also have a similar bloodline. The bloodline of the angel is one of the highest-tier bloodlines, and during the training process, it suppresses lower-tier bloodlines. That's why I didn't pay too much attention.
But now, the bloodline of the angel and the bloodline of frost seem to be related to each other, with a counteracting force between them.
With such a high-quality frost bloodline, it seems that Joey's background is not ordinary.
Wang Hui furrowed his brows and thought to himself. It seems that the bloodlines of humans all come from the earliest players who joined the eternal world. After the merging of eternity and reality, players with higher-tier professions could inherit the full legacy of their bloodlines.
Joey's ice frost power can counter the bloodline of the angel.
To put it more clearly, his ancestors must have been high-level players who joined the eternal world very early. Otherwise, as a descendant, Joey wouldn't be able to activate such a terrifying bloodline of frost.
If not for the bloodline of frost, the bloodline of the angel would have fully integrated into Joey's body by now. Currently, the bloodline of frost and the bloodline of the angel are in opposition. Although the bloodline of frost might eventually fade, the bloodline of the angel is also almost depleted. Losing a large amount of the original blood of the angel could lead to consequences that are even worse than using an A-grade spiritual treasure. Now, there is nothing left but to entrust everything to fate.
If the fusion ritual is forcibly interrupted, it will only drive Joey mad, leading to his death.
I hope Joey has good fortune.
Zhu Huayang sighed as he spoke. At this moment, Joey, after enduring the pain caused by the two opposing bloodlines of the angel and frost, experienced something unexpected.
The consciousness gate activated. Do you wish to enter the spiritual realm?
In his subconscious, Joey found himself in a different space.
In the distance, an angel smiled and spoke to him. My son, you finally arrived. Is this your spiritual realm?
While Joey was still in doubt, the angel continued.
My son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of the deity. The deity has sent me to grant you true energy.
You will no longer be bound by morals or limited by principles. You will only need to follow your own desires and will.
So, are you willing to accept this energy?
Behind that headscarf was not the face of an angel as one might expect, but the cruel smile of a demon.
It was revolting. Why is it that as soon as I laid eyes on her, I had the urge to summon the holy light and eliminate her right away? Son, don't be afraid. Rest assured and accept the grace she offers.
You will gain a power unlike any you've ever known.
The fake angel spoke, extending her hand toward Joey.
But in an instant, she received a mace to the face.
Joey slung the mace over his shoulder, feeling somewhat satisfied inside.
This was much better.
It was indeed a good idea to follow his own instincts. Meanwhile, the real angel was somewhere, watching Joey.
Upon seeing this, she chuckled. The maid, observing her, gave her a calculating glance.
It's nothing, just witnessing someone quite interesting.
Saying that, she waved her hand and silently waited in anticipation.
Kid, don't disappoint me. Back to the main event. After Joey's physical intervention, the fake angel screamed, "What are you doing? You dare to insult the divine?
I will bring down punishment upon you and ensure you die with no place to bury your body. Now, kneel and beg for mercy, and I may consider interceding with the divine to spare your life."
No. Joey pointed his weapon at the fake angel, a declaration of war in itself. The brat truly didn't know her place.
The cruel smile reappeared on the fake angel's lips, and she extended her sharp-nailed hand forward, making a fist. Immediately, thousands of chains surrounded and restrained Joey. Countless blood-red eyes appeared.
The fake angel laughed in satisfaction and said, "Such pleasant sounds, this is the consequence of disrespecting my lord. Ushia, you are a minion of the demonic god."
Before Joey could finish speaking, he was slapped, the disrespectful one. "You have successfully attracted the interest of the master, who has specially sent me to purify you. Go ahead and bring your own doom, my lord will guide you on the right path."
Immediately after, the dark force continuously eroded Joey's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura surrounded Joey.
Recognizing it as the force of the demonic god, Wang Hui quickly used his power to prevent the formation from being broken, while raising a question.
Why is the demonic god's power appearing in the bloodline of the angel?
Unless the angel's corpse was killed by the demonic god. Seeing the energy Wang Hui added being pushed out by the formation, Zhu Huayang's face turned pale. This is not good, Joey is in danger. The demonic god's power will use all means to destroy the angel's power. At that moment, Wang Hui suddenly said in joy, "Wait, it seems the angel's power in Joey hasn't weakened, in fact, it's growing stronger."
The bloodline of Frost and the angel bloodline are gradually overpowering the dark aura.
At that moment, Joey, thanks to these two bloodlines, managed to break free from the fake angel's chains, leaving her in surprise. "Clearly, you want to devour this kid's soul, but why did such a powerful divine force suddenly appear?" At this moment, Joey had transformed into a warrior of light, with ice frost wings sprouting from his back. He drew his weapon and charged directly at the fake angel.
The fake angel vanished, revealing the true form of the demonic god's minion. He chuckled maliciously, "Is that it, scratching an itch for me? Your resistance is nothing more than a small inconvenience added to my plan."
Finishing his words, the demonic god's minion threw chains at Joey, but all they managed to do was break a wall of ice. Just as the minion was caught off guard, unable to react, he saw a formation beneath his feet. From the formation, sharp ice spikes shot up, piercing through his body. "Ha, I acknowledge this grand gesture. What you call human energy is nothing more than a small light bestowed by the gods. As the most devout follower of my lord, the energy I speak of is something that a mere mortal like you could never understand." The body of the demonic god's minion grew larger, and thousands of eyes on his body shot destructive beams of light at Joey. Yet, Joey was able to easily dodge all those deadly beams. Indeed, insects can only run away. With that, the demonic god's minion used chains to bind Joey, rendering him immobile, and then launched the anti-mate strike. But what he didn't expect was that Joey shattered the chains, creating a shield, and successfully avoided his deadly attack. What? The servant of the demonic god was left in astonishment, but quickly regained composure and continued to use thousands of eyes to emit beams of light, attacking Joey. Just like before, Joey gracefully dodged, even gradually approaching the true form of the servant of the demonic god, then successfully used the one young finger to cause the servant of the demonic god to perish. At this moment, a ball of light fell from the sky. Joey withdrew his power and extended his hand to receive the ball of light. Instantly, outside, a beam of light shot directly at Joey, causing Zhu Huayang and Wang Hui to be both astonished and excited. This is the power of an angel, which has completely erased the energy of the demonic god. The bloodline of the angel has merged with the bloodline of frost. It seems to be a very clever combination.
An angel appeared, embraced Zhou Yi from behind, and gradually disappeared, marking the official conclusion of the training process.
Xu Huayang stroked his long beard and smiled, saying, "Zhou Yi's fate is truly extraordinary." At such a critical moment, he was able to receive the blessing of the God of Light, turning danger into safety. Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride, smiling as he asked with concern, "Zhou Yi, how do you feel now?"
"It seems like your strength has undergone a significant leap," Zhou Yi responded.
Just at that moment, a series of notifications appeared before him: Special Bloodline, Six-Winged Angel, Celestial Bloodline, the Divine Script of Enlightenment. You will have a very high affinity with the elements of light and ice. With the further evolution of the bloodline, your relationship with other elemental magics will also gradually increase. The innate bloodline, with a B+ immunity to magic, has a certain ability to be immune to spells and skills cast by enemies, including Dispel, Purification, and other non-damaging skills. It is the bloodline of the Six-Winged Angel, and it also inherits two innate bloodlines, Zhou Yi exclaimed.
Upon hearing this, Xu Huayang's eyes widened in shock.
Six-Winged Angel, it seems that your bloodline fusion and evolution have been extremely successful, and you possess the highest bloodline of the Six-Winged Angel in the angel race.
Moreover, the innate abilities you inherit from the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, once your level increases, can even continue evolving to an S+ rank.
You even have a bloodline secret technique at the S+ rank called Divine Domain of the Angel. Zhou Yi stammered as he read the notification that had just appeared. The Angel bloodline secret technique at S+ rank releases a portion of the stored bloodline power within the body and transforms it into the divine envoy of the Six-Winged Angel.
The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be released.
Note that before level 50, the power of the Six-Winged Angel bloodline has not been fully absorbed and refined. After using this secret technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Now, try using the secret technique and let me see how much your power has increased, Wang Hui said.
Following his instructions, Zhou Yi began to channel his energy and use the Angel bloodline secret technique.
The immense flow of angelic power erupted outward, causing Xu Huayang to gape in astonishment.
The elemental energy fluctuations are too strong.
Wang Hui activated his spiritual power, scanned Zhou Yi up and down, and then made an assessment.
Good. After Zhou Yi performed the bloodline secret technique, his power was even 5 times greater. "Zhou Yi, how do you feel now?" "I can hardly imagine it. My entire body is filled with an energy I've never experienced before. The light element and the ice element are both my loyal allies now, and I can control and subdue them at will." The overwhelming power triggered the safety system in Wang Hui's mansion to blare with alarms.
Warning, warning, high-level elemental energy detected, activating level 3 defense mode.
The Six-Winged Angel, being the favored one of elemental energy, quickly retracted the secret technique.
"If you continue, the defense system in the room will attack you." Zhou Yi swiftly retracted his power, and the system in Wang Hui's house immediately returned to normal. At that moment, Zhou Yi suddenly felt unwell and used his healing skills, causing Xu Huayang, who was standing nearby, to be concerned.
"How is it? Is there anything uncomfortable?"
"Although the secret technique has significantly boosted my strength, I've never fought for an extended period before, and now I feel pain all over my body,"
Wang Hui explained. The bloodline secret technique can indeed drastically increase your combat power, but the energy from the Six-Winged Angel's bloodline is just too overwhelming.
"For me now, it feels like too much of a drain. It should be reserved as the final trump card." Xu Huayang stood watching Wang Hui and Zhou Yi exchange words, silently marveling. The Six-Winged bloodline of the angel, the two major evolutionary talents, along with the S-class secret bloodline technique and the angelic divine zone, for other freshmen, catching up to Zhou Yi might just be an impossible dream.
Based on the manifestation of your bloodline, I would guess that your sister's bloodline of frost is not any weaker than yours, right?
If you want her to awaken her bloodline in the best way possible, you should refine the extreme cold lotus into an extreme cold elixir and use it. Su Dai specializes in pill crafting. You can directly place an order for it through the school system.
Now, go back and rest well. Wang Hui patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder. As soon as Joey left, Zhu Huayan wiped the smile from his face, his expression serious as he asked, "Principal, why did Joey attract the attention of the demonic god's energy?" If something were to happen to him, it would be a huge loss not only for Su Hang University but for the entire Zhongxia country. Joey was lucky to survive, thanks to the protection of the God of Light. I will initiate a thorough investigation, leaving no possibility unexplored. Back in the dormitory, Joey couldn't stop thinking about his sister's situation, wanting to refine the extreme cold elixir. In addition to the main ingredient, the extreme cold lotus, there was also a need for a type of rare grade material, the ice orchid grass. Very soon, the Shuelong Legion will send me the extreme cold lotus. As for the ice orchid grass, Joey made a miscalculation. The bronze medal rewards 500 credits, the silver medal rewards 1,000 credits, and the highest gold medal rewards 2,000 credits. At the moment, I have enough credits, so I can probably buy it easily in the school's general store. Just then, Sumi and I, following the instructions of Dean Wu, came to deliver the resources that the War Academy had promised to Joey. For some reason, in just one day without meeting, Joey had become significantly stronger. This sense of oppression didn't come from an increase in level, but rather from the nobility of his bloodline. Sumi and I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Joey was somewhat surprised when he heard Sumi and I speak. "Didn't you choose teacher Wang Hui? Why is Dean Wu sending the resources to you?" Sumi and I explained. "Principal Wang Hui is my personal tutor, but I usually attend classes at our academy. Moreover, these resources were allocated by the War Academy, and all top-ranking freshmen are eligible to receive them." "I see. But why is it from our War Academy? Miss Su, aren't you a mage? Why doesn't the War Academy allow mages to teach there?" Sumi and I joked and then handed the resources over to Joey. A level earth treasure, heavenly mountain dragon root. A level earth treasure, ice orchid grass. A level weapon, chaos group sword. B-level equipment, the eternal white fury of the vanguard. B-level demon submaterial, chasing the wind's secret scale. B-level demon submaterial, earth dragon's first blood. C-level skill book, ice frosts. C-level skill book, ice beast guardian. C-level skill book, light's benefit. Though there were many items, the one that caught Joey's attention was the ice orchid grass. The ice orchid grass can be used together with the extreme ice crystal to refine the extreme cold elixir. This pill significantly increases the chance of awakening the bloodline of frost. Could this be the wish granted? No wonder it's called the blessing spirit herb. Once the extreme cold lotus arrives, I'll buy a few more supplementary materials and should be able to refine the extreme cold elixir. After Joey signed for the items, Sumi and I spoke up. "Alright, the main business is done, now it's time for me to teach you. Your strength is superior, so entering Madwind Mountain for training is no problem, but entering the inner area is like walking in a minefield. At all times, you should ensure that you can protect yourself before taking action." At this point, Miss Su's expression became slightly melancholic. Every year, many gifted students graduate from Su Hang University, but only a rare few actually become true gems. You must understand that many talents encounter unforeseen situations outside and lose their lives in the process. Don't criticize me for talking too much, being cautious is still better. We can't let Miss Su know that I have a protective system. The danger factor when entering the vortex of the Mad Canyon is still within control. Thinking for a moment, Joey carefully chose his words. I understand Miss Su's good intentions, and I will keep them in mind. There's also something I want to ask you. My strength has increased again. Could you recommend some safe places for training, where I can carry out practical combat training? You really are a monster. Sumi and I sighed in admiration and led Joey to a place filled with robots. You can deploy the training robots for practical combat exercises, and set different levels of difficulty for combat scenarios. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10, and the more robots there are, the stronger their combat power becomes. At level 10 combat stance, a robot can defeat a level 20 expert.
Meanwhile, your challenges will be fully recorded with detailed photos taken by the telescopic robots surrounding you. They can also track various data points during your challenge and generate a detailed report after the challenge is over. Although you can pause at any time, I still suggest you start with the lower difficulty levels. I have to attend class now, but take it step by step, and remember to gauge your own limits. Don't push yourself too hard. After that, all you need to do is issue the command to the Eye of Perception to begin the challenge. As soon as Sumi and I left, Joey gave the order. The Eye of Perception began to operate, instructing them to adopt a level 7 combat stance. The command was received, the program execution had responded, and the combat monitoring had started. 50 training robots were fully deployed. Attention, Level 7 combat mode has officially commenced. No sooner had the Eye of Perception made the announcement than a hail of bombs and bullets began to rain down on Joey. However, for someone like him who was as quick as lightning, these attacks were nothing more than a nuisance. After dodging the robot's assault, Joey began his counterattack using the newly acquired power of Ice Frost, gained after merging with the Ice Frost bloodline. One punch was enough to destroy the massive robot. The power of Ice Frost seems usable, Joey thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride. He then switched to using Ice Frost's storm attack. With just one move, the entire robot army was obliterated. Congratulations, Joey. You have successfully passed the Level 7 combat mode test. Training result statistics: a total of 50 Level 7 robots were eliminated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds, all of which were defeated. Overall performance evaluated as excellent. The power of Ice Frost indeed proved effective in controlling the enemy. If Level 7 combat mode is this easy to clear, I wonder if the highest difficulty will force me to use my full strength? After some thought, Joey decided to give it a try. Eye of Perception, directly initiate Level 10 combat mode. Considering the heavy damage to the training robots, the Level 10 combat mode triggered the preparation protocol. As a result, the robots began to be upgraded. The Level 10 combat mode was initiated, and the super advanced training robots took over the offensive. The attribute values of the super advanced training robots are equivalent to that of a level 25 professional fighter, and the highest authority has been activated. If fighting threatens your safety, please immediately order a ceasefire. Joey was even more delighted upon hearing this. It was exactly what he had intended. He could finally fight at full strength. After the 3-second countdown, a robot attacked Joey with Ice Frost's power, which left him stunned. But soon, he jumped high to dodge, using the Ice Crystal Transcendence technique to create a crystal ice clone of himself, utilizing the properties of light and ice, making it hard for the enemy to distinguish the real one. Then, he used Holy Light to strike, hoping to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, the robot countered by copying his attack, knocking the weapon from his hands. How could it copy the skill I used? Could it be that the Eye of Perception has synchronized its combat data with it? The synchronized attack system had been activated, increasing the effectiveness of the battle, and the optimization of the weapon system was complete, returning to an online state. That's Joey, astonished as he watched a cannon barrel turn into a mechanical wolf. Can Howling Wind Wolf copy abilities too? Looks like only a direct confrontation will work. Thinking to himself, Joey switched to Gear 1 and punched the robotic wolf away in one move. Activate Angel's Domain. Dare I ask if you have the ability to copy? In another development, after agreeing to become the true disciple of Dean Song, he had gained a wealth of rare resources and made significant progress in his cultivation. The last time he challenged the Level 7 combat form, he always failed. Now, he was trying again. Kang Shiran confirmed his fingerprint to enter the training room with the training robot, only to receive a message. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we must inform you that the training robot is currently severely damaged. Please come back to challenge again tomorrow. This training area was meant for new students, and typically, most people couldn't surpass level 6. Even Joey, who wanted to challenge level 10, would find it no easy task. So who was inside there? Back with Joey, after activating the Angel's Domain, he used holy light to release a burst of light chains formed from holy light, which tightly bound and restricted the movements of the enemy. Then, using true sight of light, he pinpointed the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. Once he discovered that the robot's weak spot was the energy core equipment in its chest, Joey aimed directly at the robot's chest and delivered a punch that turned the robot into a heap of scrap metal, casually destroying the entire training area as well. The level 10 combat form was successfully defeated, and the passage authority was reactivated. Due to the severe damage to the training area, it was suggested that the challenge be rescheduled for next week. Level 10 combat form, challenge successful.
Who exactly was behind this?
Kang Shiran hesitated and cautiously stepped forward. Student Joey, congratulations on successfully passing the level 10 combat form challenge with a time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. The overall evaluation is excellent, standing out with the strongest single physical attack at 27,304, the strongest single magic damage at 56,021, and the highest total damage from a single skill at 106,021. If there hadn't been a surprise attack from the robotic wolf, this battle could have been won easily. It seems I need to quickly form a pact with a demonic familiar to fight alongside me. While Joey was thinking, he heard a voice calling from behind. Brother Joey. Kang Shiran ran over, her face filled with excitement, and asked, Brother Joey, have you completed the bloodline refining? How come after just one day, you've become so strong? It's nothing. I finished the bloodline refining technique this morning. Now, I'm a 6-winged bloodline of the angel, Joey replied. Kang Shiran looked at him with admiration and said, That's wonderful. This is a divine bloodline, extremely rare. My demonic bloodline is just one of the higher quality bloodlines. Joey smiled casually, then asked Kang Shiran to take him to the spirit beast market so that he could form a pact with a demonic familiar to enhance his combat strength. Kang Shiran happily agreed. An hour later, at the spirit beast market, the young crimson flame of silver rank, which could reach level 20, was available for 110 learning points. The dragon horn spike, at level 19, with a dragon clan bloodline, cost 210 points, and there was only one available. Kang Shiran led Joey around the market and then asked, Brother Joey, do you like any demonic familiar? Joey appeared thoughtful and replied, I've already tamed a howling wind wolf in Madwind Mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon spawn, I was knocked unconscious, missing the perfect opportunity to form a pact with it. I hope to find a young howling wind wolf with innate wind magic to form a pact, Joey said. No sooner had he spoken than someone offered one for sale. A young howling wind wolf. I happen to have one here, a young man wearing fake glasses has come to offer it. Hello, gentlemen. I am Lu Jieshue, a third-year student at Shuiyuan Academy, and also a level 22 familiar trainer. I happen to have a young howling wind wolf that I raised myself. Would you like to take a look? Kang Shiran suggested, the trainer profession is part of the life skills category. This student is also from Suhang University, so compared to the street vendors selling at other stalls, the quality of the demonic familiar he provides is likely to be better. Hearing this, Joey replied, Alright. At that moment, Lu Jieshue presented a creature with 2 colored eyes, speaking at length. This howling wind wolf was born about 10 days ago. Its mother is a silver rank howling wind wolf. I used an appraisal spell to confirm that its potential is also silver rank. If you're interested, it's available for 60 points. Joey seemed a bit disappointed. Silver rank? Do you have a golden rank? Golden rank? Don't even mention it, I don't have many of those in all of the demonic familiars I offer. But if I get news of a golden rank howling wind wolf, I'll notify you right away. However, the price will be much higher. Then forget it, I'll take a look at this one. Joey picked up the young howling wind wolf. The little creature seemed to like him, letting out soft whines as if being coquettish. Mr. Joey, this young one seems to have some issues, Kang Shiran remarked. The physique is too small, clearly the development is not right. Lu Jieshue felt a bit guilty upon hearing that. The Howling Wind Wolf was already smaller in physique compared to other demons, and the pup's build was more or less the same. Joey lifted the Howling Wind Wolf pup high into the air and laughed, "No problem, buy this one. You have to understand that there are no useless demonic familiars, only useless masters. I can see its future." After the transaction was completed, Lu Jieshue smiled broadly and handed Joey a scroll. This demonic familiar contract scroll was given for free and only cost 60 points. Now, he could form a contract with the Howling Wind Wolf pup and keep it in the contract space with him. It was really convenient. Lu Jieshue was delighted inside. Among the litter of Howling Wind Wolf pups, this one had the worst condition. He had been worried it wouldn't sell, but unexpectedly, he found a bold customer. Fortunately, he had already paid for the credits, or else it would have been difficult to deal with if the pup grew up weak and the contract failed during the binding process. "Come on, I believe you can become stronger." With that, Joey began to form the contract with the Howling Wind Wolf pup. Thanks to the Blessed Spirit Elixir, which, after consumption, made a person lucky for the next 12 hours, it still had its effect. The once defective Howling Wind Wolf pup was now turning into a super VIP demonic familiar, causing those who witnessed it to be stunned. Could this purple light be the legendary epic tier demonic familiar? And to think that one could actually buy an epic tier demonic familiar at this market? Truly, what a stroke of luck. Hey, do you have a young Howling Wind Wolf for sale? I'll offer 1,000 points. Joey truly had a discerning eye. It turned out that this young Howling Wind Wolf was an epic tier demonic familiar that had deteriorated. After receiving magic power from its caretaker, it immediately regained its original tier and potential. Joey scratched his head and smiled wryly, thinking to himself, "Epic tier. It seems I underestimated the effects of the blessing elixir." The murmurs of those around only made Lu Jieshue grind his teeth in frustration. In fact, he had just sold an epic tier demonic familiar for a low price to a newcomer. "By the way, Joey, you haven't named it yet," Kong Shiran reminded him. Joey thought for a moment before replying, "Let's call it Xiao Kuei." While Kong Shiran and Joey were playing with Xiao Kuei, Lu Jieshue suddenly changed his tune and said, "Apologies, my friend, but due to my oversight, I sold you this young one at the silver rank price. If you still want it, you'll need to pay an additional 1,500 points. Of course, you can also cancel the contract and return the demonic familiar to me, and I'll refund you 300 points. You'd better make up your mind quickly. If you keep being unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite." The crowd around them began to gossip. Clearly, Lu Jieshue hadn't checked the young one's tier properly, otherwise, he wouldn't have sold it so easily. Behind Lu Jieshue was the powerful Lu family, a longtime partner of the school. This time, they had really gotten themselves into trouble. No matter how you put it, demonic familiar handled the situation just as it entered his hands. It seemed like he was about to lose control of it. "I've never heard of such a thing before, selling the goods and then wanting to take them back." Joey unleashed his power, his face exuding an air of sharp hostility as he said, "Stop dreaming your delusional dreams and get out of my way." With just a glance, Joey made Lu Jieshue feel terrified, questioning his entire existence. He was clearly just a freshman, so how could he be so strong just by relying on his aura? As Joey advanced step by step, Lu Jieshue trembled with fear, stammering an explanation, "Bro, it's my fault, this is all just a misunderstanding." "All a misunderstanding, huh? This little Howling Wind Wolf, you can take it if you want. Do whatever you want, but don't let me see you again. If I do, then the consequences are on you." With that, Joey and Kong Shiran turned to leave. The softness of her hand in his made Kong Shiran feel greatly pleased. "Joey, can I come over to pet Xiao Kuei sometime?" "Anytime you want." At this moment, some passers-by finally recognized Joey. "Wait a minute, isn't that Joey, the freshman ranked number 1? Joey? The one who was personally taken in by Principal Wang Hui as his exclusive disciple. I heard he even received a gold medal for his contributions." Lu Jieshue, who had always relied on the power of the Lu family to act recklessly, had finally gotten caught.
Step aside, please, move aside. Oh, is that Lu Wucheng from the Lu family? Is he here to back up his younger brother?
Lu Wucheng brushed through the crowd and walked over to Lu Jieshue. As soon as Lu Jieshue saw him, he immediately complained, "Boss, you have to seek justice for me." Before Lu Jieshue could finish his sentence, he was struck by a kick to the face.
Useless piece of trash. Do you know what it means for a freshman to receive a gold medal for contribution? Others might let you off the hook, considering it your luck. But don't make people around you uncomfortable anymore. The farther you stay away from me, the better.
Lu Jieshue, holding his swollen face, was left wondering what he had done to provoke someone as terrifying as this.
Back to the main character, it was indeed like a newborn howling wind wolf epic.
Even at such a young age, he could instinctively use wind abilities. While Joey was testing Xiao Kuei's abilities, the Shuelong Legion's people brought the extreme cold lotus and handed it directly to Joey, making him smile from ear to ear. He hadn't expected the Shuelong Legion to be so efficient. It hadn't even been 3 days since he left Furious Wind Mountain Range, and they had already brought it to him. The extreme cold lotus was finally in his hands. As long as he could refine the extreme cold elixir, Xiao Yun's bloodline awakening risk could be easily resolved.
Remembering what Master Wang Hui had said, Joey quickly scheduled an appointment with the alchemist.
"We have arranged for Master He Dian, a level 9 alchemist, to assist you. Due to the rarity of the materials and the necessary security for crafting AS rank celestial treasure, please proceed to the pill department for detailed discussions." Upon receiving the notification, Joey hurriedly made his way to the pill refinement department.
Unfortunately, Teacher He Dian is currently attending classes, and only his student, Lin Yi, remains to oversee the duty. Lin Yi asked, "What kind of pill would you like to craft? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you beforehand." Joey replied, "An S-rank extreme cold elixir."
As he spoke, Joey brought out the materials for crafting, causing Lin Yi to be unable to hide his astonishment, exclaiming, "S-rank heavenly treasure, extreme cold lotus, and also a rank ice orchid grass.
You seem like a new student. How do you have so many rare and precious heavenly treasures?" Joey smiled modestly, "It's just luck."
Lin Yi continued, "If you've already prepared the extreme cold lotus and ice orchid grass, you just need to add 800 credits for crafting an S-rank pill.
Leave your contact details with me.
Once the teacher finishes crafting the extreme ice frost, I'll notify you to come and pick it up immediately."
After the two exchanged contact details, Joey headed to the classroom.
There, he overheard a conversation between two students.
Student 1 asked, "Did you hear?
Recently, there have been multiple discoveries of otherworldly creatures underground."
Student 2 responded, "Really? Haven't you heard? Recently, many military units and guilds have been relocated from the front lines.
A friend in my military unit leaked the news, saying that it seems like the whole Zhongxia nation has discovered traces of otherworldly creatures. Looks like the news of otherworldly creatures invading has spread everywhere." As Joey was quietly contemplating, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder.
"Song Xiaolan, are you also studying in this class?" "Of course, my supervisor is Dean Wu Mang. Looks like we'll be classmates from now on."
Song Xiaolan extended her hand, mischievously saying, "Classmate Joey, I hope you'll teach me more in the future, please do guide me."
Song Xiaolan laughed, "You're so good, it seems impossible for me to teach you, but if you need any help later on, just let me know."
At that moment, the teacher for the demonology course walked in.
And it was none other than Sumi and I.
Before officially starting the class, she had some important announcements to make to the students.
As the rumors go, it's true that many interdimensional creatures have appeared in Zhongxia.
Although these creatures aren't very strong, their appearance is of great importance to the country. In the face of potential threats, the Zhongxia military has already entered level 3 preparedness. At the same time, the university has significantly increased its resource allocation. Therefore, our Suhang University now allocates resources to students monthly based on their ranking, with an increase of 70%.
Moreover, after completing the tasks assigned by the school, you will receive far more credit than before.
The rights to the Deep Abyss system of the 3 major instances in the university will be unlocked, but you will need to use credits to buy Deep Abyss stones to unlock them.
The students immediately began to discuss excitedly. The country is rich in resources. This is the determination to nurture powerful individuals at any cost.
Finally, the deep level mode has been unlocked, which means I will receive even more resources.
Even the coursework and mission rewards have been improved. It seems the school is making some big moves. Everyone, I hope you can calm down and control your excitement.
Sumi and I stood at the podium and snapped her fingers, activating a burst of energy, immediately silencing the students. No matter how resources are adjusted, as students, all you need to do is focus and develop your abilities to become stronger. It seems I'm not the only one making progress. Su teacher has also become much stronger since the first time I met her, Joey thought to himself.
Alright everyone, let's start today's lesson.
Flipping through the book, a few hours later, the lesson ended. Now I've reached level 19, and with the extreme cold lotus in hand, there's no need to venture into the dangerous Storm Mountain range anymore.
The instance dungeon for deep level battery farming is the perfect place for me to gain experience and level up.
As Joey was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Kong Shiran standing not far away.
Xiao Yun, why are you here? Joey asked.
I heard that the rewards for clearing the 3 school instances have been increased, so I wanted to invite you to try them with me, Kong Shiran replied.
What a coincidence, I was just thinking about that too. After teleporting to the instance hall, Kong Shiran asked, Brother Joey, which difficulty level are you planning to challenge? THMY difficulty level, what about you?
Kong Shiran quickly waved her hand and said, the THMYN level is truly too difficult.
There's a huge difference between you and me.
My strength, I fear, can only challenge the hard level. Joey took her hand in comfort, saying, it's okay, once I pass the THMYN level, we can team up and challenge it together again. Kong Shiran shyly replied, alright, let's decide on that then. I'll try the hard level first, and you hang in there.
She turned and walked away.
At that moment, the appearance of a person caused a stir in the entire hall.
Jiming Xian, why is he here? It's been a long time since we've seen a master come to challenge an instance. Don't you know? If you break the record for clearing the THMYN level instance, you can receive the gifted achievement reward. Really? Without some special opportunity, you can't get the gifted achievement.
No wonder Jiming Xian rushed here.
Jiming Xian, a level 23 mage, ranked 86th on the regional leaderboard.
He still had to make time to challenge the THMYN instance. Joey looked at Jiming Xian's information and thought to himself. Then, he chose the THMYN difficulty level for the dungeon instance and entered it, causing a stir in the entire hall.
Joey, isn't he the top freshman? But a level 19 Holy Knight still dares to challenge the THMYN difficulty? He really doesn't know his limits.
I bet his 400 credit points are just going to be thrown out the window. Jiming Xian, standing nearby, overheard and secretly despised the situation. It seemed that the resource adjustments had made some people overly confident. You have chosen the challenge of the Deep Abyss difficulty level, so your account will automatically lose 400 study points to exchange for a Deep Abyss magic stone.
You have been teleported to the Goblin Lower City. Note, monsters in the Deep Abyss instance will become more aggressive as the difficulty level increases. If you find it hard to cope, crush the Deep Abyss magic stone to immediately exit the instance. Why is this place in such ruins? Could it be the result of the goblin's occupation and destruction? As Joey pondered, a goblin ambushed him from behind.
However, Joey merely swung his hand lightly and sent the goblin to meet its ancestors.
Just a few seconds later, a whole brigade of goblins surrounded Joey and charged at him in unison.
Level 22 Goblin Warrior, with silver white quality, skills, ambush, slash. It seems like there are a lot of goblins this time, but the stronger the enemy, the more challenging the trial. With that, Joey swung his mace in a sweeping motion, instantly wiping out the goblin horde. But another group of goblins appeared immediately, forcing Joey to start planning. It seems the difficulty of this level is to face large numbers of goblin soldiers who will perform desperate suicide attacks. This will drain too much magic power. I must conserve my magic power to ensure I have enough to use skills against the boss. Thinking to himself, Joey decided to use Radiant Light Good Shadow Slash, rapidly swinging his weapon at extreme speed to create a series of lightspeed slashes, delivering powerful blows to the enemies, annihilating the goblins. Congratulations, you have defeated the goblin group. You have earned 11,236 experience points. Level 19, 22.743 out of 54,000. Indeed, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. No matter how many goblins I defeat, I can only get past level 20. Hopefully, after defeating the boss, the experience points will help me break through soon. Joey continued to venture deeper inside, and before long, he found the boss monster. Goblin King, level 24, epic quality, skills unknown. Warning, the Goblin King has led the goblin race and occupied several human cities. A weakling like you, welcome to the land of death. I have prepared for you, and you dare to massacre my entire clan, human. Die. After finishing his words, the Goblin King swung his axe down, forcing Joey to jump up high to avoid it. This goblin is pretty strong, huh? Although it has a massive frame, its speed seems unaffected. Thinking to himself, Joey gathered strength and launched a counterattack. However, in the state of berserk body, this would resist all physical attacks and also trigger a shield that reflects part of the boss's damage. The previous strike felt like hitting stainless steel. Realizing it was difficult to rely on physical attacks, Joey switched to using magic. He conjured magical chains that successfully restrained the boss, rendering it immobile. He then unleashed a palm strike, instantly taking the boss's life in one swift motion. Congratulations on completing the advanced instance level. The time taken was 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on the previous record, you have set a new speed record for completing this instance. Congratulations on defeating the boss and earning 30 points of free attributes, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. This Demon King, despite being the boss of an advanced instance level, was easily defeated with just one strike. I even intentionally kept a large amount of magic power in reserve, and was prepared to use stronger skills to deal with it if necessary. At this moment, another notification appeared. By breaking the record for completing the instance, you will unlock a talent. Magic Arte, the speed at which you release your magical skills will be significantly increased, and even lower level spells can be released instantly. As expected, the new record for completing the advanced instance level unlocked a new talent. With the blessing of the Magic Arte talent, my power was now raised to a higher level. It's time to return now. The only regret is that I'm just about to reach level 20. Since I have a lot of coursework to do, I'll bring Xiao Yun back to challenge the advanced instance again in the future. At the same time, outside the instance hall, many players who chose the advanced instance had to give up because they couldn't withstand the intense difficulty inside. Now, they, along with players who chose other difficulty levels, were looking up at the leaderboard and discussing excitedly. Up until now, no one has managed to pass the instance. This advanced instance is way too difficult. As soon as I stepped inside, I was surrounded by hundreds of silver-grade goblins. If I hadn't quickly escaped, I probably would have been trapped in there. No wonder the difficulty of the abyssal raid is so high, the intensity is just terrifying. It seems like we can only rely on local experts like Jiming Xian to get through this. Kang Shiran, standing in the crowd, whispered to herself, "Fortunately, I chose the moderate difficulty level, so it was easier to pass through. Now, I can only hope that Joey can make it through this challenge as well." I heard that the abyssal instance level has also been opened in this year's first-year student competition. How many people have managed to succeed, I wonder? That's right. Apparently, there's someone named Joey, a level 19 Holy Knight, who's at the top of the freshman's leaderboard. He's even set a new record. As the two young men were talking, someone shouted, "The record for the instance has just been broken again." The young man looked in disbelief and pointed toward the leaderboard.
Wait, are you saying that Joey at the top of the list is the one?
Number 1, Joey, Abyssal Difficulty, Completion Progress 100%, Time, 10 minutes 56 seconds.
This record has been confirmed as the fastest completion of the Goblin instance at Abyssal Difficulty. The crowd erupted in excitement. Finally, someone has managed to complete the Abyssal Difficulty. Joey, huh? How come I've never heard of this name? Could it be that Joey, the senior from the third-year class, is the one leading the freshmen?
But no matter how strong he is, he still can't defeat the 24th level Epic Demon King. I'm also a newcomer to the competition for first-year students.
It's only been a few days, so why has Joey progressed so quickly? Wait a little longer. Xian must have entered the instance later than Joey, so he's a bit slower.
At this moment, a young man laughed loudly, confidently saying, while secretly thinking, once Xian creates a new record and comes out, Joey's ranking on the board will definitely drop. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Jiming Xian, looking disheveled, emerged from the instance, making the young man anxious.
He hurriedly ran over to support him. He mumbled, "This deep abyss instance is way too difficult. I spent so many golden items, and still failed."
Jiming Xian cursed, then suddenly realized that no one was paying attention to him anymore, unlike a few minutes ago when they were all gathered around the leaderboard, talking excitedly. Although he felt a little confused, he didn't dwell on it and took out a vial of healing potion to tend to his injuries. It wasn't until one of his juniors informed him that Joey had passed the Deep Abyss instance with an insanely fast time that he was so shocked he almost choked on the medicine.
"Look, Joey is out."
"Impossible, he's only a level 19 newbie.
How could he possibly clear the Deep Abyss instance? How could I be worse than him? I must find out how this happened."
Now he finally decided to go outside, maybe even cheating in the process. Jiming Xian angrily threw the bottle of medicine water in his hand and then smiled, a smile that was genuine and not at all fake, as he approached Joey to start a conversation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Joey completely ignored him and walked past him to Kong Shiran.
"Congratulations on successfully passing the level.
As for me, I barely made it through the hard mode." It felt like he was being left further and further behind by him. Joey moved forward to pat Kong Shiran's head and comfort her. "Don't worry, dealing with the Demon King is easy. I'll show you all the tricks to get through this level.
Besides, I'm not lacking in coursework now.
I'll guide you through it a few more times, and once you get the hang of the key points, you'll be ready to challenge the deeper, more difficult levels."
While the two lovebirds were being all sweet, the crowd was still enthusiastically praising Joey.
Meanwhile, Jiming Xian sat sulking in the corner, accepting the truth that under Joey's shining aura, he had become a has-been.
As promised, Joey took Kong Shiran along to conquer the advanced instance.
As they fought, he boosted Kong Shiran's power, showing her the weaknesses of the demons so she could easily defeat them.
Everything went smoothly until they faced the boss. The advanced level boss was no joke. "Joey, how did you manage to beat this level?"
It looked strong, but in reality, it had weak magic resistance, so it could easily be defeated with powerful magic skills.
Kong Shiran, upon hearing this, volunteered to fight the boss.
Since the boss had weak magic resistance, Kong Shiran decided to first test the magic power within her demonic bloodline by using the Fiend's Claw skill, unleashing a massive slashing wave.
The demonic power contained in the slash would explode after hitting the target, inflicting additional dark attribute damage on the enemy. However, instead of destroying the boss, the attack ended up boosting the boss's magic power, making it even stronger.
At this point, the boss stomped its foot on the ground, creating a seismic shockwave that trembled the earth, generating a series of waves to push back enemies and potentially stun them.
Joey unleashed his strength to resist this attack, simultaneously calling out loudly, "Shiao Yun, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Joey Gidge, it's all my fault.
I didn't control the magic power well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and grow stronger."
"Don't blame yourself. First, let me check if my methods can work against it." With that, Joey used the light chi purification technique to attack the boss, but the result was blocked by its shield.
In fact, the effectiveness of the skill wasn't as great as before, its magic resistance seemed to have increased significantly. Thinking for a moment, Joey said, "It really is a bit tricky.
Let me try again.
If we can't defeat it, crush the abyssal gemstone.
Don't forget, this is just a trial version, don't harm yourself." With that, Joey conjured chains of magic to try and restrain the boss, but the boss easily shattered the magic chains in an instant. Kang Shiran, witnessing this scene, became even more self-blaming. It was all her fault.
She had made everything more complicated.
What should she do now?
What should she do? It was her negative state that triggered the demonic woman within her.
That's right, it's all because you're too weak.
If you could fully control the dark magic power in your demon bloodline, you wouldn't have to silently watch Joey brother fall into such a difficult situation.
Only by becoming stronger can you lend Joey a hand. It's time.
Release your true power.
Get stronger.
Kang Shiran mumbled as if hypnotized, her eyes gradually turning blood red. Ahead of her, after several failed attempts, Joey was about to activate the angelic body to protect Kang Shiran when suddenly, a dark force shot toward him from behind, severing the arm that held the weapon of the boss.
Shiao Yun.
Joey stared in shock at the woman behind him.
"Joey brother, let me destroy the monster."
Kang Shiran, in her demonic form, smiled seductively as she spoke.
"Why can't I absorb this magic power? Instead, it's constantly invading my strength."
The boss shouted in confusion.
"Don't rush, this is just the appetizer."
With those words, Kang Shiran waved her hand, channeling more magic power into the boss.
"I want it, give me more, give me even more magic power."
"Your appearance right now is truly disgusting." Kang Shiran looked at the boss with a contemptuous gaze before using a direct strike to send the boss to its end. Congratulations, student Kang Shiran has defeated the Goblin King boss, earning 15 points of free attributes, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points.
Finally, this detestable monster has been eliminated.
Kang Shiran withdrew her power and moved towards Joey to seduce and touch him, leaving him in a cultural shock. It took him a while to realize something was off, and with a cold gaze, he asked,
"Oh, is it really Shiao Yun?"
At that moment, the demoness Kang Shiran suddenly froze, then gradually returned to her usual form.
Embarrassed, Kang Shiran quickly explained.
"Joey Gidge, earlier, everything that happened was due to the dark power in the demonic bloodline causing chaos." Joey lifted Kang Shiran's chin and examined her for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief.
"That's good. I thought you were possessed by a demon. How could that be?" "Right, Shiao Yun, how about we team up to challenge a few more instances?"
"I believe after you get familiar with the dark magic, you could conquer a deep abyss instance on your own.
Plus, we and the Goblin King are old friends, don't you think he will understand us? After all, students are like that."
The boss just needs to be defeated, but for the students, there's still much to consider if they want to get more rewards from the instance. As Joey spoke, he flashed a cunning smile that even made the Goblin King in heaven tremble. On the outside, while everyone was still in shock from Joey's record-breaking success, they saw a new leaderboard with an even faster record, surpassing the old one by a full minute.
And the person who achieved it was none other than Joey, leaving everyone in awe. Could it be? It's Joey again. Can someone else get through the gate and give others a sense of relief?
He actually managed to get through the gate faster, that's terrifying. Suddenly, a new record for clearing the gate appeared on the board, breaking Joey's record. First place, Kang Shiran chose the Deep Abyss difficulty level, with a 100% completion rate. The time of 9 minutes and 23 seconds has confirmed that this is the current fastest clearing time for the Deep Abyss Goblin instance. Wasn't the new player only supposed to challenge the difficult level? Now they can clear the Deep Abyss instance alone. Kang Shiran, after all, was ranked second in the new player category. Under Joey's guidance, his performance might have even improved. At this moment, Jiming Xian's Jr., holding his head, sighed, "Now I finally understand how you feel." Once he realized the gap between himself and the genius, the sense of helplessness was truly unbearable. And so, Joey and Kong Shiran continued to challenge the Deep Abyss instance individually, teamed up once, and then returned to the hall. "Brother Joey, I heard that Elemental Academy is having a fireworks display for the new students today. Let's go watch it together." Joey smiled and replied, "That sounds great. It'll be a good opportunity to relax a bit." So the two set off for Elemental Academy. As they looked around, Joey couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder it's called Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. I didn't expect that. Without realizing it, we were still clearing the instance until evening. This time, conquering the profound instance could yield great rewards when we return. Luckily, you were here to help. Your effort is the key, I'm just providing a little support, Joey replied with a smile, just as he saw a giant statue. He couldn't help but stop and ask, "Who is this statue of?" "This is the sorcerer Wei Yang, known as the guardian deity. He once single-handedly managed to fend off several waves of fierce attacks from the otherworldly army. His heroic deeds became widely known. Unfortunately, in the great battle, he was ambushed by an evil demon lord. In the end, he died tragically, as his soul was completely worn away, making it impossible to save him. He truly was a great hero. I still have very little knowledge of history. Could you briefly explain the Dark Age to me?" Of course, Kang Shiran began. "To understand this period of history, we must start from the Golden Age 80 years ago. Beginning in the year 254, many gifted individuals rose to prominence. This year is thus referred to as the Golden Age, much like the legendary frenzied wind sword saints Spear of the Calm Sea and instant flame sword saints Lesser Yang, who even now still defend the front lines of the battlefield. However, just as everyone was filled with hope and preparing to counterattack the otherworld, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing the most frenzied invasion by otherworldly creatures. The great figures of the Golden Age, when faced with the threat of interdimensional creatures invading, consecutively sacrificed their precious lives. After a long and arduous struggle lasting 30 years, with hundreds of millions of professional warriors making heroic sacrifices, we have finally attained the peace we now enjoy. Now, the invasion of interdimensional creatures has once again arrived. I hope this is just an illusion of mine. Don't worry too much." In Shishua's soothing voice, she reassured her, "This large-scale appearance of interdimensional creatures has only arrived through the spatial rift, and their strength is not that great. Moreover, we are no longer the same as we once were. Even if darkness descends again, it will be the interdimensional creatures that are out of luck this time." Down below, Kang Shiran was amused by Zhou Yi's words. "That's right. We've rested and recuperated for so long, and we're now more than ready to fight the interdimensional beings once again." At that moment, fireworks shot into the sky, lighting up the entire heavens. Kang Shiran excitedly grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and pulled him along. "Let's make the most of this time and head to the observation point ahead. The view will be even better." "All right," Joey replied affectionately. The next day, Joey took a train back to visit his sister. "Ji Qing, why hasn't your brother returned yet?" "Don't worry, he just said on the phone that he'll be home soon." As soon as Qing finished speaking, Joey arrived at the door. He was welcomed home, and Shiao Yun ran over to hug him. Joey caught his sister, smiling brightly as he said, "I was worried about your condition on the way here, but seeing you in such good spirits, I can finally rest easy." Xiao Yi had returned. Joey looked at Qing and smiled, "Ji Qing, it's been a long time." "Xiao Yi, how long do you plan to stay this time?" "Maybe 3 or 4 days. Anyway, I took leave to come back. The main reason is to complete the final treatment for Xiao Yun." "That's so short?" Xiao Yun said with a hint of sadness. Then, she quickly became excited and asked, "Brother, did you bring a gift for your cute little sister?" "Of course, I specially brought you a reward from this instant's deep abyss." As he spoke, he took out a horn from his inventory.
As long as you blow this horn, a monstrous, soul-devouring creature of the golden level will appear to protect you.
Xiao Yun clapped her hands excitedly. No wonder he was such a great older brother, just hearing about it sounded amazing.
Joey patted his sister's head and said, I believe that once your illness is cured, you'll be just as strong as I am.
A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Sui Lin out of Zhouyi's mansion.
Secretary Zhao, Miss Sui, you're here. Mr. Zhu, I contacted Miss Sui yesterday. She traveled here from the neighboring city overnight.
Sui Lina smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, you must know that Zhouyi's invitation is not something I can casually disregard now.
Joey humbly replied, Miss Sui, you're too kind. I should be the one thanking you for coming all the way to assist me. Almost forgot to congratulate you.
Not only did you obtain the extreme cold lotus, but you also turned it into an extreme cold elixir with even better effects.
Extreme cold elixir?
Secretary Zhao couldn't hide her surprise.
An S-grade pill is an invaluable treasure in the market.
Joey scratched his head and laughed casually. It was only thanks to the help of the triple transmutation alchemist my teacher recommended that I was able to successfully craft it. We should still make the most of our time and proceed with the final healing ritual for my sister.
Right, the main task is more important. A moment later, Xiao Yun grabbed the corner of Zhouyi's pants and asked worriedly, Are you really okay? Xiao Yun, there's no need to be so tense, don't worry. In a little while, just take this pill, and you'll awaken the bloodline of frost. The cold power will no longer bother you. With that, Joey handed the extreme cold elixir to Xiao Yun.
Xiao Yun took the elixir, then calmly stepped into the magic circle, her face set with determination as she said, Brother, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Joey used various skills like Bamboo Blessing, Li Ming, granting Protection Blessing, and granting Courage Blessing to buff Xiao Yun, ensuring the most favorable conditions for Sui Lina to perform the healing for Xiao Yun. Although he was a second-tier priest, his holy light purity still seemed to fall short compared to Zhouyi's. While Sui Lina was lost in thought, Joey spoke up, urging her, Next, I'll need your help.
Alright, let's begin the ritual. Small matter.
After finishing her words, Sui Lina unleashed the power to activate the magic formation, while simultaneously instructing Xiao Yun to immediately use the extreme cold elixir. In an instant, a tremendous wave of freezing cold energy erupted, causing everyone to instinctively step back.
Xiao Yun's cold energy has erupted, is this going to be a problem?
A Qing asked with concern.
It's fine, I'll take care of it.
Joey used the holy radiant light will to neutralize the burst of cold energy, then confidently added, With the effects of the extreme cold elixir, I believe this will be the final eruption of Xiao Yun's cold energy. Sui Lina closely observed Xiao Yun's condition, then happily said, We've finally passed the hardest hurdle. Now, we just need to wait patiently for Xiao Yun to complete the awakening of her bloodline. After a while, the treatment process for Xiao Yun was finally completed.
Joey approached Xiao Yun, anxiously asking, How do you feel now? It seems like your illness has been completely cured.
Xiao Yun cheerfully replied, Xiao Yun, quickly check your personal information, see if anything has changed. Xiao Yun tried using her power and then said, It seems that the bloodline of frost has granted me the innate ability to control the ice element. Now, the ice element and I are in perfect harmony, I can control it and do whatever I want with it.
Can it be that awakening a bloodline can also grant new talents? Normally, a regular bloodline awakening wouldn't grant any new innate abilities. But you are Zhouyi's sister, and the awakening of the rare bloodline of frost is an exception. Joey proudly responded, silently thinking to himself, All of us have gained many benefits because of the bloodline of frost. Could it be that our ancestors were truly powerful practitioners of the bloodline of frost? But even if that were true, considering the past situation, it's very likely that the family had already declined long ago. Miss Sui, although Xiao Yun's bloodline of frost has successfully awakened, for safety's sake, could you please perform another comprehensive check on her?
No problem, Sui Lina replied cheerfully. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke up, Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou Yun's body has completely recovered, and her bloodline of frost has also awakened. The mayor highly values this matter and has specially arranged a batch of cultivation resources to be sent here for the two siblings.
Joey shook hands with Secretary Zhao, gratefully replying, "Thank you.
I'll return to the school soon, and then I'll have to trouble Secretary Zhao to help take care of Shiao Yun."
"You're too kind, it's my honor," replied Secretary Zhao. Watching Xiao Yun happily chatting and playing with a Qing, Joey suddenly asked, "Have you thought about which profession you want to pursue in the future?" "Profession?" Xiao Yun asked in return. "Of course, a mage."
Upon hearing this, Joey nodded approvingly. "This profession suits you well. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a specialized mage profession book to conceal your abilities."
"That's great.
I've already sensed the dark power within me still awakening. I believe the day we unleash our power is not far off." The dark power, the vicious look in Xiao Yun's eyes, and her words left everyone stunned.
Sui Lai Na immediately ran over to check. Could it be that I still have areas I haven't checked yet? How could there be dark power here?
Suddenly, Joey remembered the days when he and Xiao Yun were little, before they had awakened their powers, and they would often cosplay as superheroes saving the world. Don't be enchanted by the dark power. We must seal it to protect the peace of the world. Little Xiao Yun, just 3 years old, said, returning to the present. Seeing that his little sister was about to say something childish again, Joey proactively went over to pull Xiao Yun outside. "I should still take you to experience the ice crystal. Ji Qing really saved my life. My brother is willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good." Looking at Zhou Yun's expression, one could tell that in the future, she would undoubtedly become an outstanding figure in the world of mages.
Actually, normally it's not like this.
While Secretary Zhao and Qing were making excuses for Xiao Yun's childish behavior, Sui Lina, with a serious expression, was silently thinking, "Dark power, huh?" As the awakening process had just concluded, Joey proposed that Zhou Yun practice martial arts with him. "I will summon spirits to freeze all the powers that block you." After speaking, Zhou Yun shot the ice element directly at where Joey was standing, but everything was blocked by the holy light shield surrounding Joey. "It seems your body has completely recovered. Now, I can start arranging your cultivation journey." Zhou Yun started to make an excuse.
"Ah, brother, I feel like the cold energy in my body is flaring up again. It looks like I can't continue cultivating with you." And then, under the strictness of Zhou Yun, though unwilling, had to participate in the training. After the high-intensity training session, Zhou Yun was completely exhausted and collapsed on the ground, sighing. "Brother, so cultivation is actually this tiring. The great mission of saving the world is now left for you to complete alone. There's really nothing I can do about it." Joey sighed helplessly and summoned Xiao Kuei. "Xiao Kuei is the demon pet I just signed a contract with. Let it stay with you for training over the next few days. But don't let it come to the point where you can't even defeat Xiao Kuei. If that happens, there's nothing more to say." "No problem. Now that Xiao Kuei is here with me, I'll definitely make an effort to cultivate." As Zhou Yun spoke, he happily petted Xiao Kuei. "Xiao Kuei, follow me. Let's quickly sign the dark contract and become comrades." Joey looked at Xiao Kuei's expression, which was a mixture of 3 parts reluctance and 7 parts like the father's, and couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Kuei, the price you're paying, I will remember it." A few days later, when Joey was carrying Xiao Kuei and preparing to return to school, Sumi and I came straight to his house to find him, which surprised him. "Miss Su, why are you here?" "The National University and College Exchange Competition is about to start. The team competition requires 5 members to form a group. I came to find you mainly to confirm the list of members for the team representing our school. You are the top rank in the freshman competition, so the important responsibility of being the team leader is naturally placed on your shoulders. Moreover, building the team is something only you, as the team leader, can accomplish." "No problem," Joey replied cheerfully. "Here are the top 10 student rankings in the freshman competition, except for you. You need to choose 4 people to be your teammates. Joey immediately responded without hesitation, "Miss Sue, I plan to select the 4 highest-ranking freshmen as my teammates." Sumi and I, upon hearing this, scolded him, "You're being too careless. In a team battle, it's common for the match to last into the later stages. This is a test of combat ability and teamwork. Therefore, the priest profession, which helps maintain the team's recovery state, is an extremely important factor. Even though you're a holy knight and can provide a lot of buffs, your healing ability still isn't enough compared to a priest. Moreover, in a 5-person team, you should have chosen a priest." Joey confidently replied, "No need for that. As long as we can quickly defeat the opponent, we don't need to worry about healing ability." "Teacher Sue, do you have confidence in winning the individual competition in the freshman exchange match? Also, in the team battle, when I activate the bloodline of the angel, I can even take on the entire opposing team by myself." In the freshman competition, Joey's strength far exceeded that of the other freshmen. With Joey on the team, there was really no need for a priest, he could simply crush the opponents from other schools. Thinking of this, Sumi and I had no choice but to compromise. "Well then, if you're so sure about it, I'll report this list to Director No. By the way, has the matter with your sister awakening her bloodline been taken care of?" "It's all settled. I must thank Miss Sue for that. She was the one who initially informed me about the extreme cold lotus." "That's good to hear." Sumi and I replied with a smile. At this moment, Joey suddenly remembered something and asked Miss Sue, "Do you know where I can find an undercover career specialization letter?" "An undercover career specialization letter? Is this for preparing your sister?" Joey honestly responded. After discovering the otherworldly creature that came through the interdimensional crack, I vaguely sensed a kind of pressure. So, I need to figure out a way for Shiao Yun to quickly gain the strength to protect herself. You're quite thoughtful. Moreover, the undercover career specialization letter is available on the school's website, but it's not easy to purchase. Sumi and I said cryptically and quickly left. Joey was left confused by Sumi's words, but when he opened the school's website to check, he understood. Restrictions for purchasing the undercover career specialization letter: the lowest level student must reach level 25, must have a score of A or above, complete an A-level task from the school, and secure a spot in the top 10 of the local leaderboard or top 100 of the heavenly leaderboard. So that's how it is. It turns out that obtaining the undercover career specialization letter is really difficult. Even the cheapest professional letter requires at least 20,000 lessons to obtain. It seems that there is no way for Shiao Yun to succeed in such a short time, but I will try my best to achieve my goal within half a year. At that moment, Joey received a new mission from the system. Upon checking, he saw that the freshman exchange match between the universities and colleges nationwide was about to start, and the system was now announcing the achievement rewards. The system would award achievements based on the comprehensive performance of the host in the freshman exchange match. After reading the information, Joey couldn't help but feel excited. The rewards for the previous 2 missions had significantly improved his strength in a way that was truly astonishing. It seemed that this time, he would have to go all out, aiming for the best possible results to receive the most generous reward. Elsewhere, the deans were gathered in a meeting to discuss the upcoming freshman exchange match between universities and colleges nationwide. The team leader chosen for the group battle was Joey, and the roster had already been sent over. I will briefly inform everyone. The team captain is Holy Knight Joey, the swordman is Yuling Kong Shiran, the Taoist priest is Song Xiaolan, the mage is Tang Lingxi, and the warrior is Wei Tai Xian. Upon hearing Dean Wu's words, Wu Kuzhen raised a question: why is there no priest in the team? Song Ji agreed, saying, "That's right, isn't this team composition a bit dangerous? After all, without a priest to support, the error rate of the entire team will increase significantly." While the other deans were worried about this lineup, Zhu Huayang thought differently. On the contrary, I don't see any issue with this plan. I believe with Joey's abilities, adding a priest would be redundant. In his heart, he silently thought to himself, after Joey activated his bloodline technique, no one sitting here could possibly understand Joey's true strength better than he did.
Even without teammates, Joey might very well be able to win the team battle by himself. On top of that, Joey not only provided growth, but his defensive abilities were also exceptional.
Moreover, many of his attack skills were even more powerful.
It seemed like he could take on 3 different roles by himself: swordsman, tank, and support. The dean of the Tactical Academy, Zhang Ling, had been silent up until then and now spoke. "I have no objections. With Joey's abilities, he has a complete advantage and also has effective strategies of his own." After thinking for a while, Song-ji made his decision. "Then, I will approve from my side as well. I hope that during the exchange match, Joey can display strength that will surprise everyone."
"Alright, it's settled then,"
Wu Mang declared. "The team composition issue has been resolved.
Now, let's move on to the training matter.
Dean Wu, I will have to trouble you with their training from now on. After all, while this group of freshmen has remarkable individual strength, their team coordination still needs a lot of improvement."
"No problem. I will have Sumi and I notify them, and they should assemble in the Academy of War 3 days from now." Back to the main protagonist.
While Joey was diligently carrying out his daily tasks, he received a message from Master Wang Hui about the private lessons he would be giving him. This was the first lesson since he became Master Wang's student, and there was a high possibility that Master would teach him a new skill. However, today he still chose the skill points as his reward. Please choose today's reward.
Reward 1, gain 15 attribute points. Reward 2, gain 15 skill points. Reward 3, random skill book. Reward 4, random chest.
Joey selected the skill points reward. Immediately, he could feel the changes in his body. As long as he completed the daily tasks, he could earn attribute points and skill points through the system here. It truly was easy to distance himself from others. The next day, Wang Hui and Joey went to the training area. Looking at the group of 23 RD level demonic wolves in front of him, Joey asked,
"Master, do you want me to chase away these demonic wolves?"
"This is near the forest, and the Tianwu Guild, which I founded, has leveling points here.
You don't need to worry." Sure enough, less than a second later, an ancient dragon appeared in the sky, roaring so loudly that the demonic wolves scattered in fear. Seeing Joey's shocked expression, Wang Hui explained,
"The ancient dragon, a level 62 demon dragon, is your brother's.
It is usually responsible for guarding the entire forest as a demon. If the demonic wolves are this terrified, just imagine how powerful your brother must be."
Wang Hui smiled proudly and said, "My brother was once on par with the master, reaching level 64, and his combat ability even surpassed the master's. That's why the master entrusted the Tianwu Guild to him without any worries."
Joey couldn't help but admire after hearing this.
To reach level 64 at 30 years old, your brother's talent is truly extraordinary. Wang Hui chuckled softly. "Ha, over the years, the master has met many professionals, but you are the most gifted of them all.
Keep working hard.
I believe your future achievements may even surpass your brother's."
"Alright, shall we, watch closely. I will demonstrate the special skill to teach you."
With that, Wang Hui combined the Holy Light and Shield of Tempering skills, creating 2 massive shields. Then, the 2 shields slowly closed the gap, and when they collided, a tremendous explosion occurred, leveling a vast area of land.
Joey was left stunned by the sheer power of a third transition professional. Once done, Wang Hui handed Joey a book. "Xiaoyi, this is the first skill I'm teaching you.
Place your consciousness on the cover of the skill book, and use your skill points to learn it." "Understood," Joey replied, closing his eyes and following Wang Hui's instructions. He successfully learned a new skill, Light-Infused Shield A+ level 1. This skill creates 2 wall shields in front of the user within a certain range. The 2 wall shields gradually move closer, and upon collision, they create a massive explosion, dealing significant magic damage of the light attribute to enemies.
At the same time, allies can pass through the wall shields, but enemies cannot.
Note, this skill is a legacy skill of the Holy Knight class.
After reading the skill information, Joey could not hide his curiosity. Master, how do you know about the Holy Knight skill?
Sanctified Light Shield is a specialized skill that your sister created when she was a third-tier Holy Knight. Back then, I inherited this skill from your sister, and now I will pass it down to you.
Have you learned the skill already? Release it and show me.
Joey did exactly as he was taught. Although the power wasn't great, Wang Hui still seemed satisfied and praised him. Right now, you are only a level 1 Holy Light infused shield, but for you to do this much is already very good. This skill is specially prepared for your team battles. You can use wall shield to divide the battlefield, thereby limiting the usual actions of your enemies.
If you've grasped the new skill, the next step is a practical combat exercise.
As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon landed behind him.
Garen will deploy demons around and start attacking you.
The number of experience points you can earn from defeating them depends entirely on your own efforts.
No problem, Master. Upon receiving the answer, Wang Hui signaled to Garen. Garen immediately roared. The demons within the soundwave zone became enraged and chose Joey as their target.
One demon beast, lying in wait in the bushes behind Joey, suddenly lunged at him, aiming to bite his head off. However, Joey saw through it and, with just a basic move, sent it packing. After that, Joey used a combination of all the skills he had, from elemental light buffs to ice elemental powers, to deal with all the monsters that had been attacking him throughout the night, until the sun began to rise.
Seeing Joey's exhausted, breathless state, Wang Hui smiled and teased, "You're really going all out, huh? I never thought you would end up draining every bit of your stamina and magic power. Aren't you worried about demons still being around? Heh, isn't the teacher here to help?"
Joey chuckled in response, drinking a potion to recover his stamina while thinking to himself, but the thrill of frantically gaining experience like this is truly satisfying. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 22. You have received 20 attribute points and 20 skill points. Joey immediately used all the points he had just earned to level up his Holy Light infused shield from level 1 to level 3.
Not bad.
The teacher had originally predicted that he could take down nearly 100 demons, but in the end, Joey had managed to defeat almost 400. Fortunately, he had the teacher's guidance, otherwise, relying solely on himself, it would have been difficult to level up in just 1 or 2 months.
Joey expressed his gratitude.
At this point, Wang Hui advised, "Anyway, you were bold enough to form a team without a priest during the exchange competition. As my student, in critical moments, you must stay calm and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher, with me here, the championship is definitely ours this year." At the rest station in the Wildwind Forest, an announcement echoed over the loudspeakers: the freshman exchange competition for the National College of Higher Education is about to begin.
There are 218 universities and colleges nationwide participating. Which school will eventually claim the championship? Am I seeing this correctly? Su-Hang University doesn't have a priest?
Such an extreme team coordination can only be used by lower-tier schools, right?
Zhu Ruo and Zhu Dan happened to walk by and, upon overhearing the two female students, they approached to take a look at the list and joined the conversation. Joey really is the team leader, and Kang Shiran is the vice-captain. After skimming through a few comments online, Zhu Dan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some people are even saying that our school's team coordination is wrong and that we're missing a priest. The comment says that a team without a priest will definitely lose. How ridiculous. Zhu Ruo joined in. They had no idea just how terrifying Joey's strength was. The two girls looked at Zhu Ruo and Zhu Dan with evaluating eyes, then, somewhat angrily, asked, "Who are you?" Su Chenglian, sitting not far away, saw the two sides starting to exchange words and said to Wen Tianshan, "Ashuan, please inform the staff that I'll cover their bill today." She thought to herself that with Joey here, even if the team going out for the mission didn't have a priest, it wouldn't matter. This year's championship will definitely be ours. Returning to the main story, after the class with Wang Hui, Joey spent the whole day at the training ground battling against the robots. Since reaching level 22, the difficulty of the robots in the training ground had become too simple for Joey, and the effectiveness of the training had gradually decreased. Just as Joey was about to ask for Sumini's opinion,
Sumi and I called to inform him that Director Ng would begin special training with the students participating in the friendly match today. Therefore, she requested that Zhou immediately head to the auditorium of the Academy of War to gather. In addition to Kang Shiran and Song Xiaolan, who Zhou was already familiar with, there were two other people in the auditorium, Wei Tai Xian, a level 18 warrior, and Tang Lingxi, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting to know each other, Wu Mang used his appraisal skill to scan Zhou from head to toe. Speaking of which, it's really surprising how quickly Zhou has leveled up under the guidance of Principal Wang Hui, Wu Mang said. Kang Shiran, hearing this, couldn't help but be surprised and turned to look at Zhou. You leveled up again? Alright, time is of the essence, so I'll keep it brief, Zhou responded. With the help of the teachers, I was fortunate enough to level up a bit. Wu Mang continued, in order to help you all prepare for the upcoming National Freshman Friendly Match, I will be the instructor responsible for your training. Next, I will guide you in team combat. For individual and survival battles, professional training will be provided. Today's training will mainly assess your abilities in cooperative team combat. First, you need to form a team to challenge the instance of the Goblin Deep Abyss, Wu Mang ordered. Of course, the school will cover all the costs for the course as you participate in the Deep Abyss instance. No wonder Miss Su has been urging me and Shui Xian to quickly level up to 18, Zhou thought to himself. It turns out she wants us to prepare for the challenge in the Deep Abyss instance. Everyone's strength is quite decent, and since we'll be forming teams, we should be able to clear the Deep Abyss easily. Moreover, thinking of this, Tang Lingxi secretly glanced at Zhou sitting beside her. On his own, Zhou could pass through the Deep Abyss, and with the addition of the four of us, failure seemed impossible. Noticing Tang Lingxi staring at him, Zhou turned and flashed a bright smile, causing Tang Lingxi to feel embarrassed and hurriedly hide behind Wei Tai Xian, leaving Zhou a little confused, wondering if his smile was really that intimidating. After receiving the information, the five-member team immediately entered the instance. Zhou, now with a serious expression, said, "This is our team's first collaboration, and I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone." No problem, the others replied in unison. Wei Tai Xian was responsible for defense and drawing fire. Meanwhile, Tang Lingxi was assigned to handle both magical and physical attacks. Song Xiaolan, positioned at the back, was in charge of supplementary offensive power. I was tasked with supporting everyone. Just as Zhou finished assigning the roles, the goblins appeared. Wei Tai Xian stepped forward first, using her fist to strike the ground, sending the monsters stumbling backward. The power of her punch took her by surprise. The effectiveness of her skill had increased by over 40% compared to before. Was this the support ability of the team leader? Tang Lingxi, witnessing Zhou unleash his skill, couldn't help but exclaim. Unbelievable! His casting speed is incredibly fast. The team leader managed to release 3 growth-enhancing skills in less than a second. Even as a professional mage, it's hard to match such speed. Very quickly, Tang Lingxi did not dare to be negligent and cast the magic skill Clear Call of Magic Destruction, slowing down the goblin's advance. Kang Shiran also seized the moment and charged forward, using his sword to slash through the monsters. Xiaorian, Shui Xian, be careful of an ambush. Zhou shouted, and just as he finished, a rain of arrows flew toward them. Thanks to the prior warning, Wei Tai Xian quickly raised his shield, successfully blocking the goblin's ambush. At this moment, Kang Shiran suddenly noticed something unusual. This situation was completely different from before. How could there be goblin archers? Monster, level 23 Goblin Archer, B-grade silver quality, skill and ambush, burst attacks. He read the information about the monsters. Zhou smiled and said, it seems that the reason for this is that the number of challengers on our side has increased. The goblins have leveled up their attacking tactics. Saying this, Zhou used the Judgment of Light to eliminate the group of goblin archers. I'll deal with these troublesome ones first, and leave the rest to you. After all, the main goal for me in this instance is to improve the team's synergy, and fighting alone would go against that. No problem, Kang Shiran and Wei Tai Xian responded. Seeing how hard everyone was working, Zhang Xiaolan felt even more motivated and began using her spells to attack the goblins. Meanwhile, Wu Mang observed the battle through the student's screen and couldn't help but nod in approval. Compared to the freshman match, Zhou casting speed had more than doubled, and some of his skills could even be completed in the blink of an eye. Sumi and I speculated that it seemed after he passed the instant's deep abyss, his talent choice was related to accelerating his casting speed.
In terms of progress speed, Zhou improvement was indeed astonishing.
Just after enrolling, he had already led Kong Shiran to dominate the top of the leaderboard for the instant's deep abyss.
Wu Mang smiled and said,
"That's why I want to take a step further and test Zhou, especially by adding a bit more difficulty for them." Inside the instance, thanks to their smooth coordination, Zhou's team quickly overwhelmed the overwhelming number of goblin-like creatures without missing a beat. When monsters approached, Kong Shiran sneered coldly, using the skill haunting slash repeatedly with high speed, easily dispatching the monsters. The others were not idle either, starting to showcase their abilities.
Song Xiaolan tore a talisman and used the 5 Thunderbolt technique to attack the monsters.
Tang Lingxi cast a wind-based magic spell, the Dragon Scroll, summoning a whirlpool of ice that swept through the monsters.
Then, she called out loudly, "Tai Xian, give them the final blow." "Got it." Wei Tai Xian responded, immediately leaping into the air, using her unstoppable kick technique, launching a combo strike toward the monsters.
By the time she landed, all the monsters were lying defeated on the ground. Thanks to the buff enhancement, she felt light and easily dominated the whole group of goblins. It was incredibly satisfying, a refreshing feeling inside.
Wei Tai Xian, still craving more, smiled at Tang Lingxi and asked, "By the way, are these goblins completely dealt with by us?"
Tang Lingxi replied, Xiaobai told me that there are no more traces of the goblins around."
Zhou laughed loudly and reminded, "This level is just a warm-up. The real challenge is the next boss. Everyone must remain on high alert." Wei Tai Xian cracked his knuckles and confidently said, "What's there to be afraid of?"
"Second brother, your buff skills double my strength.
With your support, isn't it a breeze to clear this instance?" Song Xiaolan cheerfully added, "That's right, even on your own, Zhou, you could easily clear this instance."
Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. I truly admire the team leader's strength."
Hearing this, Zhou felt a bit of a headache and thought to himself, "Are they all crazy, setting goals for me?"
Kong Shiran remained silent, standing aside, covering her mouth as she secretly laughed. After a while, the group reached a large door.
Wei Tai Xian asked, "The final boss must be inside, right?"
Zhou replied, "That's right, but as we approach the door, something feels off."
"Never mind, let's go in first and see."
Making a silent decision, Zhou stepped forward and pushed the door open. As they entered, a massive boss appeared before them, speaking, "So you finally made it."
"A bunch of fools, the second-generation Goblin King monster, level 25, death attribute, skill unknown."
Note, after the old king's death, the new leader of the goblins took over the position of the Goblin King. Tang Lingxi was startled and exclaimed, "The boss is level 25, ha, I've heard that a distinguished guest is visiting, so I deliberately prepared some gifts for you all." After finishing her words, the boss let out a strange laugh, raised her weapon, and conjured a giant fireball, hurling it towards Tang Lingxi.
"This is the fireball technique, how can it be so powerful?" she muttered under her breath, still in shock.
She stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the fireball flying toward her.
"Lingxi, get out of the way!" Wei Tai Xian shouted loudly, rushing over to push Tang Lingxi back, and immediately conjured a shield to block the fireball. However, the result was not promising.
The shield barely lasted a second before cracks began to appear.
"This is no good, it can't hold it at all."
As soon as Wei Tai Xian finished speaking, the shield shattered into pieces, putting her in a dangerous position, directly facing the fireball. Wei Tai Xian gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, with the captain's buff, my strength has clearly doubled, yet even a basic attack from this monster is hard to block." The boss suddenly laughed menacingly and said, "Don't be in such a hurry, this is the place I prepared for your end, turn to ashes." At the same time, its movements didn't stop, continuously creating more fireballs and throwing them towards the group. One fireball had already left them helpless. Now, facing a barrage of fireballs, despair was inevitable. And this was exactly when the value of a team leader would be revealed.
Everyone, step back. Joey commanded in a firm voice.
He moved forward, using his ice power to create a massive, thick ice wall, much stronger than Wei Tai Xian's shields, to intercept the incoming fireballs. Captain, be careful, this is not a typical fireball spell. Tang Lingxi reminded him, and just as she spoke, they saw the fireballs being absorbed by the ice wall, losing most of their energy, leaving only a small fireball, no bigger than a ping-pong ball.
The mini fireball was drawn into Joey's palm. He squeezed it with force until it vanished and said, "This is indeed a bit tricky. The power of this boss far surpasses the one I dealt with before." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaolan spoke up, "Then, let me take the first round this time." With that, Song Xiaolan quickly formed a series of hand seals, summoning a swarm of talismans that flew around the boss. Heaven's mandate is clear, the spirit guides the way, the divine talisman reveals its power, obey the command to explode. As soon as the word explode left her mouth, the talismans detonated, creating a massive fire that engulfed the boss. A second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth. The talismans were crushed in its palm, yet the boss itself seemed completely unharmed. Song Xiaolan, incredulously, exclaimed, "Why did it have no effect?" At this moment, Tang Lingxi's face turned serious as she spoke, "Lan's sister, let me try my spell, and attack once more." Then, Tang Lingxi used the fire-type magic technique, Magic Arrow, to create a series of fiery arrows aimed at the boss. "Let it take my attack as well."
Kang Shiren shouted, activating the Ring of the Demon skill, and slashing several sword strikes toward the boss. The two attacks intertwined, heading straight for the boss, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave spread in all directions. However, the boss remained unharmed. It was now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. "Quite interesting, but this is where it ends," the boss said, opening its mouth. A small purple orb immediately formed in front of its mouth, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger. Eventually, the orb was shot toward the group.
Tang Lingxi despaired and said, "Our levels are too far apart. It seems we can't fight against this boss." Just as everyone was ready to give up, Joey stepped forward again. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." With that, Joey created a golden shield to block the boss's attack. As Joey's voice echoed, the boss's ultimate move was once again nullified by him. Wei Tai Xian spoke up, "Joe brother, let me try a close-range attack." Joey smiled, placing a hand on Wei Tai Xian's shoulder and said, "A level 25 executioner class boss is indeed a bit too much for all of you. Leave the rest to me now." After that, Joey used the True Sight of Light skill on the boss. True Sight of Light reveals the weaknesses and hidden abilities of the enemy, providing guidance for the next attack. In fact, this boss was one level higher than the previous one, but its attributes were doubled. If I used the S-rank Bloodline secret technique, I could unleash several times the power. Being targeted so clearly like this, it was highly likely that this was a special trial left intentionally by Principal Wu. If that's the case, I'll use this opportunity to showcase my strength to everyone, my Seraphim form, and my true power. After saying this, Joey immediately transformed into his Seraphim form, his left hand radiating holy light, while his right hand exuded the power of frost. Outside the instance, Sumi and I anxiously asked, "Principal, the difficulty setting for this boss is undoubtedly too high. Is this really necessary?" Wu Mang explained, "Although their strength is indeed remarkable now, other schools also have talented individuals. In the exchange match, the geniuses from Mado University and Changjing are the strongest opponents they'll face. That's why I need a defeat to make them realize the harshness of the competition." Sumi and I softly said, "A defeat?" She then laughed and said, "Principal, you really underestimate Joey." Wu Mang smiled back, hoping the boy would provide a chance to save face. At the same time, inside the instance, the boss, seeing Joey's transformation, showed interest and said, "Interesting, you even turned into a glowing little bird."
If you have any skills, now is the time to use them. I will let you have your way, Joey said, then used the light wine infusion technique to attack the boss. The boss spoke, "Little demon, your tone is quite bold. You should know that you are the one who challenged me." After that, the boss used the technique Annihilation World Eternal Fire in response. The techniques from both sides collided, causing a massive explosion, and the energy waves immediately spread everywhere. Kang Shiran hurriedly thrust her sword into the ground and used her magic power to protect everyone inside. Song Xiaolan marveled in astonishment, "Is this the true power of classmate Joey? Until now, I've realized that the strength of everyone in Joey is clearly on a completely different level." Song Xiaolan suddenly looked at Kang Shiran and asked, "Xiaorian, has classmate Joey ever used this form before?" Kang Shiran smiled and replied, "This is the first time I've seen it too." It seems that Joey has really unleashed his full power. After the first confrontation, both the boss and Joey were unharmed. The boss grinned and asked, "Little demon, is this all you've got? No matter how many forms you take, you can never defeat me, can you?" With a soft murmur, Joey used the holy light chains, sending chains flying toward the boss, binding its limbs and body tightly. Just as the boss was surprised by the chains on its body, Joey used the Spear of Victory, creating multiple spears that plunged down from above, aiming at the boss. Next, the offense and defense changed form. Joey then followed up with a move, Lightstorm Tempest, creating a fiery whirlwind that engulfed the boss inside. It was no longer just a series of isolated moves. This time, Joey's combo chain dealt a devastating amount of damage to the boss. "Damn it!" The boss screamed in pain, mouth agape. Seeing this, Joey smirked and said, "Don't rush. There's more." Joey quickly charged forward, driving one hand forcefully into the boss's screaming mouth. A moment later, after Joey's attacks subsided, the boss reappeared, black blood flowing from its mouth. In a weakened state, it spoke up, "It seems you haven't used your ultimate. Your strength is unable to fully satisfy you. My apologies." Joey chuckled and replied, "It is a bit of a pity. I originally wanted to try the hand of the divine in my six-winged archangel form, but it seems that we'll have to wait for next time. However, seeing as you're barely hanging on, I'll at least send you off properly." With that, Joey extended two fingers, condensing energy and firing it directly at the boss. At this moment, outside the instance, Wu Mang gasped in horror and exclaimed, "Monster! This is the boss I spent so much effort adjusting. Even a level 26 professional player would struggle to defeat it. Joey's strength now is truly terrifying." Then, Wu Mang turned to Sumi and I and asked, "Miss Su, do you have the regular combat data for Joey from the training field?" Sumi and I smiled and replied, "Yes, just before Joey came over, he had already tested the training field. He took only 6 minutes and 12 seconds to easily pass the level 10 combat shape challenge." Wu Mang laughed upon hearing this, saying, "No wonder you and Old Chu have so much confidence in him." Sumi and I also smiled in response, but it just so happened that Joey was able to prove his strength in front of him. Back inside the instance, as the boss was defeated by Joey's ultimate move and vanished, a notification board immediately appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the Deep Abyss instance. Completion time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Rewards are now being distributed." Instantly, a level-up glow surrounded Tang Lingxi, and her face was filled with surprise as she muttered, I gained 8,000 experience." Wei Tai Xan's face also showed equal surprise as he spoke up, "I also gained 8,000 experience." Completing the Deep Abyss instance once yields more rewards than a whole week of training outside. As for Joey, he had deactivated his transformation state and returned to his original form. Beside him, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have earned 11,236 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points." Joey silently thought to himself, "If this continues, I feel like I'll level up again very soon." At that moment, Kang Shiran rushed over and asked with concern, "Joey, how are you? Are you injured?" Joey stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and said, "It's fine, just drained quite a bit of energy. We should still check what rewards the boss dropped."
"Alright," Wei Tai Xin replied.
The group then made their way to the spot where the boss had been defeated and saw a golden chest lying there. Upon opening it, the items inside became visible to them: a gold-level weapon, Staff of the Flame Branch, requiring level 24, a gold-level weapon, Fire Spirit Shield, requiring level 24, a gold-level weapon, Ring of the Infernal Flame, requiring level 24.
Wei Tai Xin exclaimed with joy, "These rewards are such a steal, right? And they're all gold-level equipment. Joe brother, you dropped so many items." Joey chuckled and said, "Looks like the luck's not bad this time. Does anyone here need any of these 3 pieces of equipment?" The other 4 offered their opinions one by one. First, Wei Tai Xin, "The equipment's level requirement is too high for me, I can't use it at all." Tang Ling, she said, "The fire attribute increase isn't suitable for me, so I can't use it either." Kang Shiran spoke up, "These items aren't compatible with the roles for me or Xiaolan." Song Xiaolan suggested, "Joey, you contributed the most this time, so you should take these items." Joey didn't refuse. He gathered the items, smiling as he said, "What a pity, well then, I'll take these items for now. When we get back, I'll auction them at school and convert them into credits. Then I'll distribute the earnings evenly to everyone." Wei Tai Xin hurriedly declined, "Don't, Joe brother, no matter what, you should get 70% first. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to pass through the gate so easily," Song Xiaolan said, shyly speaking up. "That's right, after all, you were the key to defeating the boss, and I barely helped at all," Joey said with a smile. "Just divide it evenly. This way, everyone won't have to worry about their credits for a long time," Kang Shiran, who was standing nearby, also smiled and advised. "Everyone, please feel free to accept it. After all, Joey doesn't lack credits at all," someone else chimed in. Since the matter had come this far, the others also found it inconvenient to refuse, so they happily accepted. "All right then." After distributing the reward, Joey smiled and reminded, "We must remember that our goal is not only to win the competition, but also to protect the honor of our school." Wei Tai Xin resolutely said, "Joe brother, I won't disappoint you. In the next training, I will work twice as hard." Song Xiaolan spoke up, "Joe brother, I will also give my all." "Captain, me too," Joey replied with satisfaction, "Good." Everyone's determination to work hard was the key to their success. "I believe that in the upcoming friendly match, our team will definitely win gloriously." As Joey and the others exited the instance, they immediately heard a round of applause from Wu Mang. "Congratulations! You all successfully passed the instance deep abyss that I specially created." Dean Wu and Miss Su, Wu Mang continued to praise without end. "Your performance was excellent, surpassing my expectations. Of course, especially Joey, you brought me a big surprise." Joey smiled innocently, scratched his head, and said, "I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do." Wu Mang asked Joey, "What do you think about the first place in the exchange match?" Joey clenched his fist and confidently affirmed, "Howie will definitely take first place." "Good," Sumi and I commented, "to win the championship, you need this kind of confidence." She continued, "Joey's abilities in both support and attack are versatile, and he can easily set up 2 strategies. At first, Joey can be placed in the support position to temporarily hide his true strength. Then, when the crucial moment arrives, he can strike with full force, catching the opponent off guard. If we do this, the first place in the exchange match will likely be even more secure." Wu Mang smiled in agreement, "It's a good idea. At that time, let those old guys witness Joey's strength. Even geniuses must have their rankings." Sumi and I continued, "However, their team coordination still lacks a bit of sharpness. This aspect needs more practice." "Right," Wu Mang said, "tomorrow, we can focus on exploiting their weaknesses and provide them with targeted training." "All right, that's enough for today. Everyone can go and rest for now. Of course, in order to keep you all motivated for training, we've also prepared a few punishment tactics." Joey was taken aback and asked nervously, "Punishment tactics? Teacher, could you give us a hint? If I tell you, it won't be interesting anymore. We still have things to do, so we'll leave first. After saying that, Sumi and I and Wu Mang immediately left. Miss Su Joey wanted to call them back, but it seemed like Sumi and I didn't hear, and after a few steps, they were already out of sight of Joey and her group. It couldn't be helped. Joey turned to speak to her teammates. If that's the case, let's all work hard on our training and prepare for the challenge of the exchange match. Dongqing and the others responded, yeah, time passes, just like any other ordinary day in front of the instance gate. Crowd character A sighed, the nightmare level instance really is too difficult. Crowd character B said, that's right, I've tried twice, but I couldn't even get past the first stage. If the nightmare level is this hard, I can't even imagine how tough the deep abyss difficulty must be. Just as crowd character A finished speaking, they heard someone else speak. Lingxi, do you think we'll be able to complete the deep abyss instance challenge in 10 minutes? The two crowd characters were startled and turned toward the voice. They saw a group of 5 people laughing and joking as they passed by. The one who spoke was the girl with black hair in the group. This group was Zhou Yi's team, here today to challenge the instance. In response to Wei Tai Xan's question, Tang Lingxi smiled and said, we've been training together for so long, plus the captain's buff, I don't think 10 minutes will be a problem. Wei Tai Xin acknowledged, that's true. Also, yesterday, Director Wu even specifically taught me a few tricks. Tang Lingxi smiled and said, then today, I will wait eagerly with eager eyes. After waiting for Zhou Yi's team to enter the instance, crowd character A asked, the instance Deep Abyss has turned into a racing game. What is their background? Crowd character B answered, they are the team representing our school that participated in the National Freshman Exchange Competition between universities and colleges this year. Crowd character A exclaimed in shock, freshmen? I remember the highest level team from our class only reached level 19, but these people are at least level 20. It's really unbelievable. The male student from earlier didn't seem too bad either. Crowd character B pointed to the leaderboard, sighing with admiration, not just not bad, look up and see, that's Joey, the number 1 ranked in the clearing record. A nearby crowd member, hearing this, curiously looked up at the leaderboard and immediately shouted, Joey. So he's the one that even the experts on the leaderboard can't surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the instance, the little demons ahead of them were ordered to go first. The boss roared and used a fiery attack to target Zhou Yi's team. Wei Tai Xan excitedly laughed and said, finally, I've been waiting for you to make a move. Destroy it for me. She shouted loudly, with her hands surrounded by red energy, charging forward fiercely, shattering the boss's skill into pieces. In her heart, she silently thought, under the teacher's guidance, I now have enough strength to withstand your attacks. Suddenly, the voice of the boss rang out. The weak are always the weak. Don't think that just because you've made a little progress, you can be arrogant in front of me. Wei Tai Xan was slightly startled and turned his head to look, only to see a massive fist almost within arm's reach. Shui Xian stepped back. Joey gave a command and stepped forward, moving ahead of Wei Tai Xian. He punched directly into the boss's fist. In the blink of an eye, the boss's entire arm was twisted and crushed, causing it to scream in pain. My arm! Joey turned his head to look at Wei Tai Xian and smiled, saying, Shui Xian, you've done very well just by holding back the boss's head attack on your own. Now, let's work together to defeat it. Tang Lingxi also smiled and said, Shui Xian, take a rest for a bit, leave the rest to us. At this moment, the boss roared in anger. Damn it, I want all of you to die. Before the boss could make a move, it was already bound by bright golden chains. Following that, a surge of lightning surged along the chains, sending intense electrical shocks into its body, making it scream in agony once more. Zhou Yi held one end of the chain and smiled, saying, Now you know what pain feels like? But don't worry, even if you scream loud enough, we won't let you off. Song Xiaolan spoke up. That's right. Her expression was serious, and with both hands, she quickly activated the seal to imprison the area. A large number of talismans flew out and stuck to the boss's body.
Next, Tang Lingxi also spoke up. Let me show you the move Miss Su taught me. Lightning magic storm, a massive bolt of lightning struck directly down from the sky onto the boss. Finally, Kang Shiran rushed forward, shouting, "One final strike." Accompanied by a powerful slash, she severed the boss's head, sending it soaring into the air.
The system notification appeared, "Congratulations on clearing the instant's deep abyss."
The time taken was 8 minutes and 36 seconds, and rewards began to be distributed through the door. A moment later, Zhou Yi and the others exited the instance. Wu Mang immediately approached to offer his praise. "Not bad, you've broken the time record by clearing it in 9 minutes.
Well done, even I can't find fault with your performance this time." Joey asked in surprise, "Principal Wu, what brings you here?"
Wu Mang's expression turned serious as he responded, "I'm here to inform you all that the time for the exchange match has been set, and it will take place next week. Tomorrow, I'll be leading everyone to the venue for the Changjing University exchange match." Upon hearing this, Song Xiaolan cheered with joy. "This is amazing, the exchange match is finally starting." Kang Shiran clenched her fists, excitedly saying, "All the training we've done is for this moment."
Wei Tai Xian also smiled and said, "After all this training, it's finally time for the match." Tang Lingxi, curious, asked, "I wonder what Changjing University is like over there?"
As for Zhou, he cracked his knuckles with a smile on his face, filled with anticipation, and silently thought to himself, "I've already grown bored of the boss in my own instance. Finally, I have the chance to spar with the top genius from another school." The next day, as agreed, Wu Mang arrived to lead Zhou and his group to the location of the friendly match. Before they left, he didn't forget to remind them, "For safety reasons, I will take everyone through the school's designated teleportation point, and we will be directly teleported to the venue of the friendly match at Changjing University." At the teleportation site, Principal Wang Hui and the deans had already been waiting. After exchanging pleasantries, the principal addressed the students, "You are all the best among the freshmen, carrying the honor of our school. We've already been champions for 4 consecutive years, and we hope you can bring us the honor of securing the championship for the 5th time."
"Understood?"
The group of Zhou replied in unison.
Only then did Wang Hui give the order for Zhu Huayan to activate the teleportation formation.
In an instant, Zhou, Wu Mang, and Sumi Enai found themselves at Changjing University.
This left Zhou stunned. "We've already arrived at Changjing University so quickly? Didn't they say the two schools are more than 2 million kilometers apart?"
Sumi and I laughed and replied, "Fortunately, we have Zhu Din's teleportation magic, otherwise, we'd have to travel by train for several days to get here. This kind of super long-distance teleportation formation can only be cast by a 3rd-tier mage."
At this moment, a voice rang out, welcoming the teachers and students of Suhang University to Changjing University. "Welcome, we are truly honored to have you here."
Wu Mang cheerfully stepped forward, shaking hands with Changyang Chun, a 3rd transition mechanist.
"Old friend, I must personally escort everyone to their accommodations." Changyang Chun warmly replied, then turned his gaze towards Zhou Yi's group.
"This time, you've brought these youngsters here, they really don't look bad. I heard that your school has a few freshmen with extraordinary strength."
"Well, we'll meet on the competition field next."
"Of course, that's inevitable." After the greeting, Wu Mang turned to instruct his students. "The official start of the exchange competition will be on the 10th. Once it begins, the competition will officially commence.
After a month of training, the team should have reached their limits by now. We won't push the training too hard these days, everyone can relax a bit."
However, recently, Changjing has seen a large influx of visitors, and there might be spies from alien races blending in. Every year, during such important events for prodigies, the demons of alien races often target human talents.
Alright, that's all for today.
In the coming days, you can go out and have some fun, but you must be careful and stay safe. With that, Zhou Yi's group was escorted by robots to the individual rooms that had been arranged for them to rest.
Welcome to the Changjing University residential area. If you have any issues, feel free to ask for my assistance at any time, the robot offered.
No need, but the service at Chungjing University is quite new.
Joey stood by the window, gazing at the city for a moment, then opened the system menu, using up all the accumulated experience points from before. He smoothly leveled up to level 23, gaining an additional 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Wow, reaching level 24 seems so far off. Anyway, a lot of my skills are still at level C and B. After advancing to the second tier, the skills that a Holy Knight can learn should at least be above B+. I might even be able to learn A+ level skills. The Radiant Orb can enhance teammates' attributes, while the Shadow Orb can deal devastating damage to enemies. As for the third tier, talking about third tier advancement is still a distant thought. Well, never mind, I should focus on completing this system achievement quest first, then I'll think about the next steps. 1 week later, the 157th Annual National Freshman Exchange Competition for universities and colleges in Zhongxia officially began, and the first match was between the students of Suhang University and Yinghui University. The overwhelming, bustling scene in the stadium made Joey sigh in awe. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the National Freshman Exchange Competition. The spectacle is truly breathtaking. Kang Shiran, who was standing next to him, added, "Today is just the opening. By the time the finals arrive, the audience could at least double in size." While the Joey team appeared to be excited, on the other side of the battlefield, the Yinghui University students were not as joyful. Such bad luck. We drew Suhang University. There's no way out. It's just our bad fortune, we can only be seen as obstacles. Suhang University was the champion of the previous session. Anyone who faces them has to accept their fate. Hearing what her teammates said, Brown Hair snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? Last year, we were also ranked in the top 30. No matter what happens, we can still put up some resistance. At the same time, the audience in the stands began to whisper among themselves. The Holy Knight standing behind them seems to be level 23. Yes, at that level, they really can suppress others. Fortunately, they're in a supporting role. If they were in an attacking position, they might bring more trouble. It looks like Yinghui University is going to lose to them for sure. Next, we'll see how many trump cards Yinghui can reveal to counter Suhang University's team. On the arena, Brown Hair had also noticed Joey's level. Though feeling nervous inside, she still spoke with confidence. The representative team from Suhang University is indeed quite capable. However, on the battlefield, level alone doesn't prove everything. Both teams had taken their positions and begun setting up their battlefield. They started their defensive stances, while the robot announced the countdown to the match. As soon as the 3-second countdown ended, the Yinghui student group, preparing to charge and deliver a surprise attack, was stopped by the brown-haired individual. To be sure, let's take defense as our main focus and see what tricks the opponent has up their sleeve. At that very moment, the brown-haired individual saw the Holy Knight from the opposing team swing his hand, and a halo immediately enveloped the Suhang University student group. Their stats skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. The audience watching this couldn't help but be astonished, as in just a few short seconds, several buff skills had already been released. Can you believe this? Holy Knight Joey truly lives up to his reputation as the captain of Suhang University. Chung Young Chun was also surprised by this. Old Wu, this Holy Knight Joey is pretty impressive. If he keeps growing, the overall stamina of your team could increase by 50%. Wu Mang smiled proudly and replied. Holy Knight is a hidden class, and its greatest effect is the ability to enhance a large area on the battlefield. In this small team battle, its performance is naturally no less impressive. Chung Yong Chun fell silent, thinking to himself that, fortunately, his own team's lineup also had a few trump cards, otherwise, relying solely on Joey might be exhausting. Now, he was curious to see if Yinghui University's countermeasure was worthy of being used as a model. Unfortunately, at this moment, in the eyes of Yinghui University, Joey's group appeared as ruthless as demons. One of them was so scared that they trembled and dropped their weapon. Captain, what should we do now?
With brown hair and a face drained of all color, but still holding onto his pride, he replied, "Perhaps I can stop them." After carefully assessing the situation, Joey sneered arrogantly and said, "It seems the strength of the opposing team is mediocre, so we should go with the simplest plan.
Everyone, focus on offense and strike them down with a single blow."
Kang Shiran and Song Xiaolan both responded in unison, "Understood."
As soon as the order was given, Tang Lingxi excitedly conjured a fireball and said,
"Captain, let me lead the charge this time." Without hesitation, Tang Lingxi launched a barrage of fire arrows aimed at the team from Yinghui University, using fire magic and long-range archery. The sudden attack forced the members of Yinghui University to grit their teeth and raise their shields, forming a protective barrier. The captain of Yinghui University, while defending, said,
"We can hold them off, looks like that's all they have."
Suddenly, a student behind him turned pale and shouted,
"Captain, they're coming again."
Before their eyes, Wang Taixian charged toward them, her sharp eyes focused. Her powerful fist shattered the defensive shield. Not stopping there, Kang Shiran slashed downward with countless strikes, invoking the ring of the demon.
Next, a surge of energy followed. Under the continuous onslaught, a massive explosion occurred. Their relentless attacks completely overwhelmed the team from Yinghui University.
Seeing that their opponents had no strength left to resist, the battle system announced the end of this fight.
Winner, Su Hang University.
The system soared higher and then continued, "Thank you to both teams for bringing us such an exciting battle. Please wait a moment, the next team match is about to begin." As soon as the previous match ended, Kang Shiran groaned, "My opponent is a warrior, but it's match 27.
I'll have to wait a long time." Song Xiaolan, beside her, also sighed and said, "I'm even worse off. I'm number 45. When will I ever get to fight?" Joey, overhearing them, joined in with amusement, "I'm match number 6, and my opponent is a swordman. Looks like my luck isn't bad, the second group is up next." Kang Shiran and Song Xiaolan could only listen with envy and admiration.
At that moment, the crowd in the stands started murmuring among themselves. The last match, Joey didn't even get a chance to fight.
I'm really curious to see what kind of strength he has. Can a Holy Knight, a support class, really participate in a solo match?
I guess Joey must be hiding his true abilities, after all, he's the team captain.
Soon after, Joey's match arrived.
The crowd immediately got excited and cheered.
Joey. Joe brother, go for it." When the two stepped onto the arena, the system made the announcement.
Match 9 of the individual competition, Joey from Su Hang University faces Lu Chang from Xian University.
All 12 participants, please get ready. The match is about to begin.
This time, Joey's opponent was Lu Chang, an 18th level swordman from Xian University. Lu Chang curled his lips into a sneer and thought to himself, "It's just a support class, after all.
Looks like my luck isn't bad. I've gotten a big break this early on." The people behind Lu Chang were also chatting excitedly. Lu Chang's opponent was the captain of Su Hang University. That's right, it seems like the next battle will be a fierce one. Holy Knight is just a support.
Lu Chang will definitely defeat him directly.
Without making everyone wait long, the system has started counting down. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the countdown finished, Lu Chang swiftly raised his sword and attacked first.
He disdainfully said, "If you surrender now, I can let you lose with some dignity."
On the contrary, Joey calmly smiled and replied, "You want me to surrender?
You can try withstanding 10 strikes in front of me before you say such nonsense." Lu Chang then swung his sword down and shouted, "You brat, I'll let you be arrogant in front of me." The blade of Manhwa was fast, but Joey easily dodged countless sword strikes. His speed made Lu Chang exclaim in surprise, "You're really fast." He then disdainfully added, "But this should end here." However, Lu Chang's legs were now trapped by ice clamps. He was left in a daze. When he looked up, Joey had already raised his fist and charged towards him. Liu Chang angrily cursed to himself, damn, using such tricks now. But Liu Chang used fire magic to escape from the ice trap beneath his feet. Furious, Liu Chang rushed forward and slashed down with his sword, cursing, incompetent fool. To his surprise, Joey blocked it with his bare hands. His defense left Liu Chang completely bewildered. He blocked it. Next, Joey threw a powerful punch straight into Liu Chang's stomach. He staggered back and shouted in shock, impossible. The force of the punch sent Liu Chang flying several meters away. The people below anxiously asked each other, what just happened? The captain was knocked out like that, I couldn't even see Zhou Yi's attack clearly. The teacher sighed and said, the opponent is the captain of Suhang University, Liu Chang. He must have greatly underestimated his opponent. Although he's just a support role, his combat abilities cannot be underestimated. As the smoke gradually cleared, Liu Chang's bloodied face appeared, and his body lay motionless. The system quickly approached to assess and announced, Liu Chang can no longer continue the fight. The system declared the winner, Joey. Joey retracted his fist and sneered, so weak, I didn't expect even a level C skill punch of mine could not be blocked. The audience in the stands erupted in excitement. Wow, what a terrifying punch. Just a few moves and the opponent was barely able to respond. It's hard to believe. Maybe this still isn't even Zhou Yi's full strength. Outside, Zhu Yu, the professor from Chongqing University, unexpectedly exclaimed, it's only been a few months since I went to recruit Li Jiang, and Zhou Yi's strength has already skyrocketed. Dean Shang, standing beside him, smiled and said, Miss Xu, it seems Joey almost became a student at our school. Zhu Yu regretfully said, that's right, if I had known earlier, I should have fought tooth and nail to win the title of top scholar like he did. And now, if Joey is here, aren't we going to be in complete chaos? Xiaolan, a level 19 assassin, looked at Joey with interest and slowly spoke. Joey seems to be the special male student that Xiao Rian mentioned. His strength is really impressive, I didn't expect him to be so proficient in support, close combat, and magic. In contrast, Zhu Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, appeared worried. She thought there was something off about the speed at which Joey cast his freezing skill. Even the ice mages from her family couldn't cast it that quickly. Suddenly, her bracelet began to glow. Zhu Xiaobai froze and thought to herself, wait, this is the reaction of our family's artifact. Could he be an awakener of the bloodline of frost? Seeing Zhu Xiaobai's silence, Xiaolan suddenly turned to ask, Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Zhu Xiaobai was startled, gripping her bracelet tightly, and replied, I'm fine. Immediately, Zhu Xiaobai hurriedly made an excuse to leave. Lan's sister, I suddenly have something urgent to do, so I need to head back. Her strange behavior left Xiaolan confused. Zhu Xiaobai quickly ran to a secluded spot and called Zhu Heng. As soon as the phone rang, Zhu Heng swiftly answered. He picked up the phone and asked, Xiaobai, isn't today the day of your competition? Why are you free to call me? And you even used the company's phone? As soon as Zhu Heng heard Zhu Xiaobai's voice, he quickly said, Dad, I've discovered a fake awakener of the bloodline of Frost, and he also shares the surname Zhu. The purity of the bloodline of Frost in this Zhou Yi is even over 70%. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Heng immediately froze in shock. He hurriedly asked, Are you sure? And it's the bloodline of Frost with such high purity? Zhu Xiaobai replied, There's an 80% chance that it's real, but we'll need to get closer to confirm. Zhu Heng calmed down slightly. He gently pushed up his glasses and said, All right, find an opportunity for me to meet Joey. I'll have my side begin a synchronized investigation to see if this Joey really comes from our Zhu family. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Heng stood up and looked out the window, feeling a sense of joy rising in his heart. Joey, the bloodline of Frost. If it's really accurate, perhaps our Tianlanzhou family is saved after all. Meanwhile, on the right side of the arena, everyone was cheering in unison. Joey, Joey. On the left side, they were no less enthusiastic, shouting,
Li Hen, Li Hen.
A classmate beside Li Hen laughed and said, Hen brother, don't go easy on him later.
Li Hen gave a cruel smile and said, Don't worry, I'm just afraid that Joey won't be able to handle me going all out.
Wei He, who was nearby, suddenly spoke up to remind him.
Xiao Hen, be careful. Zhou Yi's strength is very impressive. Even I can sense a very dangerous aura coming from him.
Li Hen immediately became serious, replying, Brothering why, I understand.
Right after that, Li Hen displayed his skills.
The classmate who had been standing next to him earlier said with admiration, as expected of Brother Hen, this aura is incredible.
The level 18 battle armor. Zhou Yi probably couldn't even touch a single hair on Brother Hen.
Zhang Feng chimed in, that's right, Joey, don't end up crying after getting beaten up. The upcoming match was about to begin, and the stands were bursting with excitement as cheers and chants filled the air.
Zhou Yi is the strongest. Joey, go for it. Joey, Motto University. Li Hen, stay strong.
At this moment, Zhu Heng appeared.
He said tiredly, fortunately, I made it in time.
Xu Dongni, looking around with interest, remarked, the people here in this match aren't any less impressive than the people from our clan's homeland. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobai appeared behind them. Xu Dongni quickly noticed her and excitedly turned to call out, Sister. She rushed forward and hugged Zhu Xiaobai. Xu Xiaobai, holding her, asked in confusion, Dad, Dongni, why are you two here?
Xu Heng calmly responded, Isn't it because we're investigating Zhou Yi's background? He's very likely from the main lineage, scattered due to the Dark Age. After learning that a clan member awakened the bloodline of Frost, the clan leader ordered me to come here to verify it. Plus, it's a good chance to show your sister the new champion of Su Hang. Suddenly, Zhu Dongni pouted, displeased, and said, Humph, what's so impressive about a Holy Knight support class? Xu Xiaobai quickly and sternly corrected. Dongni, your thoughts are wrong. So what if he's a Holy Knight? If Zhou Yi's bloodline purity truly exceeds 70%, he is fully qualified to transition into a hidden class within the clan.
Hearing this, Zhu Dongni eagerly asked, Sister, the highest bloodline purity among the younger generation of our main branch is only 40%, right? Is Zhou Yi's 70% bloodline purity really that high? Suddenly, Zhu Heng's voice sounded in reprimand. Dongni, I already told you before coming here to show some respect to Joey. According to our clan's hierarchy, he could also be considered your older brother. Zhu Dongni, begrudgingly, replied. Humph, even if he is truly from our clan, whether he can be my older brother depends on whether his strength qualifies him. Xu Xiaobai quickly spoke up to reassure. Alright, since father is here, we'll know Zhou Yi's bloodline purity right away after the test. We should just focus on watching Zhou Yi's match. In the end, Zhu Dongni reluctantly agreed. Fine, then. At this moment, the system made an announcement. The first match of the third round of the singles competition is about to begin. Now, please welcome the two contestants to the stage. Li Hen, Motto University, Zhou Yi, Su Hang University. Li Hen appeared, encased in armor, and confidently spoke. I originally planned to wear light gear for the match and quickly finish you off. But the team captain says you're very strong, so I guess I'll have to give it my all. Zhou Yi calmly responded. Oh, well, good luck then. Joey glanced at Li Hen for a few seconds, and in his mind, he thought, he can detect my strength. It seems the captain of Motto University is not to be underestimated. However, he stared at Li Hen and silently said. So, he's only at level 18, 5 levels below me. I'm afraid that if I just release a single beam of light, he'll pass out immediately. Li Hen, Motto University, was already in a battle-ready stance, prepared for the upcoming level 18 auction. But when facing Zhou Yi's gaze, he couldn't help but flinch. Facing Li Hen made Zhou Yi feel a bit of a headache. Tomorrow's team match was against Chengjing University, and he had to hold back a little in this match, not revealing too much of his strength. His close combat skills would be his only choice.
The feeling of being restricted was really unpleasant.
When both of them were ready, the system announced,
"Please have the contestants from both sides prepare." The official match began. 3, 2, 1, begin.
As soon as it started, Joey used his blessing shield to create a massive beam of light. The light shone directly at Lihen, causing him to hastily cover his eyes. Zhou Yi's appearance only made Lihen more dismissive. It does have some momentum, but it's just for show.
Immediately, Lihen quickly charged toward Zhou Yi.
He arrogantly raised his foot to strike, aiming a low kick, yet Zhou Yi effortlessly blocked it.
He thought to himself, "Is that all?"
Zhou Yi quickly counterattacked with a sharp, radiant strike, forcing Lihen to hastily raise his armor to block it.
He thought to himself in pain, "This hurts so much, why does it feel like my equipment is completely useless?"
However, not long after the block, Zhou Yi managed to knock Lihen back, and his body slammed straight into the spectator barrier.
Everyone was taken aback. The way he fights has been suppressed by professional support techniques. This is something we've never seen before. What kind of situation is this? Has Zhou Yi actually injured Lihen?
Lihen's innate awakening was his A-level steel bone, and his defensive power was probably far superior to Zhou Yi's.
After being battered, Lihen quickly recovered and stood up, asking, "Are you really not from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine?"
Zhou Yi responded nonchalantly, No, I just have a slightly stronger physique, that's all." Saying that, he launched a barrage of divine punch combo attacks. Lihen could only grit his teeth and defend, silently cursing, "Damn it, his attack power is so strong, there's no way to escape."
Zhou Yi's relentless attacks forced Lihen further and further back. Suddenly, Zhou Yi coldly declared, "It should be over now."
Seeing the punch about to land, Lihen secretly worried, "I can't block this punch at all." Immediately, Lihen screamed in fear, "Stop, Zhou Yi, I concede."
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi quickly struck to the side. The powerful impact of the attack sent Lihen flying far away. Lihen painfully fell to the arena floor.
Seeing that both his armor and body were shattered, the system announced that Zhou Yi had won this round. Congratulations to Zhou Yi for advancing to the 4th round of the single elimination tournament. Zhou Yi lightly scratched his neck, thinking, as expected, hiding it was really too hard.
As soon as I came up, I couldn't help but go a little too hard.
The entire audience was stunned by his strength. Everyone was in shock and exclaimed,
"Unbelievable. I didn't expect that the Holy Knight, a support class, could play like this. The Holy Knight actually defeated him bare-handed. Where can we even argue this? Zhou Yi's close combat massacre ability is truly terrifying." Zhou Yi slowly walked over to Lihen's body.
He, the chivalrous one, reached out to help him.
Holy light spell.
When the two nurses arrived, Zhou Yi quickly apologized.
Sorry, he surrendered too late. I really couldn't pull back in time.
As he walked past one of the nurses, Zhou Yi said, I just cast a little healing magic to stabilize his injuries, and now it's in your hands.
The nurse replied, bewildered. Okay. But when she saw Lihen's body, the nurse couldn't help but be taken aback. Lihen's trembling figure made the nurse exclaim.
His injuries are really severe. Lihen groaned in pain.
It hurts so much.
The two nurses quickly started administering first aid. After carefully examining the wound, one of the nurses said, This wound won't heal in just 2 or 3 days.
It seems unlikely to heal at all. I never expected that, as a holy knight, Zhu Yi would be able to cause such a huge explosion.
When the match ended, Zhu Xiaobai spoke up, See, I told you Zhu Yi's strength is incredibly strong, far surpassing the rest of our clan and other geniuses of his age. After observing the match, Zhu Hong responded seriously, the opponent in heavy armor was knocked away by a single blow from him.
That truly is the strength of a monster level. The bloodline of Frost in our clan seems to conceal a special attribute power within its class. Zhu Yi's overwhelming strength left Zhu Dongni completely unconvinced. She snorted shyly and said, "Fine, I admit his strength is indeed very impressive. Happy now?"
Her cute appearance made Zhu Hong chuckle. "Huh, it looks like Zhu Yi's strength has won Dongni over," he said, turning to Zhu Xiaobai.
"Xiaobai, could you please arrange for Zhu Yi to meet with me?" Zhu Xiaobai nodded in agreement.
At this moment, the system announced Kong Shi Ran's battle. Su Hang University, along with Zhang Feng from Mado University, have entered self-thermalization.
The final winner is about to appear. Let's all look forward to it together.
Outside the stands, Zhu Yi thought to himself, Zhang Feng's strength is even weaker than Li Han's.
Xiao Rian might easily win this.
As expected, on the arena, Zhang Feng was at a disadvantage. She felt frustrated and thought to herself, the players from Su Hang University this year are really strong. I feel like I'm reaching my limit. I don't know how many more moves I can endure.
In contrast, Kong Shiran continued to charge forward and attack frantically.
She whispered to herself, let's finish this quickly. The move before Zhang Feng filled her with dread. She widened her eyes and shouted, this is. Kong Shiran unleashed a series of sword slashes that pierced through Zhang Feng's body, a haunting execution. In the end, Zhang Feng could no longer bear it and collapsed. The system announced, Zhang Feng of Mado University is unable to continue fighting. Congratulations to Kong Shiran for leveling up and securing a spot in the fourth round of the singles match. The spectators were once again amazed by the power of Su Hang University. They gasped, Zhang Feng from Mado University didn't even put up a fight. Who would have thought that, aside from Zhu Yi, Kong Shiran would be this strong too? I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow when their team faces off against Chengjing University. It'll definitely be interesting to watch. Below the arena, Zhu Yi walked over and praised, Xiao Rian, you did really well in this match, especially the final move, it was so cool. Kong Shiran humbly replied, I was just lucky, my opponent was too weak. Kong Shiran suddenly teased, if I were facing you, Zhu Yi, I'd have no choice but to surrender. Zhu Yi awkwardly scratched his head and responded, just kidding, how could I ever fight against you? Suddenly, someone rushed over and called out, Zhu Yi, please wait a moment. Zhu Yi turned around in confusion and asked, did you come to find me for something? Panting, Zhu Xiaobai introduced herself, I am Zhu Xiaobai. I came to find you because you have awakened the bloodline of frost. With such a high purity of the bloodline of frost, you must be from the Zhu family. Zhu Yi asked in doubt, bloodline of frost? Tian Lanzhou family? Kong Shiran, who was standing nearby, softly explained, Zhu Yi, I know the Zhu family. They, along with my Jiang family, are considered ancient families. Moreover, in Tianlan province, they have stood strong for several hundred years, with a history that cannot be underestimated, and their strength is not to be ignored. Kong Shiran continued, but I heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Zhu family have awakened the bloodline of frost. Based on the current situation, the Zhu family is very eager for anyone who awakens the bloodline of frost. You, Zhu Yi, might be able to gain a large amount of cultivation resources. Kong Shiran's words made Zhu Xiaobai embarrassed, and she shyly said, that is indeed possible. However, Zhu Yi calmly rejected, there's no need for that. I don't need those things. But since you claim that I am from the Zhu family, do you have any evidence to prove that? Upon hearing his question, Zhu Xiaobai immediately took out a bloodline identification stone and said, coincidentally, my father has just arrived. He brought the bloodline identification stone with him. If you are from the Zhu family, we should be able to resonate with you during the test. Zhu Yi immediately raised his hand to touch the appraisal stone and said, alright, let me give it a try. As soon as he touched it, the appraisal stone emitted an immense surge of power. Zhu Xiaobai was shocked and screamed, Zhu Yi, the purity of the bloodline of frost you possess exceeds 90%. But Zhu Yi calmly smiled and said, I can indeed feel the connection through the bloodline with you. I never expected that participating in this exchange match would allow me to discover the origin of the bloodline of frost in myself. After the bloodline appraisal, Zhu Xiaobai asked, Zhu Yi, my father would like to meet you. Would it be possible?
Zhu Yi readily agreed, sure. Zhu Yi turned to Kong Shiran and said, Xiao Rian, you go back first. I need to go with her for a while. Kong Shiran smiled and replied, alright, but Zhu Yi, you don't need to feel any pressure. The Shu family may be prominent in Tianlan, but we're still not as powerful as the Jiang family. Zhu Xiaobai immediately countered, actually, the Zhu family is pretty powerful too. Then, Zhu Xiaobai led Zhu Yi to meet Zhu Heng. When they entered the room, Zhu Xiaobai stopped and said, Zhu Yi, my father and sister are waiting for you inside. At that moment, Zhu Yi couldn't help but reflect. Initially, when Shiao Yun fell gravely ill, during the most difficult time, the Zhu family never extended a helping hand. Now that his bloodline had awakened, they came seeking him out. He didn't know what to think of it. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened. Zhu Hong walked over and said, finally, the two of you have arrived. Zhu Xiaobai immediately called out. Ah, Zhu Hong stepped in front of Zhu Yi and introduced himself, hello, Zhu friend, I am Zhu Hong. Zhu Yi politely shook his hand, hello, I am Zhu Yi. Zhu Hong smiled and said, I have long heard of Zhu friend's reputation. Meeting you in person, it truly is exceptional. As the pendant around his neck lit up, Zhu Hong excitedly said, you are actually a bloodline of frost with such a high purity. Realizing that his reaction might have been a bit excessive, Zhu Hong quickly became serious and said, your father and I were in the same group, and Xiaobai is also your distant cousin. Unfortunately, your father passed away a bit earlier. Zhu Yi calmly replied, these are all things of the past. Zhu Hong, still excited, said, to get to the main point, Zhu Yi, all you need to do is agree to return to Meridian Master and switch back to the profession of hiding the frost system. Our Zhu family will provide you with the full strength of our clan, and all kinds of resources without condition, to help you quickly achieve the 3 transitions. Hearing this, Zhu Yi asked, the profession of hiding, but I have already specialized as a holy knight. Can I still change my class? Suddenly, Zhu Hong became excited again and said, you don't need to worry about this. We have already prepared an ultimate class switching tool for this. Moreover, with a bloodline of frost as pure as yours, you will be able to truly unleash the full power of the frost system profession. Zhu Yi suddenly began to think seriously. The strongest supporting profession within his body, the system had long been firmly tied to the holy knight profession. Under the guidance of the holy light, he had been able to surpass the speed of ordinary people and grow to the level he was at now. For his current self, the so-called hidden profession of the Zhu family was basically not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Zhu Yi spoke up and asked, from what you're saying, if I don't specialize in a profession, there's no way for me to receive the Zhu family's training, right? Zhu Hong, startled, quickly replied, that's not entirely wrong, but once you specialize again in the Zhu family's library, we have countless skill books waiting for you. You will gain a massive amount of resources, and you won't have to worry about leveling up anymore. After hearing this, Zhu Yi shook his head in refusal. Gaining a large amount of resources did sound appealing, but he still chose to decline. Upon hearing the rejection, Zhu Hong panicked. He quickly offered numerous other options. After you specialize again, all your skills will be reset, and your skill points will be returned. Your thinking aptitude will not be reduced either. Moreover, once you join the Meridian Master position of the Zhu family, within less than 6 years, we can definitely help you reach level 50 and proceed with the 3 transitions. Zhu Yi resolutely said, actually, the conditions you mentioned hold no appeal for me. I can obtain large amounts of resources from school, and I don't need to worry about leveling up or increasing my strength. Besides, I prefer my current holy knight profession. Zhu Hang asked wearily. The holy knight is only for support, and the hidden profession of the Zhu family is absolutely a prestigious position. Zhu Yi, what more do you want? Zhu Yi, enraged, replied, it's just support. His words struck at Zhu Yi's pride. Angrily, he said, in your view, the holy knight is merely a supporting profession. That only shows how shallow you are. Just so happens, we have a match at Changjing University tomorrow. I'll show you what the true holy knight really is. Zhu Yi decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he waved his hand as a farewell. Xiaobai, I'm leaving. We'll meet on the competition floor tomorrow. Xu Xiaobai hurriedly stopped him. Zhu, wait a moment. Once he saw that Zhu had already left, Xu Xiaobai turned to question Zhu Hong. Dad, why didn't you try to stop him? Xu Hong said sternly, let him go. He still doesn't understand the limitations of being a holy knight. After tomorrow, when he sees the strength of Chengjing University, it won't be too late for him to realize it. Just then, Zhu Dongni raised her hand from behind the chair to speak. Wait a moment, I have a different opinion. Xu Dongni sat up and said, Dad, everyone is being too lenient with Zhu. Are we really going to waste so much effort just to persuade him to join the Meridian Master of the Zhu family? Xu Xiaobai awkwardly responded, this is all because Zhu Hang is powerless to persuade him, so it's better to leave it for Dad to handle. He seriously explained, the ancestor of the Zhu family was the first to awaken the bloodline of frost in Lamtang. Under the guidance of the ancestor, the Zhu family rose to power. Over the generations, more and more descendants awakened the bloodline of frost, and even a few strong men reached the 3 transition stage. All of this happened because of the arrival of the Dark Age, which brought about significant changes. Xu Hong recounted, during the Dark Age, a large number of demons from another realm invaded. The ancestor of the Zhu family immediately led the strong men of the clan into battle. However, the ancestor went missing after a deep incursion into the enemy's realm. Without the ancestor's protection, all the 3 transitions elders were buried alongside the strong men of the other realm. Although 3 transitions elders used resurrection magic to bring themselves back to life, they were still affected by the eternal curse spell of the foreign demon lord. Xu Hong sat down quietly and pondered before speaking. Since that incident, the rate of awakening the bloodline of frost among the descendants of our Zhu family has drastically reduced, to less than 1% of what it once was. This eternal curse is very special, it cannot be removed or purified by merely prolonging the bloodline. In the absence of a successor to the bloodline, the Xu family may appear strong, but in reality, it is extremely weak. He smiled and explained, therefore, if Zhu possesses such a high purity of the bloodline of frost and returns to become the meridian master of our Zhu family, we will use the full strength of the clan to cultivate Zhu's power in the future, even possibly reaching the level of the ancestor. He said seriously, right now, Zhu has been continuously winning in the individual matches, this is his moment of confidence. Once he faces the team from Chengjing University, he will realize that the Zhu family is the key to making him stronger. Xu Dongni asked curiously, Dad, what if Zhu wins? What should we do then? Xu Hong hesitated before answering this question. Xu Xiaobai stepped over and patted her head, scolding, why are you starting to side with Zhu now? Tomorrow's match is yours too. Xu Dongni replied tearfully, Hohu, I was just saying, what if? The next day, on the arena, the audience eagerly awaited. The scene of this match was truly exhausting. Hey, buddy, you're here for the match between Su Hang University and Chengjing, right? Of course, this is a top-tier team battle of the prestigious Su Hang University. I didn't expect that by the 3rd round, we'd already be at such an exciting final. Laughter filled the air as everyone chatted, wondering whether Zhu could keep his streak of victories going against Chengjing University. This time, Chengjing University is playing on their home turf, I feel a bit uneasy about it. Xu Dongni sat in the back, lost in thought. The chances of the team from Chengjing were indeed greater, but could Zhu really win? Was it certain? At that moment, the system's announcement rang out, please welcome the representative teams of Chengjing University and Su Hang University to the arena. When the 2 teams stepped up, the stands immediately erupted in applause and cheers. Su Hang University, Chengjing University, Su Hang University. As soon as Zhu stepped onto the arena, he immediately activated his Mystic Light War Mace skill. A gigantic mace appeared and struck heavily against the arena floor. The audience was immediately stunned by this weapon. Zhu, the team captain of Su Hang University, turned out to be skilled with weaponry. After all, being a holy knight wasn't too surprising, but it seemed that his entire aura had changed. Yes, even from hundreds of meters away, just seeing his figure made me feel uneasy. Xu Dongni widened her eyes and said, today, the aura Zhu is giving off feels at least several times stronger than before. Xu Hong questioned, Could it be that Zhu wasn't using his full strength before?
At that moment, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, suddenly spoke up. Why is Zhu standing so far ahead?
Does he intend to take on the role of a damage dealer? Xiao Yun, a level 19 archer, responded, based on Zhu performance in yesterday's solo match, his positioning as a damage dealer wasn't unusual.
Xu Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, reminded, moreover, Zhu level is the highest among our team's players in this batch. Lu Zhou, a level 20 mage, sneered and said, it's just a holy knight with some ability to deal damage.
What's the use of having a high level?
Wang Xian, a level 22 engineer, also sneered and laughed, as the team captain, having only that much strength is really not impressive.
Li Yuan spoke seriously. Last year, we were suppressed by Suhang University just because of the team battle, and in the end, everything fell apart, and we lost the first place.
He coldly drove his sword straight into the arena floor.
Li Yuan solemnly instructed, this year, our opponent is still Suhang University, so we must regain our full spirit. When the match starts, give it everything you've got. Even if you have to injure or cripple them, don't hesitate.
They all answered in unison, no problem. Outside, Dean Cheng smiled as he approached Wu Mang.
Hey, old Wu, can Zhu handle both supporting and attacking at the same time? Do you think he can manage on the field?
Don't get too caught up in the small stuff and lose sight of the big picture.
Wu Mang laughed and replied, don't worry about it.
Everything in the match depends on real strength, and I have confidence in him.
Wu Mang's confident attitude made Dean Chung secretly uneasy.
Normally, a first-year student's skill points have their limits, and someone who is strong in one area is certainly not as good in others.
Could it be that old Wu has some hidden secret skill that he hasn't shown yet?
On the battlefield, Zhu gave a serious command, when the match begins, it will be just like our training at school. I will take the lead in attacking, and everyone behind me can respond accordingly.
Wang Taixian said excitedly, Zhou brother, go all out. Finally, we'll be able to fish in troubled waters. Even if our opponents are Changjing University, we can still handle them easily.
Suddenly, Zhu turned around and reminded them, still, it's better to be cautious. After all, the opponents are last year's second-place team. If anyone gets injured later, come close to me, and I will use healing magic on you.
Everyone replied in unison, got it. At that moment, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. As soon as it started, Zhu spoke up, I'll go ahead.
The moment he took off, countless skills appeared, divine blessing, protection blessing, blessing of fortune, courage blessing.
On the large screen, the system made a comment.
Facing Changjing University, Zhu of Suhang University showed no hesitation. He directly chose to charge at the opponent. The crowd in the stands erupted in excitement, with both sides having similar strength. Why not test the waters with a long-range attack first? This was clearly a sign that Zhu was extremely confident in his own abilities. He ran quickly and was able to cast his spells just as fast.
Mastery of these skills was crucial. Seeing this, Li Yuan became excited. He gave a wicked smile and said, you're rushing to die like that. Just in time, we're preparing our strongest long-range attack for you. Behind him, Xiao Yun had already readied her Yang Chao Bao. Without hesitation, she fired an arrow, a poison arrow, which immediately shot toward Zhu. Facing this arrow, Zhu showed no sign of panic. As the arrow sped toward him, Xiao Yun excitedly said, this arrow, my rank skill, can lock onto any target. It can't be dodged. Let's see how you're going to block these arrows. As the arrows were about to hit, Zhu, clearly annoyed, muttered, this is a bit troublesome. He calmly used his Western-style techniques without crushing the arrow. His skills left Xiao Yun in constant amazement. What? The Western-style techniques can't crush my arrow. This is an A-level skill, and it's enhanced to level 8. Li Yuan, standing beside him, let out a soft cold snort and said, the Holy Knight at the position of release is also the one who gains the defensive value, but I think it should end here. After Lu Zhou finishes his skill cooldown, I'll see how you block this. At that moment, a surge of power appeared on Lu Zhou's staff. He immediately released that power and said, "Zhu, get ready for my strongest move." A phoenix of fire appeared, Extreme Fire Phoenix. The fiery phoenix aimed at Zhu and launched a fireball. The fireball immediately unleashed a massive flame, the phoenix's fire energy. Zhu quickly leaped back to dodge the attack. Not stopping there, Lu Zhou continued with the Extreme Fire Phoenix, Fire Burst Impact. When the phoenix flew toward him, Zhu casually stood there and asked, "Is it just fire?" Lu Zhou angrily shouted, "You're still not running away? Looks like I'll have to handle you, Zhu." In the stands, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being the top player from Chongqing University. This Extreme Fire Phoenix is an A+ level skill. A skill this powerful can't be blocked by an ordinary shield. I wonder how Zhu will respond." Zhu went out on his own, indeed still too arrogant. Zhu, from above, smiled faintly and said, "At this point, I think Zhu should wisely choose to flee. With his speed advantage, he still has a chance to return to the team and help with defense." Sumi laughed upon hearing this and ran away. Zhu angrily shouted, "Sumi, what are you laughing at?" Sumi calmly responded, "Sorry, I just couldn't help but laugh when I heard that you think relying on an A+ skill alone would make Zhu run away." Zhu angrily retorted, "Humph, just wait until Zhu loses, then you can cry all you want." Sumi responded indifferently, "Is that so? I hope you truly have the ability to do that." In the stands, the sight of Zhu moving forward shocked everyone. Zhu asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a massive surge of power enveloped Zhu. At that moment, Zhu's status appeared as Holy Flame Radiant Wheel class. The Radiant Wheel Converge's Divine Fire granted him the ability to manipulate fire elements, boosting the light system for both himself and nearby allies, increasing the fire system's skill damage by 20%, with the effect lasting for a period of time. Zhu arrogantly commanded, "Holy Flame Radiant Wheel, gather everything for me." Lu Zhou exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" The phoenix was drawn back to Zhu. He instructed the small firebird, "Come here and transform into my power." Immediately, the phoenix was fully subdued by him. Song Xiaolan, seeing this from behind, arrogantly said, "It seems that Chongqing University doesn't understand the true worth of our Holy Knight team leader." Kang Shiran added, "Even Shen Lingfang, with the bloodline of the Flame Dragon, couldn't harm Zhu, let alone this fire system skill." Phoenix was completely at Zhu's mercy. He smiled and said, "I apologize for disappointing all of you. I possess the Holy Flame Radiant Wheel skill, and I can also manipulate the fire element." In the stands, everyone widened their eyes in shock, and people exclaimed, "God, it seems like I can feel the breath of divine wisdom now. This is terrifying. Zhu had actually obtained a divine skill, how incredibly powerful. Zhu truly deserved to be called a divine sage." Zhu was equally stunned. She angrily asked, "A divine skill? How could it be a divine skill? The Holy Flame Radiant Wheel is something even a 3 transitions class professional would have difficulty obtaining. What right does Zhu have to get it?" Sumi laughed and replied, "Perhaps Zhu was just lucky. After all, it's quite normal for a genius to have an encounter like that." Zhu, not satisfied, said, "Don't get too proud. We still have plenty of trump cards left to use." Sumi shrugged and said, "Same as always, I hope you really do have this ability." Sumi's indifferent attitude drove Zhu mad with rage. At that moment, Zhu Dongni looked at Zhu with admiration in her eyes. She asked, "Dad, what is a divine skill? Why does it seem like everyone is so excited?" Xu Hong answered, "Because divine skills are the most unique kind of skills." He explained, "They cannot be learned through any skill books, nor can they be passed down through any kind of inheritance method. Only those who have been blessed by divine wisdom have the qualification to obtain a divine skill." Clearly, Zhu's Holy Flame Radiant Wheel was personally granted by the God of Light. Zhu Hang began to reminisce about the past and recounted that the Zhu family possessed the bloodline of frost.
Naturally, within the clan, there were many followers of the goddess of frost.
However, ever since the bloodline had been cursed, the blessings of the goddess of frost had disappeared.
He lowered his head in helplessness and said, "Therefore, those who are worthy of divine wisdom's blessings possess potential that is difficult to predict."
The conditions we have set may indeed seem very insignificant to Zhui. Zhu Dongni gently turned to him and said, "So, does that mean our trip this time was in vain?"
But Xu Heng firmly replied, "No, there is still hope.
After the competition ends, I will seek out Zhu Yi to discuss matters. He might be the hope for the revival of the Zhu family. I will not give up so easily."
At that moment, on the arena floor, Lu Zhou stood in astonishment, staring at Zhu Yi.
How could this be? Why has my phoenix flame disappeared?
Seeing Lu Zhou's dazed expression, Li Yuan, standing behind him, patted his shoulder in comfort.
Although I don't fully understand how Zhu Yi managed to do this, I can be certain that fire-based magic is completely ineffective against him. Lu Zhou, don't lose heart, try using other elemental skills to attack, he quickly added, regaining his focus.
Li Yuan raised his sword high and ordered, "Xiaolan, continue using long-range magic to block Zhu Yi's advance. We cannot allow him to easily break through in front of everyone." Xiaolan responded while releasing a volley of arrows, "No problem."
Lu Zhou was equally eager to continue his attack.
Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on his face as he said, "Zhu Yi, don't get too proud. We have ways to block you." Immediately, a stone wall appeared, obstructing Zhu Yi's line of sight.
Lu Zhou shouted, "Lava fortress."
At the same time, Xiaolan's arrows flew in from the side, attacking from the flanks.
Swift wind arrow rain.
Zhu Yi furrowed his brows, thinking deeply.
Do you really think this will stop me from moving forward? Nice try, but still too naive.
Standing still, Zhu Yi raised his hand to launch his counterattack.
Holy light shield.
Instantly, a shield appeared, dispersing all the arrows that came his way. Xu Xiaobai, watching the skill unfold, was stunned. She exclaimed, "So that's the holy light shield at a plus level, and it looks like it's pretty high level too."
Even Xiaolan is impressed.
Zhu Yi's defense is truly impressive, but in the end, it still means he won't be able to break through quickly. Hearing this, Zhu Yi nodded and responded, "It certainly disrupted the rhythm of my battle.
Looks like I'll have to use a ranged skill to break their formation a bit." Suddenly, at that moment, Li Yuan noticed something was wrong. He shouted, "This isn't good, we need to retreat."
But at that exact moment, Zhu Yi conjured a massive firestorm, sweeping away everything in its path.
Holy flame tempest. Li Yuan leaped backward and yelled, "Everyone, get out of the way.
Wherever the vortex goes, it will destroy everything.
The destructive power is immense." Xiaolan quickly dodged, silently filled with fear.
The holy flame tempest at this level, if by misfortune she got caught in it, she would likely be eliminated instantly. Suddenly, Li Yuan spoke up and asked,
"Wait a minute, where did Lu Zhou go? Could it be that he's still inside?"
"Idiot, Lu Zhou is struggling with everything he's got to hold on in there," he cursed angrily. "Damn it, is he really a holy knight?
The elemental skills he's unleashing are even more terrifying than that of our own mage."
Seeing that Lu Zhou was still holding on, Zhu Yi smirked and said, "Seems like the fire isn't hot enough yet, but don't rush, after all, I'm the phoenix of extreme fire, I'll absorb him completely." The flames grew stronger, and Lu Zhou's shield had completely shattered.
Zhu Yi coldly shouted, "Burn him down."
Inside the whirlwind, Lu Zhou screamed out in pain, helplessly. His staff fell and shattered with the force. After the storm, Lu Zhou's body was scorched. He lay on the ground, groaning in agony.
"Help! Help me!"
Zhu Yi's attacks grew more violent, and he angrily said, "Humph, I can't finish you off in one go, but next time, you won't be so lucky."
His arrogant expression infuriated Li Yuan. He yelled out, "You arrogant fool!
Xiaobai, go treat Lu Zhou quickly, I'll deal with Zhu Yi."
Xu Xiaobai immediately responded.
Zhui raised the mace in his hand and spoke at just the right moment. A beam of yellow light shot directly at Li Yuan, a brilliant slash of light. However, Li Yuan stood there and arrogantly said, "Humph, watch me block this directly." As soon as the attack reached him, Li Yuan quickly raised his shield. The shield was immense. Seeing the large shield floating in mid-air, Zhu Xiaobai was startled and exclaimed, "That's the captain's shield." The brilliant slash of light hit the shield with a tremendous explosion. After the attack, Li Yuan, exhausted, collapsed to one knee, panting heavily. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Zhu Yi's strength. No wonder Li Han, with his iron-like talent, couldn't defend against even a few of his punches. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. He screamed in madness, "But I'm not one to go down easily." He quickly retaliated, launching a rage slash. Zhu Yi nonchalantly used his mace to counter the attack, sneering, "Just a flashy move." Seeing his attack dismantled in an instant, Li Yuan stood there in shock and muttered, "How could this be? What is he relying on to block it so easily?" Normally, this strike of mine would be enough to handle a demon of gold tier level 20. Li Yuan refused to accept it. He continued charging forward with his sword. "I don't believe it." Zhu Yi responded once again. As soon as Li Yuan leapt into the air, aiming to deliver a strike, Zhu Yi quickly drew his mace in response. "Humph, then let's keep fighting until you're the one who yields." The two attacks collided, unleashing a massive force. The strength of Li Yuan made Zhu Yi feel incredibly exhilarated. He excitedly spoke up. "Truly, as expected of the captain of Chengjing University, you're still the first person of my age who can directly match my strength." Li Yuan, struggling to block the attack, felt both frustrated and thought to himself, "Damn, Zhu Yi's attribute strength is actually higher than mine. If this continues, my stamina will soon run out." In the next moment, Zhu Yi knocked Li Yuan's sword away. He angrily scolded, "You can't even keep hold of your own weapon. Have you already exhausted all your strength so quickly?" Zhu Yi charged towards Li Yuan and shouted, "Step back." Li Yuan was stunned. "This is bad," he thought. "I won't even have time to dodge." In that dangerous moment, a shield appeared, protecting Li Yuan from the fatal blow. The attack was blocked, which greatly displeased Zhu Yi. His all-out assault had been thwarted. At the same time, a massive robot suddenly appeared above Zhu Yi. He quickly turned around and activated his shield. Holy light protection, but the robot's horn had already cracked the shield. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yi's defensive shield was shattered. Enraged, he charged and shouted, "Destroy it!" After the attack, Zhu Yi quickly landed on the ground. He silently assessed, the hidden attack of this robot is really strong. A level 9 holy light protection was pierced in one strike. Li Yuan gasped, standing up. Seeing that Wang Xian had just stepped in to help, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Wang Xian, thank you for saving me." Wang Xian replied nonchalantly, "It was the right thing to do. If I hadn't stepped in, we might have already lost. From here on, leave Zhu Yi to me, and you go deal with the others." Wang Xian slowly showcased his skills, saying, "Originally, I thought we were preparing to hide our strength in order to deal with Wei He from Mado University. I never expected that Zhu Yi alone would push our entire team into such a desperate situation." Wang Xian continued creating another robot, this time a GX100 level 21 silver talent, a robotic bee monster. Then, a series of other robots followed, a level 21 silver talent light-skinned missile robot, and a level 22 silver talent BT-200 cavalry. Seeing the pile of robots in front of him, Zhu Yi was astonished and thought, Wang Xian is only level 19, yet the levels of these robots are all around 21 and 22. Wu Mang, sitting in the stands, glanced briefly at Dean Chang and then smiled, saying, "Dean Chang, it looks like your Chengjing University also has some hidden trump cards." Dean Chang confidently replied, "Of course." He proudly looked toward Wang Xian and said,
Wang Xian possesses the S-rank mechanical heart talent, allowing him to create robots that are higher level than himself.
Wu Mang excitedly said, S+ talent, so that's how it is.
The outcome of this team battle will depend on those two. On the battlefield, Zhui suddenly smiled and said, the ocean of the mechanist strategy, huh?
His eyes burned with fire, and Zhui enthusiastically said, let me see just how strong your strategy is. Wang Xian angrily commanded his robots to move forward and shouted loudly, how dare you directly charge into my mechanical army and seek death?
The robots immediately fired countless bullets, which flew rapidly toward Zhui.
Next, the bee robots also soared into the air with great force. Finally, tanks from a distance began to continuously fire shells. Zhui quickly activated his shield to block the incoming projectiles.
Gemini Shield.
With a cold expression, Zhui watched the bullets continuously coming at him. Suddenly, he spoke, move. The shield immediately advanced, pushing back the bullets and robots. Then, Zhui swiftly used his skill, Holy Light Cross. A massive cross-shaped light appeared around his body.
The robots began to short-circuit, and within seconds, they were blasted to pieces.
Wang Xian, seeing his robots being destroyed, angrily cursed, damn it, my robots are made with fire-resistant materials, and yet they couldn't withstand this. Wang Xian suddenly took out a keyboard and said, I also have robots of this level.
Then he pressed a key, and a series of robots were created again. Wang Xian, frustrated, said, I don't believe your mental energy isn't depleted. Charge at them.
At the same time, on Zhuyi's teammates' side, Wang Taixian was leisurely destroying robots while laughing. Wang Xian definitely didn't expect that Zhou brother is skilled at dealing with situations like this. At this moment, Zhui glanced at the notification board and silently calculated the time. It was just right. A move was about to appear, Sacred Body Tempest.
As soon as Wang Xian saw it, he immediately ordered, not that terrifying skill again, retreat now.
But it was too late. The Divine Tempest had been activated.
It wiped out everything on the battlefield.
At the same time, Wang Xian's screen was filled with red notifications. Machine 74 has lost connection.
Wang Xian gritted his teeth in anger.
The battle had just started, and he had already lost a third of his machines.
Damn it!
Suddenly, he took a deep breath and silently said, it seems the human C strategy doesn't work on him.
There's no choice left, I'll have to use my trump card. Wang Xian quickly summoned a gigantic machine. Go out. Talent Decision Maker.
A machine appeared with a jaw full of teeth, resembling a shark, ready to unleash a massive burst of power. At the same time, the grabbing hooks around the body also moved upwards. Wang Xian screamed frantically, Twin Decision Maker. Instantly, a small hole appeared, allowing Wang Xian to enter and begin the fusion. Meanwhile, his body continued to grow larger and started to make contact with the protective shield of the arena. As soon as it touched the shield, a warning immediately sounded, and the system detected that this area was restricted, urgently upgrading the defense stance. Upon seeing this gigantic robot, the audience was overwhelmed with shock.
This was indeed too extravagant.
For the first time, a mechanical creation of epic level had appeared in universities and colleges nationwide. Finally, a new monster had emerged. Talent Decision Maker, level 23, with epic potential. At that moment, a girl was staring at the arena, continuously sighing in amazement.
The new students this year were truly extraordinary.
On the arena, seeing that Wang Xian had taken out his secret weapon, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh.
Ha, the Talent Decision Maker has appeared. Li Yuan looked toward Kang Shiran and said, you guys are definitely going to lose this time.
However, Kang Shiran ignored his words and continued to charge forward to attack. She angrily slashed at Li Yuan and said, Zhui won't lose. Li Yuan hastily dodged backward, continuing to speak with disdain.
Is there more? What's the point of doing this?
On Zhuyi's side, Wang Xian shouted, Zhui, let me first show you the firepower of the Talent Decision Maker. The firepower shells had been fired.
Zhui watched them fly towards him without any sign of hesitation. He silently calculated the firepower covering the area, making it impossible to attack head-on. Immediately after, Zhui began to grab stones and leap upwards. He nimbly weaved back and forth to avoid the incoming firepower. Zhui glanced at the firepower shells behind him and thought to himself, maybe there's something new this time, but little did he know, there was also a firepower shell coming straight for him. Fortunately, Zhui managed to dodge it. The moment it passed him, the shell exploded right after. Zhui looked at the destruction it caused and couldn't help but feel lucky. That was close. Inside, Wang Xian laughed maniacally. Run away, run away. Wang Xian relentlessly launched attacks, asking, this time, there's no way for you to escape, right? In a moment of danger, Zhui had no choice but to draw his mace and strike at the firepower shells heading towards him. At the same time, he suddenly reached behind and pulled out a sword. With a cold, swift swing, he cleaved down into the ground. With just one stroke, the ground split in two. Wang Xian, from inside the talent decision maker, continued to taunt. Zhui, is running all you know how to do? He kept swinging countless strikes and then mocked further, isn't Suhang University full of cowards like you? His words struck at Zhuyi's pride. He immediately retorted, I can run, but let's have a head-on battle then. Seeing Zhuyi's provoked demeanor, Wang Xian secretly cursed, a little provocation and you can't hold it in, what a foolish act. He quickly pulled the lever down, internally looking down on his opponent. With such a weak willpower, how could he still be the team leader of Suhang University? It seemed that Suhang University was heading down a dangerous path. The talent decision maker continued to swing down with another strike, but this time, Zhui did not choose to dodge, instead, he counterattacked with his mace. The mace immediately knocked the sword of the talent decision maker away, and Zhui quickly followed up with an attack hand of the divine. A powerful beam of light appeared above him, as if it were absorbing everything around it. Talent decision maker began to be affected by the electrical charge. The match's monitoring system, frustrated, yelled, what is going on? The energy of the protective shield was suddenly absorbed. Suddenly, a system voice from outside the arena spoke, activate the emergency project. The systems below quickly flew up. These systems rushed into the protective shield. Every match with a monitoring supervisor would be controlled by a powerful light magic stone, which could be used to restore the protective shield during a match. On the side of Li Yuan and Kong Shiran, the beam of light had already caught Kong Shiran's attention. Seeing Li Yuan charging toward him, Kong Shiran hastily leaped backward to avoid it. He then shouted toward Tang Lingxi, retreat. On Xiao Lan's side, arrows were flying rapidly. However, Xiao Lan and Wang Taixian quickly fell back. As soon as Kong Shiran's command was given, the two exchanged a quick glance and retreated in unison. On this side, Li Yuan also sensed the anomaly and loudly ordered, don't pursue anymore. But Lu Zhou angrily asked, they're scared now, why aren't they chasing them? The group from Changjing University quickly gathered. Li Yuan looked towards the source of the energy and said, something's wrong, this power feels off. At that moment, a gigantic hand appeared from within the beam of light. The entire audience screamed in terror. What is this? Wang Xian, sitting inside, also saw it and was horrified. The breath of such a terrifying skill could only belong to a god-level ability, it absolutely had to be an S-tier skill. Wang Xian's face began to turn pale. Although he was just one rank higher than the A+ talent decision maker, the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. Yet, he started to feel excited. Wang Xian, filled with excitement, said, no, how can we be scared if we haven't fought yet? It's just a god-level skill, I don't believe you can defeat me. Wang Xian seemed to merge with the talent decision maker, unleashing a frenzied attack. The saw teeth on the sword began to work at full capacity. Wang Xian relentlessly delivered a series of slashes. His face began to lose control, and he immediately launched a rapid flurry of attacks. A barrage of slashes headed straight toward the hand, and he thought he had already succeeded in taking it down. But a beam of light appeared, shattering that sense of triumph.
The hand forcefully pressed down on the talent decision maker, and a massive burst of energy created an overwhelming shockwave. The people in the stands screamed in panic, all of them terrified and disoriented by the explosive power. At that moment, on the arena, pieces of the robot slowly flew toward Zhu. Zhu coldly kicked them aside. After the recent attack, the talent decision maker had been shattered, and Wang Xian had also been knocked down. Xiaolan, stunned, spoke up, "We." She sighed deeply and uttered two words, "We've lost." At this moment, Wang Xian, in excruciating pain from his injuries, raised his hand, calling out, "Zhu." His voice trembled as he repeatedly called out, "Zhu," but all he received in return was the cold, indifferent silhouette of Zhu's back. The entire stands erupted in applause. Holy light is so powerful, so satisfying, so terrifying, like a nuclear explosion. The whole stadium chanted his name in unison. Zhu, 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 Zhu. He walked happily amidst the cheers. Zhu, Zhu. Dean Chang Bnchn spoke up, the divine level hand of the divine skill. Our Chongqing University has lost, but it's not unjust. He was deeply pained, as he had originally thought that with Wang Xian, the champion of this year, victory over Chongqing University would have been easy. After watching the match, Dean Cheng sweated profusely, never expecting a freak like Zhu to appear. Whether it was close combat, support, or magic, Zhu was incredibly strong, even omnipotent. Dean Cheng turned and walked away. Before leaving, he spoke to Dean Wu Mang, saying, "Dean Wu, your Suhang University has a very promising seed. I've been teaching for over 30 years, and Zhu is the brightest talent I've ever seen." He sighed regretfully and continued, "Among the many geniuses I have encountered." Wu Mang chuckled in response. In the stands, everyone was joyfully chanting the names of Suhang University and Zhu. Suhang University, Zhu, Suhang University. The cheers rang out incessantly. Zhu. Kang Shiran, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. It was simply too crazy. Wang Taixian, walking along happily, said, "That was too easy." Chongqing University was nothing compared to this. Song Xiaolan skeptically asked, "It's easy, but without Zhu, we couldn't possibly handle it just with Wang Xian." Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement, "That's right. Epic level 23 robot. Without our classmate, we would 100% lose." Wang Taixian laughed heartily and said, "Everyone said the situation was bad without Zhou brother, but don't we have Zhou brother now?" Kang Shiran laughed and replied, "In a year and a half, the sports field will be expanded, and this year's new student exchange match already has 200,000 spectators on site." Kang Shiran spoke cheerfully, adding that with the live broadcast and the popularity of the new student exchange event, after this battle, the whole country of Zhongxia would know Zhu's name. Zhu lightly scolded in a teasing manner, "You're becoming more and more impolite, you know." In a room somewhere, a woman was watching the live broadcast. She spoke with an evaluative tone. Zhu's strength was not bad. She arrogantly said, "A genius like him is exactly the talent our Tianwu Guild needs, though his level is a bit low. We'll have to wait until he advances to second tier before we can invite him into the guild." A man stepped forward and spoke up. Tianwu is the top guild in Zhongxia. Even the logistics staff must be at least level 30 with a second tier promotion. However, after this battle, the combat data of Zhu will definitely be sent to the senior management of the major guilds. By then, even if we try 10 more times, it might still be too late, right? She immediately rebutted. "No." The woman looked at Zhu with a playful gleam in her eyes and said, "With the guild leader here, even if we can't recruit him right away, I'm confident that my junior will eventually become a member of our Tianwu guild." At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xian's ward was anxiously waiting. The doctors kept discussing, the healing spells and the tranquilizing techniques couldn't be stopped, and each person had to write a report before their magic power was completely drained. Everyone was doing their best to save Wang Xian, and throughout this time, everyone was extremely busy. The second team of priests was ready, replacing the first team's priest for treatment. "Damn it, why is this holy light so violent?"
Even the removal spell can't get rid of it. Zhu Yi really went overboard. At that moment, Li Yuan suddenly spoke up. If it weren't for the activation of the magic shield from the lightning platform, whether we could even survive is hard to say. We would have been severely injured, if not worse. The team lowered their heads in unison to apologize. Li Yuan, representing the team, spoke out. Dean, we're sorry. We've failed. We have wronged the substantial resources the school provided. Dean Chang waved his hand and said, this time, I won't blame you. Zhu Yi is just too strong. In this competition, our Chongqing University team could only secure third place in the end. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and asked, third place, Dean? Although we lost to Suhang University, we still managed to defeat Mado University. That's right, Dean. If we had lost to Mado University, it would have been a huge embarrassment for our school. That would have been a major humiliation. Dean Chang glanced at Wang Xian and then said, Wang Xian is seriously injured, and all 200 of our machines from the battle earlier have been reported as damaged. Our Changqing University no longer has any team members who can fight against Wei He from Mado University. Wang Xian lay in the hospital bed, constantly harboring resentment. Zhu Yi, he silently felt dissatisfied. He really was strong, but after my second transformation, my mechanical core truly unleashed the power of my S-tier talent. Wang Xian clenched the bedsheets in anger. When the time comes, I will definitely settle things with him once and for all. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhu Hong sincerely lowered his head and apologized to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi, I'm sorry. I was indeed mistaken. The Holy Knight can serve as a support position, and it can also possess extremely powerful family transmission abilities. Of course, in all my years, you are the only one I've ever seen who can truly achieve this. Zhu Yi, you are truly a genius, a once-in-a-lifetime talent, 1 in 1,000. However, Zhu Yi casually exposed the truth. Mr. Zhu, stop with the fake compliments. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Xu Han laughed and said, your strength is what makes you straightforward. He spoke frankly, I have reported to the clan, both the clan leader and the council of elders will simultaneously promise that as long as you return to the clan, they will exert all the strength and resources of the clan to nurture you. Zhu Yi asked with curiosity about the clan leader and the council of elders. Seeing his confusion, Zhu Hang explained, the Shu family has many members. Each year, when distributing resources, the amount allocated to each branch is based on its capability. Within the vast Zhu family, various interests and factions coexist. The largest factions are the clan leader and the council of elders. Xu Hong pushed his glasses up seriously and said, under normal circumstances, the two sides would never cooperate, but in the case of your Zhu Yi, both sides have reached a common goal. It seemed that everything stemmed from himself, making Zhu Yi feel somewhat embarrassed. But on the other hand, this wasn't necessarily bad. With the promise of the powerful Zhu family behind him, there was no need to worry. After returning to the main branch of the Zhu family, there might be some internal turmoil, but with his teacher Wang Hui, the principal, by his side, even without the help of the Zhu family, he could still quickly obtain resources and level up. Zhu Yi thought carefully. The most important thing was that he still had the sharpest weapon in his system. After thinking it through, Zhu Yi decided that he would have to disappoint them. I don't intend to switch positions. His answer left Zhu Hong devastated. He asked sorrowfully, is it really true that the Zhu family has no way to rise again? Seeing the sadness on his face, Zhu Yi comforted him, but I know someone who possesses the bloodline of frost. Perhaps in the future, she might consider the hidden professions of your Zhu family. Xu Hong, feeling dejected, knocked his head against the wall and said, No, the three major hidden professions of the Zhu family, in addition to having the bloodline of frost, must also reach a certain concentration. Normally, the bloodline of frost cannot be used to activate the professions. Zhu Yi pointed at him and asked, my sister's bloodline of frost concentration will at least be 3 times higher than yours. That should be enough, right? Upon hearing this, Zhu Heng's eyes lit up. He excitedly grabbed Zhu Yi's hand and asked, your sister has also awakened the bloodline of frost?
Suddenly, Zhu Hong burst into a fit of laughter, trembling with joy as his spirits lifted.
He laughed loudly, this is incredible.
One day, I will witness the rise of the Zhu family, I will finally be worthy of the illustrious ancestors.
May the heavens bless my Zhu family, bless my Zhu family. Is it true? Is her bloodline of frost concentration really 3 times higher than mine? That would mean a bloodline concentration of nearly 10 points. The 3 major professions of the frost system would be hers to choose freely. His frantic behavior made Zhu Yi inwardly curse.
This is madness, I can't let him get too carried away.
Zhu Yi spoke up to calm him down, hold on, don't get too excited. We need to check with her first whether she wants to follow the Zhu family profession development path. Zhu Hong nodded in agreement. Okay, whatever you say, when can we go meet your sister? Upon hearing this question, Zhu Yi fell into deep thought. For him, joining the Zhu family held little value. First, he couldn't specialize in a profession. Second, the resources he could get from the system and from his teacher Wang Hui were enough. But for Zhu Yun, it was a completely different matter. Although he could provide her with cultivation resources, they could never compare to the full commitment and cultivation a family could offer. If the parents of Chu encounter misfortune, and the Zhu family does not offer help, then it is not unreasonable for the entire compensation to fall on Zhu Yun. After some careful thought, Zhu Yi decided to call Zhu Yun, feeling uneasy. Before the match, he had left Xiao Kuei with her, and he wondered if she had been mistreated. As soon as he made the call, Zhu Yun quickly answered. The moment the connection was made, Zhu Yun, holding Xiao Kuei, excitedly called out. Big brother, seeing this image, I knew it. She eagerly spun Xiao Kuei around and then laughed, praising. This battle is really amazing, it's truly overwhelming. There are so many female students in our school who admire you, they all want to contact you. Zhu Yun kept talking. I won't let them, though. My sister-in-law in my heart must be strong, very strong, super strong. She has to have broad shoulders, firm arms, tight skin, and muscular, well-built legs. Zhu Yun gleefully continued. She can carry a sword weighing several hundred kilograms, and also use embroidery needles to sew clothes for you. Stop talking nonsense, just tell me what's going on. At this point, Zhu Yi seriously explained. Some people came looking for you recently, calling themselves Old Man Chu. I briefly introduced them to you, and mentioned that the main branch of the Zhu family has 3 hidden professions, the sharpshooter Han Bing, the ice-cold swordsman, and the ice priestess. The sharpshooter and swordsman are inherited professions. The ice priestess is a magic profession, and based on the bloodline of frost in you, you can choose any of the 3. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yun listened even more attentively. She seriously looked at the 3 options in front of her and then made her decision to choose the sorcerer career path. Brother, I'll choose this profession. The ice attribute magic technology suits me. Zhu Yi reminded her, once you accept the career path set by the Zhu family, you'll need to go to Tianlan province, the Zhu family's ancestral land, to undergo at least 3 to 4 years of training. You need to think this through carefully. Zhu Yun firmly replied, I've thought it through. Zhu Yun sighed and said, with my brother shining so brightly, I, as his sister, cannot be any less. She thought to herself that by using the Zhu family's resources, she wouldn't have to drain her brother's resources or become a burden to him. Once she made her choice, Zhu Yi promised, once I finish things on my end, I'll go to Tianlan province with you. And then, their conversation ended. After talking with Zhu Yun, Zhu Yi continued on to the new student arena. The system cheerfully greeted everyone. Welcome to the 4th round of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, we will select the top 8 exceptional talents who will advance to the 5th round of the singles competition. The system announced. Before that, I will announce the rewards for the top 8 players from the Xian Professional Players Alliance in the singles competition. The system presented a vial of potion and said, S-Class Magic Potion, Antidote. The audience couldn't contain their excitement. Damn it, another S-Class Magic Antidote. No wonder it's the Xiao Yun Professional Players Alliance, so generous. Even players in the 3 transitions profession would be eager for this. Kang Shiran, who was standing beside, suddenly turned to speak. Brother Zhui, the reward for last year's champion was only a level S magic potion. Zhui replied, because at level 3, the alliance needs to nurture more talents. Kang Shiran nodded and responded, that's right. Suddenly, the system continued to announce the rewards that the players advancing to the top 4 could receive resources at level S, just like the champions of the solo battles. It also revealed a new weapon and mentioned that it would be a legendary grade weapon crafted by the Alliance's Grand Master Blacksmith Xiao Yun from the Professional Players Alliance. This reward even surprised Zhui. A legendary grade weapon. This is the highest level of weaponry that humans can forge. Such an amazing reward made every player eager for victory. The champion was certainly going to get it. After the announcement of the rewards, the system prompted all the players to enter the arena and prepare for the battle. Kang Shiran walked ahead, smiling at Zhui. Brother Zhui, cheer for me. Zhui voiced his encouragement, you'll definitely make it. At that moment, Zhui's opponent stepped onto the battlefield, and the two officially faced each other. Fengchang donned his armor and said, Zhui, I know you're strong. He swung his sword and shouted, but I'm no slouch either. Inside, Fengchang felt a sense of joy. Most players would usually pursue balanced development of attributes, but not him. With full confidence, Fengchang muttered, I've chosen to add points to strength, so I'm absolutely confident in my power. At that moment, the system chimed, and the match began. As soon as the announcement ended, Zhui charged forward with his mace. Fengchang also rushed toward him, laughing provocatively, Zhui's coming. Do you dare to face me head-on? That man quickly struck first, a violent slash, and the two forces collided. In just a moment, the blade of that man showed signs of breaking. The very next second, Zhui's trui shattered the sword. He continued to strike directly at Fengchang. The man collapsed in pain, his voice full of admiration as he said, How is this possible? I only used the value of strength, how could your strength suppress me? Zhui hoisted the trui onto his shoulder and taunted. Is that all? At this moment, the entire arena erupted, realizing that even a little more strength would have been suppressed. How terrifying was Zhui's power after all? The attributes of Zhui were too mysterious. It was suspected that he had hacked his stats. The teammates from Mado University below also couldn't accept it and shouted. How is this possible? We were supposed to be in a strength solo, and yet we lost. Dean Su from the Seven Gods Institute spoke up. Fengchang, with the addition of equipment growth, had a strength value of around 370 points. To achieve the suppression effect with a single strike like this, Zhui's strength attribute must be at least above 450 points. He suddenly recalled the terrifying scene from earlier and couldn't help but feel resentful. Adding to this was the fact that his intelligence attribute was extremely high, which was truly frightening. Dean Su asked worriedly, Wei He, are you confident you can defeat Zhui? Wei He thought for a few seconds before answering. 3 parts sure. At the same time, on the arena floor, Fengchang struggled to get up. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm not defeated yet. Fengchang stood up abruptly and shouted, Come at me. A knight only stands to die, there's no such thing as a demon losing. Zhui did not hold back and said, I respect you as a true man. Fengchang immediately lunged in to attack, aiming for a decisive blow. Zhui was not far behind, retaliating with a strike of his own. The heavy mace slammed into Fengchang's body. Fengchang cried out in pain, then was sent flying backward. The people from Mado University below quickly shouted, We declare the match over, we concede defeat. The system quickly processed the information and announced, Mado University concedes defeat. The winner of this match is Zhui. Zhui was immediately overwhelmed by cheers. Zhui is the strongest. Zhui, I love you. After the nurses came over to examine Fengchang, they all quietly muttered, It's the holy light type again, so difficult to deal with. Hurry up, start treatment. No need to say more, he was Zhu Yi's opponent. With that, the three of them quickly took Feng Chang away for treatment at Zhu Yi's side. The day after the match, the group from Su-Hang University gathered in a room to discuss tactics. Wu Mang spoke up, saying, "Very good, our Su-Hang University has 2 people who have entered the 8 powerhouses." Wu Mang praised Song Xiaolan, noting her progress had been impressive. He didn't have high expectations for her to advance into the 4 greats, but she still needed to put in more effort. Song Xiaolan happily replied, "I understand." Next, he turned his attention to Kong Shiran. Kong Shiran, with your strength, you might be able to advance into the 8 powerhouses. However, your luck was a bit unlucky, as you faced Wei He, a champion seed. Wu Mang said seriously, there are only 2 spots left in the 8 powerhouses, and they will be decided by the losers. I hope you can seize the opportunity. He turned slightly and said to Zhu Yi, I have great confidence in you. The task of securing the champion title in the solo match is now in your hands. Zhu Yi took it seriously and responded, understood. Wu Mang continued, in tomorrow's team match, there will be 2 solo matches for us, both against regular colleges and universities. He looked at the group behind him and said, so, those of you who are substitutes, you can go out and practice a bit. Once the decision was made, Wu Mang immediately began to teach them the strategy for tomorrow. Kong Shiran sat quietly on a nearby chair, deep in thought. The solo match in the 4th round was referred to as the crushing defeat. Out of 70 participants, only 2 would advance to the 5th round solo match. Later, anyone who could make it to the quarterfinals in the 6th round would be eligible for a rare S-rank resource. Kong Shiran silently resolved, even with a massive financial backing, S-rank resources aren't just handed out. If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely improve significantly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Zhu Yi, your strength has already been revealed. Wu Mang happily continued, with your strength, you could wipe out the team from a regular university all on your own. But tomorrow's team match will rely on their training. As long as you protect them, that's enough. Try not to take action unless necessary. Zhu Yi nodded in acknowledgement, I understand. At that moment, 2 girls entered. When they saw Zhu Yi, they gasped in surprise and shouted, that's Divine Sage. This voice attracted a number of other girls who rushed over. They eagerly surrounded him. Classmate Zhu Yi, classmate Zhu Yi. It's really classmate Zhu Yi. The real classmate Zhu Yi. Oh my god, he's so handsome. He's looking at me. Zhu Yi, flustered, asked, are you all them? Immediately, everyone answered. I'm your fan, can you please sign for me? He blinked, still confused, and asked, sign? Then, the crowd pulled out countless pictures of Zhu Yi and shouted. Me too, I want one too. Thank you, Divine Sage. You are really super handsome. Divine Sage, we'll always support you in the next match. Keep going. Oh my god, classmate Zhu Yi is blushing, so cute. Divine Sage, you must take good care of yourself, don't get hurt. Sighing, when Zhu Yi saw these pictures, his face darkened. Is this really me? Song Xiaolan, sitting beside him, softly commented, Zhu Yi is quite popular, isn't he? At this moment, a voice, Ling Xian, appeared in Kong Shiran's mind, telling her. Will Zhu Yi be taken away by them? I'm so worried. If I can't keep up with Zhu Yi's pace, he'll be abandoned. Kong Shiran quietly made up her mind there were only 2 spots for 70, and she was determined to secure one of them. She whispered to herself, Zhu Yi, I'll definitely get it. Seeing that she had been provoked, Ling Xian was delighted. At the same time, Zhu Yi felt a chill running down his spine. He turned around in confusion, wondering why he suddenly felt like he was being stared at. That night, the individual half match of the 4th round began. The contestants were then led into a primitive forest. Everyone began to ask questions. Why is it a forest? Isn't the arena different every year? I remember last year it was a castle, someone replied.
The individual half match of the fourth round was based on the data and information gathered from the war by the teachers and the military experts from the university. Someone continued, and then someone adjusted and simulated it to create this instance. A girl holding a staff, vigilant and looking around, spoke up. In order to make the instance more similar to a battlefield, the initial crafting phase included random setup. Therefore, the arena each year is never the same. She added. Not only that, but the demon we face every year is also different. Kang Shiran walked carefully, quietly observing, and felt the wet environment. Suddenly, someone spoke again. Ha! So, what should we do now? We have to? At that moment, her voice was suddenly cut off. The system appeared and announced. Welcome, students, to this instance, Icht Forest Labyrinth. The system then explained the rules. Every 30 minutes, a mysterious demon will appear around the wild village. There will be a total of 3 waves of demon attacks. The demon's main goal is to devour the village. You must defeat the demon before it devours everything. In the end, the 2 students who kill the most demons will advance to the individual competition in the 5th round. Before starting, the system had reminded them that this instance posed no life-threatening danger and no return scrolls were set up. After hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, and one person cheerfully said, as long as we kill the monster, it's still quite simple. Yes, there's nothing to worry about. We've been through this instance multiple times for practice, there's no problem. Kang Shiran quietly observed the people around her. The demon hadn't yet appeared, making everyone feel uneasy. The system announced that the first wave of demon attacks was about to begin. No sooner had the announcement finished than a cloud of purple smoke appeared. Kang Shiran seriously looked in the direction where the smoke was coming from. It's here, she thought. However, even though the smoke had dissipated, no monsters could be seen. Only the leaves were shaking incessantly. Kang Shiran silently wondered, still no sign of it? At that moment, someone behind her suddenly clutched their neck and let out a groan, it's so itchy. The person grumbled angrily, damn it, why is it so itchy? Hearing this, Kang Shiran was horrified. A purple substance had appeared on the man's neck, making him scream non-stop. It's so itchy, it's so itchy. The more he scratched, the faster the substance spread. It's so itchy, it's so itchy. He crazily charged toward Kang Shiran, screaming and pleading, it's so itchy, it's so itchy, it's so itchy, help me, please. Then, that student was officially defeated by the monster. The system announced, Ling Shu from Dan Changshu University has been devoured by the demon devourer and has withdrawn from the instance. Kang Shiran silently wondered, not having seen any sign of the demon, could it be that the demon could hide its form? Next, many students were injured, and everyone was screaming in panic without stopping. What happened to them? Although the monsters weren't visible, the sight of so many students being taken down caused everyone to be in a state of chaos. What's going on? Where did these demons come from? We can't even see the demons. How are we supposed to fight them? Amid this chaos, only Kang Shiran remained silent, thinking deeply. She couldn't afford to panic. First, she needed to calmly identify where the problem lay. There must be a weakness in the demons. Kang Shiran wondered, in this incorporeal realm, where one doesn't truly exist, how could so many people have been affected in such a short time? Were the demons infectious? What was it that allowed them to spread? While she was lost in thought, suddenly a small purple object flew towards her and attached itself to her arm. Seeing the purple object grow, Kang Shiran narrowed her sharp eyes. It was a fungal bacteria. Without hesitation, she conjured a flame and burned the purple object to ashes. After eliminating it, Kang Shiran immediately understood the problem and spoke aloud, so that's how it is. Kang Shiran transformed into her demon form, then loudly announced to everyone that there were spores in the air, and if they landed on someone, they would quickly begin to grow. She instructed everyone to use fire skills to protect themselves. The others immediately followed Kang Shiran's instructions, summoning wind and fire, but some students didn't have fire skills. they were forced to call out for help.
Damn it, I'm a warrior and don't have any fire skills. Someone help me.
No, we're competitors. At this time, there's no room for friendship. After a period of time, those students who lacked fire system skills were immediately defeated by the monsters. System notification: Huangcheng University has been defeated by the Demon Devourer, exiting the instance. Zhao Xiujie from Lumion Academy has been defeated by the Demon Devourer, exiting the instance. Lu Ban from Qingdang Academy has been defeated by the Demon Devourer, exiting the instance. At this moment, Kang Shiran whispered seriously, "Destroying these spores doesn't count as killing. We need to find the demon that released the spores." Suddenly, mushrooms began to grow on the tree trunks. They bared their fangs and released countless bacteria. This is when Kang Shiran quickly found the demon.
She rushed forward and told everyone, "It's on the tree." As soon as Kang Shiran took down a monster, the system announced, "Kang Shiran from Suhang University has killed a demon, +1. Other monsters continued to rise.
Kang Shiran was not afraid, instead flying toward and attacking Flame Rain and chanting Shadow Black Blaze. The system sounded a series of notifications: Kang Shiran from Suhang University has killed a monster, +1. At the same time, in the freshman arena, the team competition had begun. The system announced, both teams have taken their positions and started building the competition arena.
The defense positions are now set. The team battle between Suhang University and Nagao University begins now. As soon as the announcement ended, both sides charged into a fierce attack.
Seeing the other side rush in, the opposing team also rushed in without hesitation. A red-haired man immediately used his skill, Flame Gathering Storm, creating numerous fire vortexes that charged directly at the opponent. Facing him, a cloaked figure retaliated with a water-based skill. The two attacks collided, and the water blade managed to cut through the fiery vortex. But at that moment, Tanwei appeared and extended his claws, severing the water blade of the cloaked figure. He disdainfully remarked that the hardness of the water blade had been reduced. While Tanwei was still rejoicing, an arrow flew from behind. Fortunately, Zhu Yi quickly raised his shield to protect him.
Zhu Yi reminded him in a calm voice, "Tanwei, don't let the emotional rush of battle cloud your judgment. Watch your back."
Zhu Yi then turned to the blonde girl behind him and called out,
"Zhang Jing, your responsibility is to provide cover for your teammates. You must observe all 6 directions and listen to all 8. Such a mistake cannot happen again."
Zhang Jing, chastised, was filled with fear. She quickly shut her eyes in panic and shouted,
"Understood."
The red-haired girl from the opposing team glared at them with anger and said,
"You actually consider us nothing more than training tools."
The green armor soldier shouted in fury,
"How can you tolerate something like this?" The team responded resolutely, "No way." He ordered, "Charge."
The green armor soldier yelled,
"Charge. Take him down."
Both sides immediately rushed at each other. However, at that very moment, Zhu Yi's phone notification went off, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Kang Shiran happily announced her victory to Zhu Yi, having successfully leveled up.
Zhu Yi helplessly thought,
"This girl."
The cloaked figure, seeing Zhu Yi's dismissive attitude towards his opponent, was furious. He shouted loudly, "Playing on your phone during a duel? You have no respect for your opponent at all. I'll show you just how powerful I am." But just a second later, he courageously fell.
The notification system for the upcoming team battle of the University of Chaodang is now in place, held by Su Hangtang University.
The following day, news of the freshman match spread everywhere.
After the completion of the individual advancement round of the 4th match, the 5th advancement round would begin the next morning. 4 players would be selected from the 8 competitors to advance. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, the 6th advancement match took place, where 2 players would advance. The 2 players advancing from these matches were Zhu Yi and Wei He. A blurry figure immediately started filming and introducing this exciting hot news. Dear students, today is the final showdown for the champion of the individual match, with many people watching.
This person imagines Zhu Yi and adopts a heartbroken expression when talking about his family background.
He comes from a humble family, both of his parents are deceased, and he has relied on himself, gradually becoming stronger step by step in the Holy Knight University exam, the strongest in history, astonishing everyone. Zhu Yi. After that, the tone changed to talk about Wei He. He is a prodigy, from a prestigious family with a legacy spanning 100 years. At the same time, he possesses top-tier talent and a special bloodline.
The warrior Wei He.
This person displayed a pleased expression as he said, in the end, who will ascend the throne of the champion in the individual battle?
Let's look forward to it together.
The streamer encourages everyone to tune in for a live broadcast of the entire battle process.
Don't forget to like, and remember not to miss out.
After watching the promotional video, everyone began to chatter excitedly.
Divine Sage is fighting against Wang Xian. This team battle is really going to be exciting.
The fight against Wei He this time will definitely be intense.
Didn't you watch Wei He's match a few days ago?
His fighting style was brutal.
I feel that this battle is not as easy as it seems.
Unfortunately, Goddess Kong Shiran had to face Wei He in a 4-against-2 match. Otherwise, it would have been quite interesting if Su Hang University had fought for the championship and runner-up. At this moment, the clear sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades. Everyone quickly scattered, making way for the helicopter to land. As soon as the door opened and the people inside the helicopter were seen, the crowd erupted in excitement.
Su Hang University.
As soon as the people from Su Hang University stepped out, they were met with countless compliments from the crowd.
Miss Jiang is really beautiful. I will always support the two of you. Song Xiaolan, don't be discouraged, next time you'll definitely make it. Divine Sage, please take a picture with me, please sign my autograph. Where is Zhu Yi going?
The cheers follow him wherever he goes.
Zhu Yi, Zhu Yi.
Suddenly, someone noticed another helicopter approaching. He shouted loudly.
Here comes Motto University as well.
The cheers immediately shifted to Motto University.
Wei He, Wei He, Wei He, Wei He, Wei He. Dean Su stepped forward and greeted Wu Mang. Good morning, Dean Wu.
Today, the champions and runner-ups of this solo match will emerge from between our two schools.
Second place in the match, first place in friendship.
Wu Mang cheerfully replied.
Good morning, Dean Su.
But inside, he disdainfully thought to himself.
With the strength of your Wei He, do you really think you can compete with Zhu Yi? How delusional.
At this moment, Wei He had noticed Zhu Yi from a distance.
Wei He silently made a vow, Zhu Yi, the final battle has come. I will definitely defeat you and claim the championship. Finally, the battle was about to begin.
Before entering the arena, Zhu Yi suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. The system's voice echoed, let us welcome the contestants of both sides, Zhu Yi, Wei He. Entering the arena, the match was about to start, and the audience was invited to take their seats in a civilized manner.
The countdown clock showed 5 seconds.
In the stands, the audience was extremely excited, cheering non-stop.
Come on, make a scene. Divine Sage, majestic and mighty, Divine Sage, Super God, Senior Brother Wei. Don't lose. Wei He, let's defeat the prestige of Su Hang University. So many people. Who stepped on my foot?
At the Zhu family, Zhu Hong was also watching the match with Mr. Zhu.
Only 3 seconds remained on the countdown clock.
Suddenly, Mr. Zhu asked, this brat from the Wei family has been called the #1 talent since he was young.
He's received all the resources from his prestigious family for cultivation and development. Do you think Zhu Yi can win?
Zhu Hong replied seriously, he can. After analyzing Zhu Yi's exams and all the records of his battles, his growth rate is astonishing. His strength far exceeds that of his peers, he is top tier. Shu Han looked at the screen and continued, Wei He is the outstanding talent of the next generation of the Wei family, truly deserving of the title genius. But with Zhu Yi, there seems to be the shadow of his ancestors. At this moment, on the battlefield, the countdown had ended, and the system announced the start. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhu Yi invoked the blessing of the god. Weapon of Grace, Holy Light Cross, Holy Light Protection, Weapon of Grace. Wei He, holding a sword, charged straight at him. Wei He leaped into the air, his face filled with anger, and swung an attack toward Zhu Yi. His whole body emitted a source of golden light. The two forces clashed, creating a thunderous noise. Wei He furrowed his brows tightly, staring at him, while Zhu Yi's face remained cold. Zhu Yi swung an attack at Wei He, but he jumped up to dodge. Wei He, with sharp eyes and furrowed brows, dived down. His eyes were bloodshot, his terrifying face growling as he shouted loudly with fury.
Blazing Flame Saber Technique.
Wei He, in a combat stance, slashed with sharp sword strokes.
Zhu Yi calmly dodged.
As he evaded the attacks, Zhu Yi thought, Frenzy, the signature skill of the frenzied warrior.
Those who use the 4 virtue attribute will experience varying degrees of enhancement. But after the 3 minutes of frenzy, his entire body will enter a weakened state.
In addition to the unexpected side effect of the frenzy skill, Wei He also unleashed the Blazing Flame Saber technique. This skill, similar to the basic skill, allows the user to fight while simultaneously inflicting fire-based magic damage.
Zhu Yi dodged the attacks.
Wei He charged quickly toward Zhu Yi, but an arrow from Zhu Yi was already prepared for battle. It was no surprise that he was the leader of the freshmen at Mao University. Zhu Yi's sharp eyes and fearless expression were evident. Wei He, in a fit of rage, yelled loudly.
Thunderstrike Slash.
The sword in Wei He's hand emitted a ring of red light like fire, Thunderstrike Slash. It was the A-level skill of the warrior class, using the extremely fast sweeping blade strike. The higher the skill level, the stronger the power attribute became, and the faster the slash speed.
The limit could reach the speed of a lightning strike.
Wei He's eyes turned a fierce red, his face contorted with anger as he thought that he had already raised this skill to level 9 after countless training sessions. Without hesitation, Wei He struck down hard on Zhu Yi, who raised his hammer to block the blow. The two weapons clashed, creating a dramatic scene. Wei He gritted his teeth in fury, thinking to himself how immense his strength was. He applied more force to his sword, imagining that the weight of his battle blade was thousands of pounds. Under the enhancement of Thunderstrike Slash, the kinetic energy generated was terrifying. Even if the material was a tough alloy, he was confident he could cut through it. Zhu Yi's face showed no fear or expression, but Wei He was at a disadvantage in the one-on-one fight. It wasn't easy to face him head-on.
Zhu Yi pushed forcefully, sending Wei He flying.
His weapon transformed, and a golden light radiated from it.
The level 9 Holy Cross, Grade B.
With both hands, Zhu Yi unleashed a beam of golden light that formed into a gigantic sword. Wei He grinned confidently and said, I was already prepared for this move of yours.
Wei He knelt, his face frightening as he shouted loudly, Battle Maniac.
A red light surged from his body, accompanied by a powerful golden glow. The dean of the academy watched in shock as the two sources of power collided, creating a massive explosion. Wei He knelt in the center, as if an extra layer of armor had enveloped him. Wei He stood up, his smile growing even more menacing, his hand resting on his large sword. The system interface appeared in front of Zhu Yi, the innate awakening of Wei He, the S-rank battle frenzy.
The battle frenzy extended the duration of Wei He's C-Wei attribute. All wounds would be reduced by 80%. However, after the battle frenzy ended and the combat state was over, these wounds would double and return to Wei He. Wei He rushed swiftly towards Zhu Yi. He looked at him and thought, using it this quickly. Looks like he wants to finish this fight quickly. The battle frenzy, Wei He's innate skill, could last for up to 2 minutes at its longest, and the best strategy was to prolong it until the battle frenzy ended. But even with an 80% reduction in damage, it was still possible to defeat him. Wei He swung his sword at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi blocked each strike,
the two weapons clashing with loud sounds. Wei He attacked Joey, thinking to himself, in front of a holy knight who possesses many healing skills, fighting a long battle is just a foolish strategy. So, from the start, I chose to activate my frenzied rage skill and innate battle frenzy, instantly boosting my strength to the limit. A huge explosion rang out, and the crowd below began to gossip. The onlookers were stunned, and one person said, "How could he choose to collide head-on like that?" Wei He was at his peak state now, and the best course of action was to prolong the duration. If Divine Sage is acting like this, it shows he has absolute confidence in his own strength. I believe in Divine Sage. Wei He moved quickly, slashing at Joey, his whole body leaning back to dodge. Joey raised his hand, and a golden beam of light shot out. He said, "Victory, now." A large seal appeared in front of him, and behind Joey was a massive golden arrow. Wei He, his whole body enveloped by a stream of red light, shouted fiercely, "Come at me." A huge explosion occurred. Wei He laughed triumphantly, "Ha! Your victory now is useless." Joey remained calm, raising his hand to his forehead, performing a spell and saying, "It's a bit too early to laugh." Light of punishment. Lightning bolts fell rapidly and violently, striking Wei He. Yet, he was protected by a shield. Wei He frowned, thinking, no wonder it's called the strongest offensive technique. Wei He, holding a blade in his hand, braced against the lightning bolts, thinking, after going through 80% of the pain, it still hurts a bit. If I don't open my berserk mode, one strike wouldn't be enough to defeat me. Wei He looked up, noticing the lightning was beginning to weaken. He thought, but Light of Punishment summons a lightning bolt with every cast, and it at least takes more than a second to recover. Wei He stamped his foot firmly on the ground, thinking, in that case, as long as I take advantage of the moment between the healing gaps, I can quickly defeat Joey. Wei He charged forward, but was struck by another lightning bolt. Wei He was stunned, his face filled with disbelief, thinking, how could this be? The lightning strike from Light of Punishment is so fast? I clearly studied all the techniques he's used in this fight. Could it be that his Light of Punishment is already at level 20? Another lightning bolt struck Wei He. A powerful attack, a small orb emitting a voice so frenzied and violent, so ruthless. I must emphasize once again, you are currently watching the finals of the national exchange competition between universities and colleges. The people shielding their eyesight and said, how ruthless. A girl screamed and covered her face with her hands. Wang Xian curled his lips into a smile. Wei He screamed in pain, Why? Wei He looked at Joey in front of him, disbelieving, thinking, why is it that we are clearly only about 10 meters apart? Joey seemed to grow gigantic in front of Wei He, yet so small, as though Joey could crush him with just a finger, like stepping on a staircase. There was no way to step over, no way to break through. Wei He screamed, I don't believe it. The palm of his hand seemed to glow with a red light. Wei He gritted his teeth, his eyes rolled back, and he screamed, secret technique. The heavenly shadow sword exploded in a mighty blast with dust rising up. The massive explosion filled the area with thick smoke. Joey stood firm, his expression unchanged. A red streak flashed across. Joey glanced at the wound on his face, and the red sword slammed into the ground, creating cracks. Before Joey, countless swords fell down. Joey looked at the scene before him and silently thought, body transformed into chi. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Wei family achieved enlightenment during a battle in the demon realm, blending Ling Shi and magic power together, then refining countless swords beyond count, capable of slaying demonic creatures in an instant within a city. The countless swords lined up in front of Joey were a dark red color. Wei He had not yet reached the level of his Wei family ancestors, but the form of his body transforming into chi still opened people's eyes. Joey smiled and said, finally, I no longer have to play with you. Suddenly, the swords and blades moved, falling at an incredibly fast speed, tens of thousands of them descending. Joey raised his hand, casting a spell, gently moving his fingers as he said, if I use the previous move, the audience will be very disappointed, so this time, I will demonstrate a fusion technique that I created myself. The spectators watched as a cold breeze blew, freezing the entire world. Joey stood in the center of the massive blue vortex, his hand extended forward, controlling the power. Joey took a step forward, and immediately the ground beneath his feet began to freeze, spreading everywhere, creating a layer of ice that covered the entire arena.
The drone camera flew, excited, and the voices of the audience and classmates could be heard.
Joey's skill had completely covered the arena. "We can't see what's happening on the stage now," the excited crowd shouted.
"What's going on?" Someone angrily cursed, "What kind of big move is this? Why is there ice magic?"
The elder stood up in excitement, and Zhu Hong exclaimed in surprise, "Elder!" The elder, his face filled with astonishment and panic, pointed forward and shouted loudly, "Zhu Hong, did you see that? The elemental ice power is so pure." Joey has placed his hand in front and cast the spell, causing tens of thousands of blades to slowly freeze.
Tens of thousands of blades were frozen and illuminated by golden threads. Joey clenched his fist, his sharp eyes focused.
The golden threads pierced through the ice shards, immediately shattering them into pieces.
Joey grabbed the pendant, with golden threads still wrapped around his other wrist.
The ice fragments scattered everywhere, and Wei He was sent flying out. Wei He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice screen slowly faded away.
The announcer's voice echoed.
"Competitor Wei He has lost consciousness." In this match, competitor Joey wins. The crowd cheered joyously.
Victory! Joey is first place, the senior is truly powerful. The announcer's voice rang out again.
Congratulations to Joey, and thanks to competitor Wei He. They have brought a magnificent, top-tier match for the audience. This is undoubtedly the most spectacular battle in the past decade of friendly matches.
Let's all applaud for the top genius of this new generation.
Joey raised his hand high, smiling, with fireworks exploding behind him.
The Flycam's voice followed. The singles match category has ended. Next up will be the team battle and survival match. Let's all look forward to it.
Wu Mang happily said, still young, yet capable of using the secret techniques of the Wei family, blending body and qi. If this were a few years ago during a friendly match, there's no doubt it would have been the number one strength.
It's a pity he met Joey.
Kam Shiran, standing nearby, was smiling as she stroked her hair. Wu Mang observed Joey, who was walking while stretching and yawning, and thought, based on current assumptions, for Joey to defeat Wei he would probably need to use the Celestial Angel's divine technique. This time, he only used a light-based punishment and integrated the skills of both the light and ice elements.
Truly impressive. Wu Mang placed his hand on Joey's shoulder, praising him, "Well done."
Our Su Hang University has also taken the champion title in the singles match this time.
Song Xiaolan spoke up, "That's right.
Even though our team has won the team battle for 4 consecutive years, we've never managed to claim the singles champion in the past 4 years. Joe brother truly made us proud." Wang Tai Xin confidently and happily said, "The team competition tomorrow is going to be against Mado University.
Right now, Wei He is seriously injured. Mado University poses no threat to us.
The first place in the team competition is already in the bag."
Song Xiaolan, amazed, said, "Remember to stay humble. Don't get too arrogant."
Kam Shiran, hugging Lingxi, smiled and declared, "Brother Joey, Xiaoxi made a mistake earlier. You can definitely disguise yourself as a grand mage." Lingxi, feeling embarrassed, blushed and pulled her hood to cover her face, saying, Joe brother, I was just."
Kang Shiran happily called out to Joey, "Let's relax with everyone tonight." Joey scratched his head.
The bustling scene of a street at night, a fusion of eternal games and reality, perhaps spanning a period of 300 years, the birth of demons, bizarre creatures, and chefs. The professions you choose will cause various delicious foods across the entire Blue Star to increase by thousands, tens of thousands. In the most prosperous administrative district of Chongqing City, the Dongcheng area has a famous food street. Whether you fly in the sky or run underground, anything can become a gourmet delicacy.
To satisfy the cravings of the customers, the vendor's voice echoed, "Grilled dragon meat.
Grilled dragon meat, 20-year-old baby dragon, fresh meat, it melts in your mouth.
Wolf King's Blood Eastern nourishes yin, strengthens yang, and beautifies the skin.
Deep-sea monster fish balls, made from the meat of the dark sea overlord fish, a crispy and chewy texture, delicious taste.
Before Song Xiaolan could link arms with Lingxi, Wang Taixian said, "That looks really delicious."
Lingxi smiled, holding a candied Ha's stick in her hand.
Kang Shiran and Zhou Yi walked ahead, laughing happily. A Liang stood from afar, watching Kang Shiran and said, "A gem."
He then threw 2 skewers of meat to the man behind him, adjusted his cap, and said, 100 points.
100 points? The man was startled and asked, "What are you doing?"
A Liang replied, "Starting a conversation with a woman like that, someone so exceptional, it's rare to meet her in a lifetime. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." The man was surprised and said, "But she already has a boyfriend."
He then sneered, "So what if she has a boyfriend?" "A Liang, don't I get a shot here?"
Zhou Yi turned around, his face cold, his sharp eyes bloodshot.
A Liang suddenly felt a chill of fear. The man, noticing this, sarcastically asked, "Are you giving up? This isn't like you." A Liang pointed at Zhou Yi and stammered.
After a moment, Kang Shiran bent over, breathing heavily, and said, "The food paradise, as famous as they say, we've been walking around for an hour, and we haven't even covered half of it."
Song Xiaolan linked arms with Wang Taixian and said, "Here, 6 roads connect, of course, it's not easy to finish walking.
You two find a place to sit and save some seats for us.
We'll go buy some food." Wang Taixian scratched his head and said, "I also want a rest."
Song Xiaolan stood behind her and nudged her, saying, "Rest my foot."
"Let the couple have some peace, are you trying to be the third wheel?"
Lingxi stood behind, turning her face to admire the unique style of the 50-year-old wine shop. The owner cheerfully introduced, "Olive wine can really improve one's agility.
Each bottle is 800 ml. You can drink it yourself or give it as a gift."
"That's bad," Kang Shiran said, pointing to the bottle of wine.
"We want 1 bottle."
The shopkeeper immediately brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small glasses, saying, "The olive wine you requested costs 200,000 yuan.
Please make the payment."
Right after that, a notification rang out on the phone, confirming the transfer of 200,000 yuan. Kang Shiran held up her glass of wine and looked at Zhou Yi, saying, "Mr. Zhou Yi, congratulations on winning the singles competition." They both clinked their glasses, and Zhou Yi replied, "Cheers."
Kang Shiran downed her drink in one go.
After finishing the wine, Kang Shiran tilted her head and said suspiciously, "The alcohol content of this wine doesn't seem that high." 10 minutes later, Kang Shiran blushed and was drunk, vaguely asking Zhou Yi, "Why are there 2 Mr. Zhou Yis?" Zhou Yi looked at her and quickly asked, "You got drunk that fast after just 1 drink?" Kang Shiran laughed happily, counting, 1 Mr. Zhou Yi, 2 Mr. Zhou Yis, 3 Mr. Zhou Yis. Zhou Yi looked at her, sighed, and said, "A level 19 professional, of course, can't drink ordinary wine. But this olive wine is brewed using D-level, rare and precious olives. Although its alcohol content is low, it's incredibly easy to get drunk on."
Zhou Yi stood up, saying, "It's getting late. Xiao Song and the others haven't returned yet. Let's go look for them."
Kang Shiran stretched out her hand, her voice sweet and playful, saying, "Mr. Zhou Yi, I don't want to go." Before she could finish, a voice rang out, "Handsome." The girl, holding a glass of wine, looked at him with a seductive expression and said, "My glass is empty.
Could you buy me another drink?"
Zhou Yi glanced at her, then pointed to a table behind her, saying, "There's half a bottle of olive wine there. It costs 100,000 yuan.
Please pay."
The girl laughed loudly, "You're really handsome, it's so interesting.
Having you in my heart feels great. How about we find a quiet place and continue our conversation?"
Kang Shiran's face turned shy and embarrassed, her long hair partly covering her eyes, her lips slightly parted. She pushed the girl away angrily and shouted, "You're getting too close." The girl whispered in Kang Shiran's ear, "Little beauty, you're not doing this right.
I can tell you and your brother here aren't in a relationship, so how can you block his romantic fortune? She thought to herself, Joey, the strongest newcomer this year, and Kang Shiran, his friend. So many people think Kang Shiran is Joey's girlfriend. But I know they're not lovers. The enchanting eyes of a naive boy, a girl who's just learning to love. These two still need time to break through the paper window. This is really a good opportunity for me to make a move. If I can get Joey to kneel under my skirt, all the resources he could gain will be mine. She walked over to him and said, Brother, don't you think so? Kang Shiran blushed, stammering angrily, You. Joey then grabbed her hand. Kang Shiran looked in surprise at the hand Joey was holding. Joey remained calm and said, I don't mind Xiao Rian blocking my romantic fortune. Joey held Kang Shiran's hand and walked away, leaving behind a remark, Besides, I think you're quite ordinary. Not really anything to call a romantic fortune. The girl stood there, speechless. Ordinary. Joey held Kang Shiran's hand as they walked through the crowd. Kang Shiran immediately stopped. Joey turned around and looked at her. Kang Shiran looked up, blushing, and said, I like you, Joey. Joey, surprised, called out, Xiao Rian? Kang Shiran's cheeks turned even redder as she said, I know I shouldn't say something like this before the match, but I don't like seeing so many girls around you. When I see them, it's like I want another version of myself to appear behind them and eliminate them all. Kang Shiran rushed into his arms, saying, Can I be your girlfriend? She collapsed into his embrace, and before falling asleep, she whispered, Yours, okay? Wang Tai Xian, holding a steamed bun, was stunned and hadn't even taken a bite yet. Ha! Song Xiaolan, Wang Tai Xian, and Ling Shi, also holding steamed buns, stared in disbelief at the scene in front of them. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the alarm clock rang. Kang Shiran vaguely remembered what happened the night before. I like you. She immediately sat up. Kang Shiran, blushing, poked her head out to look at Wu Mang. When he saw her, he called out, Xiao Rian, you're a little late getting up today. Let's have breakfast. Wang Tai Xian waved at her. Ling Shi, Song Xiaolan, and Joey all looked at her. Joey hurriedly turned his face away and ate rapidly. Song Xiaolan and Ling Shi squinted their eyes at him. Kang Shiran pulled out a chair, feeling confused and thinking, Could it be that I was dreaming? Was it really just a dream? Kang Shiran blushed, her face frozen in a daze as she picked up some food. Joey remained calm, but nothing seemed to happen. Ling Shi and Song Xiaolan leaned in closer, watching her. Last night, Joey had carried her in his arms. Looking at the three of them, he said, Please, everyone, pretend you didn't see what just happened. Song Xiaolan didn't understand and asked, Aren't the two of you supposed to like each other? Joey, looking at Kang Shiran who was sound asleep, said, The Zhang family of Zheng Chuan is an ancient family that existed long before the game Eternal Fall. Eternal Fall became a top-tier family power in Nation T several hundred years ago. Now, I have a bit of fame, and I'm also a direct disciple of Master Wang Hui. Things seem to be going well for me. Joey looked up at the sky and continued, But in front of the Zhang family, my achievements are nothing. I don't want to put Xiao Air in a difficult position. When I attain absolute power, no matter the force or family, they'll all be like dust. It's just a matter of time. Song Xiaolan covered her mouth with her sleeve and whispered, Zhou brother, you truly are a pure warrior. I'll always support you. From now on, I'll be the president of your fan club, shipping you and Miss Ran. Joey broke into a cold sweat. Wu Mang set down his chopsticks and said, The universities and colleges are participating in the final of the National University and College Team Battle Competition. A total of 10 schools are competing. Each university and college has to play one match against the other 9 schools. In total, there will be 45 matches. Based on the order of victories and rankings, the top 3 will be decided.
Today is our 9th match in the team competition. If we win this one, the championship will be ours. I hope everyone can stay humble and defeat Mado University.
Everyone chorused in agreement.
Wu Mang joyfully raised his hand high. She looked at Sun Xiao and said, Sun Xiao, as a substitute player, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhang Feng, standing next to her, added, Sun Xiao is a summoner, and she will provide great support for the team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Dean Su spoke up, as the team leader, I can encourage everyone with words, but it's not necessary. Wei He is seriously injured and still unconscious, which has significantly weakened our representative team's strength.
Moreover, with Joey here, we can't possibly secure first place.
Dean Su thought to himself, I never imagined such an all-around newcomer would exist. If we compare the strength of all the players from our school as one, then Joey would be a 2 or even 3. He's so strong it's almost unbelievable, like a monster. No, he is a monster, a person who could almost wipe out all the top universities and colleges. Dean Su tightened his grip on Wu's hand and said, but I still have to say, even if we lose today, we must not lose the honor of Mado University.
We cannot let other universities look down on us. I need everyone to give their all, and only then can we achieve this. Let's go.
Leading the way was Dean Su, followed by 5 Mado University students with powerful presences.
Sun Xiao pondered, even with Wei He here, the outcome is still failure. Could Mado University really end up in 3rd place again?
But 7 years ago, when the team leader was seriously injured and unable to play, the team still managed to defeat the opponents with their excellent coordination and strong strength.
Coincidentally, that year, it was also Mado University against Suhang University.
Sun Xiao touched her face, thinking to herself whether using that method could allow Mado University to make a comeback in the face of adversity and recreate the miracle from 7 years ago. The drone flew overhead, and a voice came through, the highly anticipated team match between Mado University and Suhang University will begin shortly. However, before the match starts, let me announce the prizes first. The top 3 positions of the Xiao Yun Professional Players Alliance for the team match. First, all the players from the 3rd-ranked university in the team match, including substitutes, will receive a pre-made set of 3-star gold grade equipment according to their ranking. The 2nd place of the team match will receive a pre-made set of 4-star gold grade equipment. As for the 1st place of the team match, each member of the Xiao Yun Professional Players Alliance University will be awarded a pre-made 2-star Sushur grade equipment. The crowd below shouted in astonishment, wow, the prize is so grand, truly impressive. The rewards for this exchange match had doubled compared to last year.
Rich people are heartless.
I'm willing to risk everything for people like you, Joey thought deeply, propping his chin up, considering the value. The legendary weapons of the single match champion are even more valuable than the Sushur grade equipment, but they are still not as valuable as the prize for the team match champion. The set of equipment for the team champion consists of 7 pieces, top, bottom, belt, shoes, weapon, necklace, and ring.
And each team representing the university, including substitutes, consists of a total of 10 people.
With 70 pieces of Sushur grade equipment, plus the value, it's enough to forge 2 legendary grade weapons. Wang Tai Xian laughed joyfully, his hands clasped confidently in front of him.
Ha, this time we really hit the jackpot, he said.
The level processed equipment quickly dropped into the bowl, and the host's voice rang out.
The rewards have been announced.
Now, please welcome the representative team from Suhang University.
Representatives from Mado University, both teams, please step forward. The crowd cheered below. Suhang University, Joey, Joey, Joey. Go Mado University.
The athletes from both sides took their positions, with Joey's team exuding confidence.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Sun Xiao's face was cold, and the atmosphere was tense.
Joey's team charged forward, with Joey holding a hammer, and Wang Tai Xian smiling happily.
Sun Xiao closed his eyes, raised his hand, and cast a spell. A glowing sphere began to form before him. Sun Xiao extended both hands forward and muttered an incantation. Summon the spirit of the young dragon Rygius, summon the swarm of bees Jack Giant, summon the giant snake demon Hadida, summon the hellish guardian Cebius, summon the spirit king Kamala.
Around Sun Xiao, 5 spirits appeared with overwhelming energy. The spirits roared and charged toward Joey. The spirit king Kamala approached, unleashing a powerful attack, sending a wave of golden energy from its body. Ling Shi raised her staff, dispelling the attack. She then countered with her own strike. The swarm of bees rushed forward, their tails curling in preparation. Song Xiaolan joined her fingers together, casting a spell. Talismans flew out, attaching themselves to the bee swarm's tails. Song Xiaolan raised her hand, and the talismans exploded like fireworks. Wang Tai Xin over here was fighting with Hari.
Kang Shiran swung the weapon in his hand and charged forward. Kang Shiran slashed a few times at Soren. On this side, Joey dodged the opponent's torrential attacks, his sharp eyes silently thinking, not bad.
Actual combat really helps one improve the fastest. The coordination is at least 30% better than before. Zhang Feng and the blonde girl were left in astonished silence. Sun Xiao, however, remained calm and cast a spell. Joey used a few moves to knock everyone in front of him away.
Joey punched heavily towards Sun Xiao, but she remained very calm, closing her eyes to cast the spell. Sun Xiao tightly shut her eyes, and immediately after, she suddenly opened them wide, her eyes glowing with sharp intensity.
A huge hand appeared to block the hammer. Joey frowned in annoyance. The giant hand caught the hammer.
Sun Xiao furrowed her brow, struggling to resist. Blazing Flame Garden Flare, with its bloodshot eyes, used its hand to block the attack. It then struck down hard, making Joey grit his teeth in discomfort, using all his strength to hold his ground. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Blazing Flame Garden Flare roared, a green circle surrounded it, launching throwing darts. Sun Xiao was stunned. Sun Xiao gritted her teeth and summoned Hadida.
Blazing Flame Garden Flare's bloodshot eyes seized Hari's neck, squeezing tightly. Blazing Flame Garden Flare used force, black blood splattering everywhere. Blazing Flame Garden Flare ripped off Hari's head and looked at Sun Xiao, saying, "There's no need to use these tricks. Why did you summon me?"
Sun Xiao shielded herself with her hand, fearfully saying, "Fight." Sun Xiao fearfully pointed at Joey and said, "Defeat him." The Blazing Flame Garden Flare at level 24, with legendary grade talent notes. The Blazing Flame Garden Flare is a demon of legendary grade, born with the ability to control fire, and its numbers are extremely rare. Meeting it, one cannot decide whether to consider themselves fortunate or unfortunate.
Here, the Blazing Flame Garden Flare roars, Joey GMNGH's summoning object, the legendary grade Blazing Flame Garden Flare.
The Blazing Flame Garden Flare looks at Sun Xiao and says, "Alright, you should die."
Sun Xiao, trembling in fear, waves his hand, "Wait a minute, I'm not."
Rocks and debris fly in all directions. Sun Xiao shields his face with his hand, as if indicating something. The Blazing Flame Garden Flare leaps up, and Wang Tai Xian, shocked, asks, "Why is it a legendary grade summoning object?" Ling Shi grips the staff, casting the trench water shield, enveloping herself in a sea of blue light. The Blazing Flame Garden Flare dodges. Song Xiaolan flicks her hand and murmurs a spell, speaking loudly, "The yellow earth is the base, the earth's energy is the origin, the spirits of the 4 directions. Follow my command, rise, stone." She thinks to herself, the trench water shield is an A+ defensive skill, and Xiaoxi has enhanced it to level 8. In the previous 1v1 match, it had blocked the continuous attacks of the assassin player from Chongqing University, but now, even a single strike from the Blazing Flame Garden Flare can't be blocked. The Blazing Flame Garden Flare punches the stone, shattering it into pieces. Wang Tai Xin charges forward. Song Xiaolan casts the shield of the Jade Wall, and a red barrier appears. The Blazing Flame Garden Flare leaps up again, its hands coming together, slamming down on the shield. Song Xiaolan turns around and says, "Luckily, with Zhou Brothers' enhancement, the skill's effect has been boosted more than double. Otherwise, the Blazing Flame Garden Flare would have already broken through my defense. Legendary demons are just too powerful."
Second brother, what should we do now?
Joey raised his hand high, casting the holy light spell. With a mental shield, a symbol appeared.
The blazing flame garden flare lashed out with its claws towards Joey. Joey looked at everyone and said, I'll handle this fight. You all should leave the arena.
Song Xiaolan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tai-Xian said in unison.
What? Wang Tai-Xian immediately spoke. Are you kidding? Second brother, this isn't a student from Mado University, this is a legendary level demon. It'll be reckless to go easy on it. Joey looked at her and said, Do I look like I'm joking? I have a way to deal with the Crimson Flame Prince, but once the fight starts, I won't be able to care about any of you. Kang Shiran looked at him, her eyes full of worry, and said, Joey, you don't have to worry about us, we can. Ling Shi immediately said, Although my abilities are small, I hope to contribute in any way I can. Song Xiaolan opened her eyes wide and said, Big Joe brother, we are a team.
The blazing flame garden flare struck with a powerful punch.
Joey spoke up to explain. When facing a legendary level demon, if we're not careful, we could die. Even though a priest can save everyone, after the rescue, there will be a 30% loss, and will enter a weakened state for 3 months, unable to train in real combat. Have you all considered these losses? Joey placed his hand on Kang Shiran's head, rubbing her hair, and said, I know you're worried that I might not be able to handle it alone, but in reality, it's your presence that distracts me. Also, Joey's gentle eyes looked at Kang Shiran, nearly a demon of the legendary level. The crowd under the arena was astounded. A girl's voice spoke in disbelief. A scene from 7 years ago seemed to be replaying once again. Summoner Sun Xiao, the substitute player for Mado University, summoned a legendary level demon. Holding the microphone, she encouraged, saying, Can Joey successfully salvage and turn the situation around? Which team will ultimately claim the championship of this team battle? The red-haired person laughed wickedly. Ha, a legendary level demon is just too amazing. Joey is as good as dead. The qualities and equipment of demons were also classified into different tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and legendary. The tier of a demon determined its overall power. For example, the same charging skill, when used by a bronze tier demon, might only show the effect of a human level or even E-level skill. But in the hands of a legendary tier demon, the power of such a skill would be at least A level, and it could even reach S level. Even more terrifying was the fact that legendary tier demons possessed resistance to negative effects, making them incredibly resilient and difficult to kill. The GOP Lin King in the Deep Abyss instance of Su Hang University was only at the platinum tier. To have a legendary level demon appear in a team battle of a friendly match was truly unbelievable. The undefeated legend of Joey is about to come to an end, the commentator said in astonishment. What's going on? Why have they forfeited? Song Xiaolan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tai-Xian both appeared with a seal beneath their feet, making it impossible for them to be harmed when they withdrew from the arena. Joey turned to face Kang Shiran behind him, and she immediately understood. Kang Shiran then said, I also forfeit. Rectangular fragments appeared around Kang Shiran. Joey remained standing, supporting himself with his hands. Kang Shiran stopped, turned back to look at him, and said, Joey, hang in there. Blazing flame garden flare delivered a powerful punch into the barrier. Joey jumped back to dodge it, roaring, with red light surging around both of his arms. The ground began to crack, rocks scattered, and smoke billowed. 2 drops of red blood fell. Blazing flame garden flare, with a pitiful expression, looked at its severed tail and said, I'm injured. Joey transformed, holding a giant hammer, standing tall with golden light radiating around him, and said, Xiaorian, she's already left the arena. There's nothing more to worry about. Now, let me see how powerful your legendary tier demon really is. Tanwei exclaimed in astonishment, Am I still dreaming? Sun Xiao then said, Joey actually managed to injure a legendary tier demon with a single strike. Blazing Flame Garden Flare looked at Joey and said to the human, I can sense the high-level bloodline aura on you.
Blazing Flame Garden Flare thought to itself, the Blazing Flame Garden Flare tribe is a legendary tier race by birth, a monarch that can dominate an entire region. In my memories, my mother once warned me about a few high-tier bloodline races that must never be offended. I remember the past, when my mother held me tightly. Now, for the first time, I feel the high-level bloodline aura on this human. If he weren't so weak, even if it meant risking backlash from summoning magic, I would have fled immediately. Luckily, he is just a human with good fortune, who managed to merge with a high-level bloodline. Blazing Flame Garden Flare raised his fist, and an energy circle surrounded him. He said, I have already played with humanity. Next, I will unleash my full strength. He shot into the air, energy appearing in his hand, a green hue glowing, his eyes blood red. He brought 2 fingers together, and a weapon appeared in the palm of his hand. One end was spiked, the other connected by a chain linking the 2 parts. Blazing Flame Garden Flare gripped the weapon in a circular manner. Joey calmly said, "Come at me." Joey raised his hand, and holy light emanated, forming a golden chain that shot out. Blazing Flame Garden Flare raised his hand to cast a spell, throwing his weapon to collide with the chain. Joey immediately performed the glowing wine spell, and a powerful surge of green energy appeared. Blazing Flame Garden Flare was knocked back, grabbing his weapon and plunging it into the ground, dragging it along the earth. His red eyes looked up. Joey watched him, surprised, as there was not a single scratch on him. Mr. Zhu panicked, quickly saying, "Stop the fight, we cannot afford to lose the hope of our family here." Zhu Heng quickly turned and ran off, saying, "I will go find Wu Mang now." Mr. Zhu turned back, shouting, "Even if it means offending Su Hang University, we must pause the fight to protect Joey." Dean Cheng anxiously said, "Teacher Wu, give it up. If Joey dies because of this, our nation will lose another great general." Indeed, Joey would absolutely grow into a powerful figure. If he were to die in this battle, it would delay his rise to power, which would be a huge mistake. Xu Heng hurriedly rushed in and said, "Master Wu, please, I beg you, give up. My Zhu family is willing to compensate 100 times the amount to Su Hang University." The person standing next to Wu Mang said, "We absolutely cannot allow this empty, illusory order to delay Joey. Master Wu, please announce it quickly." Wu Mang scratched his ear and asked, "What do you think I am?" Wu Mang thought about the past principle, and the true strength of Joey. Just how powerful was Joey, in the end? The principal of Su Hang University clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Rest assured, as long as it's not a legendary demon above level 26, Joey can handle it." Wu Mang looked at the screen and thought, after level 20, whether it's humans or demons, the gap in strength between levels becomes extremely large. Under the condition of having similar talents, a level 26 demon is roughly equivalent to a level 24 demon, and just recently at level 24, the gap between level 26 is still 2 levels apart. He then said, "For Joey to win, it's simply impossible." Xu Heng anxiously said, "Aren't you afraid of Joey?" Blazing Flame Garden Flare raised his weapon high, his red eyes glaring as he punched down at Joey, casting the spell Light of Punishment. A bolt of lightning flashed. Blazing Flame Garden Flare was struck by the lightning, howling in pain, thinking, "This divine power is causing my limbs to go numb." Joey immediately cast the spell again, Light of Punishment. It howled in agony, blocking the blow, then roared, "Human, let me see what you're capable of." Joey, standing above, thought to himself, Light of Punishment is now an A-level skill at level 14, enhanced with the light element, guarding with the divine, angelic, S plus innate talent. After transforming into an angel, Siwei's body doubled in strength. The power of the Light of Punishment he summoned could easily kill a mid-level executioner in the Deep Abyss instance. However, the impact on him only caused temporary damage, which quickly healed, making it seem as though he hadn't been hit at all. Joey observed the Blazing Flame Garden Flare and couldn't help but think, the regeneration power is truly frightening. It shot up and stood before Joey. The golden energy flashed past its eyes, and chains wrapped around it. It angrily raised its head and shouted, causing a sense of frustration in others. Looking at the scene before him, Joey thought to himself, "I've fought and defeated a legendary class demon before. But in that case, the enemy was severely restrained by the light attribute and couldn't fully unleash the full potential of its legendary class qualities.
I need to study this a bit more.
Next time I fight a legendary class opponent, I'll need to find a way to defeat the blazing flame garden flare. Its attack speed has already increased, which means its resistance to light elemental magic is growing stronger.
Its adaptability is truly remarkable.
No wonder, in the Dark Ages, our human race had to sacrifice so many people.
Demons are indeed much stronger than humans.
With a barrage of attacks coming his way, Joey spread his arms and recited an incantation: the blessing of the gods, the blessing of protection, the alliance's blessing, the blessing of courage.
Joey thought to himself, enhancing the opening skill is. Once I've transformed into the angelic form, after using the angel body, using the enhanced skill will be the true peak state in reality.
The blazing flame garden flare shot up high, the ground cracked open, and rocks flew everywhere. Li Han, astonished, said, "Joey is even stronger than the person standing next to him. It's fortunate he didn't directly attack Xiao Xiao, because if the summoner dies, the summoned creatures will vanish as well."
At that moment, Zhang Feng spoke. Could he forget about this? The lion roared, and Zhang Feng shouted, "Don't slack off, protect Xiao Xiao well, Li Han."
The three of them immediately took action. At that point, Joey appeared, his body enveloped in golden energy, glowing like gold. In his hands were the bolts of lightning from the Divine Master, and Wukong seemed to have unleashed his full power, with flames and energy armor bursting around them.
He then combined two weapons into one.
Instantly, it transformed into a massive, towering staff. At the same time, a gigantic hand, dozens of times larger, appeared and slammed down on him. Everything shattered into pieces under the force of the two. The hand then hit the ground, leaving a deep mark, followed by an explosion. Everything around them was reduced to rubble, and everyone scattered in fear, running chaotically to avoid the destruction. At that moment, the third-level mage of the Xiao Yun Alliance stepped forward, opening a spellbook to cast a spell. As she chanted, "Water Guardian," water droplets began swirling around and gathered in one spot. A few seconds later, the droplets formed a circle with fierce currents, eventually shaping into a shield to protect them from the raging force. Upon seeing this, the person with the black bun let out a relieved sigh.
Phew, we're saved.
The girl with pink hair clapped her hands in joy and spoke, "She's a third transition mage of the Xiao Yun Alliance, now we can rest assured." The guy next to her, wearing a t-shirt, also spoke, "You nearly scared me to death. Just now, I was wondering if dying in the priest's gym would help us resurrect." At that moment, with a serious expression, the third transition mage of the Xiao Yun Alliance pondered deeply as she used her hands to flip through the pages of a spellbook. Anticipating a fierce battle today, the Xiao Yun Alliance had already raised their defensive shield to the 7th level before the fight began. A level 7 shield was enough to withstand the full force attacks of a peak second transition mage. But then she stopped, holding the spellbook and still lost in thought. One of Zhou Yi's skills had completely obliterated everything.
This was something that hadn't happened in 100 years.
It seemed that her own Zhongxia country had produced another unparalleled genius.
The honor of Zhongxia, the honor of humanity.
At this moment, a foot stopped. The four of them stood still, their faces filled with panic as they saw the intense lightning strikes. Moments later, a blazing forest flare appeared, its expression fierce and full of murderous intent. It gritted its teeth, breathing out smoke and fire as it contemplated.
Damn it, relying only on the powers of light and ice elements.
Swimming in my own blood and flesh, constantly destroying my own recovery force.
Damn humans, damn holy light.
Then, in a fit of rage, it slammed both hands onto the ground, causing the earth to crack open, and exclaimed, "How could the great evil be killed here?" Immediately, Joey landed a thunderous punch to its face. His physique was smaller than that of the blazing forest flare, but the strength of his punch was enough to knock it off balance. It fell backward, and then screamed in agony. The very next moment, he kicked at it with full force, his voice ringing out, "Die." Joey delivered a powerful kick that caused it to lose its balance and fall backward. At that moment, a blinding golden light descended, and fragments of stone and earth flew through the air. Suddenly, a bird and a lion appeared, both roaring fiercely. Then, a voice echoed, making Zhang Fong and Sun Xiao panic and break into a cold sweat.
Surrender, or continue?
Sun Xiao closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly responded, "We surrender." Her voice resounded throughout the stands. At that moment, Dean Su let out a sigh of relief, and Mr. Zhu was smiling in satisfaction. A moment later, the commentary from the observation camera was heard. The winners of this team match are Su Hang University.
Let us congratulate Su Hang University for securing the championship. Let us applaud the player Joey. Without his game-changing move, we would never have witnessed such an extraordinary battle. Cheers erupted everywhere. Joey, divine sage.
He continued, all universities and colleges, 45 matches in total have concluded. Now, I announce the final standings of this team competition. First place, 9 wins, 0 losses, Su Hang University. Second place, 8 wins, 1 loss, Mado University. Third place, 7 wins, 2 losses, Chongjing University. All the audience cheered excitedly.
Su Hang University, Joey, divine sage, a person with brown hair remarked.
It's hard to imagine that Joey, only 18 years old, already possesses such powerful combat strength. In the future, his name will surely be among the top in the professional ranks of Zhongxia. Then, he returned to his original form, exhausted and covered in sweat from the recent match. Suddenly, a voice from someone with white hair exclaimed, "Joey is Kong Shiran." She rushed over to ask him, "You used the heavenly angel body technique.
How do you feel now?"
Immediately, the person with orange hair quickly signaled to the cameraman to capture this scene. "Hurry, focus the camera on the couple.
My views depend on them."
The live stream displayed, 50,000 viewers are watching the live broadcast. At that moment, he gently patted her head and softly said, "Sorry for making you worry." Though still a bit weak, due to the level up, his actions stirred the viewers to comment enthusiastically.
They really are a couple. I absolutely can't be mistaken. One person commented, "Please, no more heart-wrenching moments. I've been suffering from second-hand embarrassment." Both gods belong to everyone, another person sighed. Xian Tianzi is so beautiful.
Suddenly, a hand appeared to block the screen, followed by a soft cough. Then, a stream of comments appeared rapidly.
Who is blocking the screen? Just when something exciting was happening. Can the streamer do it? Streamer, deal with this person.
I'll send you a huge rocket.
That is Wu Mang.
He gripped the camera with great force, crushing it, yet the corners of his mouth still wore a bright smile. He said, "After the match ends, no private live streaming is allowed."
Don't you understand this rule? Let me teach you.
Immediately, the faces of the two people turned pale, drained of all color. Then, he turned toward Joey and said in a firm voice, "Go back to the villa first.
I'll explain the survival match and the final event to everyone." The survival match. A moment later, at the villa, a voice rang out.
The survival match is the final event of the team competition. All the players from the 10 universities and colleges will enter an instance and search freely. Wu Mang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and continued solemnly, "Unlike the simulated instance of the fourth individual round, the instance for the survival match is an open, real-type instance. Therefore, in the survival match, everyone will encounter many sudden situations. Even those with great abilities may not be fortunate, they might be eliminated as soon as the match begins." He mimicked a person who, after defeating many monsters, had their accumulated points increased by 100. The rules of the match are also very simple. Killing demons of a lower level might earn you accumulated points. Then, if someone surrenders by holding up a flag, their accumulated points are reduced by 500, while the opponent's points are increased by 500. He continued, "A player from another school will earn half the accumulated points of their opponent. Over 3 days, the school with the most accumulated points will be crowned the winner." Next, he spoke about the map in the secret realm. The range of the secret realm instance is extremely vast. Each day, players can only search within a specific area. As the match progresses, the searchable areas will gradually shrink.
Everyone must enter the new area within the time limit, or they will automatically be eliminated. And there's one point you must remember: the entry location for the secret realm instance is random.
If you encounter the void at the border, you must leave immediately. At this moment, Wu Mang's eyes briefly showed a trace of sadness before he spoke. The void area was filled with countless spatial cracks, capable of instantly killing a third-tier professional. Soon after, everyone spoke in unison, understood. A little while later, on one night, a pair of feet slowly approached.
The person walking was the director Su.
He arrived at a base, and the automatic door opened. The air inside grew heavy, and a long silence followed, where one could even hear the sound of someone else breathing. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Director Su, you finally arrived."
He walked to the table and asked, apart from all the instructors leading teams from Su Hang University gathering together, "What are you planning to do?"
Director Chang replied calmly, "Director Su, if there are no unexpected incidents, the first place in the survival game will also belong to Su Hang University."
After a brief pause, he continued, "Are you willing to accept this?"
Meanwhile, at another location, a girl with green hair was casting magic. Above her, a camera was streaming live, and the voice of the commentator could be heard. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National New Student Exchange Tournament, the survival game, is about to begin. This match will last for a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, there will be no audience arrangements at the venue, and the event will be streamed live continuously on the app. Let me introduce the secret instance of this survival game." Then, a stone-like object appeared, looking very solid, gradually revealed by a cloud of smoke, and an encouraging voice was heard.
"This is not an ordinary instance.
According to reliable news, this is a battlefield relic of the beast tribe.
Its name is..."
Immediately, the gate slowly appeared.
The MC continued, "Kingdom of 10,000 beasts."
Seeing the gate, all the players were filled with excitement and joy, and a voice rose.
"This beast tribe battle took place in which year?"
"It doesn't matter who won, but we can be sure that it is full of the unknown and danger. In the wilderness, there lurk fierce demons of high rank. Their sharp claws and fangs are always ready to greet any challenger who dares to enter." He continued, "Every inch of land, every piece of volcanic rock, has the potential to conceal forgotten divine weapons, and it may also bury heaven-defying treasures.
Only those with enough intelligence and courage can uncover its secrets." One person, upon hearing this, joyfully exclaimed, "Divine weapons, heaven-defying treasures, if I obtain them, could I succeed then?" The black-haired man frowned upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Which school is so naive?
This instance is free for exploration, but it must have already been thoroughly searched by the military.
How could there still be any treasures left?"
At that moment, the door gradually opened, and the encouraging voice echoed once again. "Players, take up your weapons, trust in your beliefs, bravely embrace the challenge, and we will await the legend of each of you." The person with black hair immediately saw Zhou Yi and suddenly became worried, hoping not to encounter him too soon in the instance. The broad shoulders of the person wearing the t-shirt alone exuded an air of dignity. At the same time, another figure appeared, only revealing a long cloak that draped down to just above the ankles, giving off a sense of luxury and strength.
It was Zhou Yi and Wei He, standing back to back. At this moment, Zhou Yi was deep in thought.
Even if their bodies made contact, there was no way to teleport together.
It seemed that finding them would take a bit of time.
As he was lost in his thoughts, he heard the sound of Wei He's footsteps as he moved away.
Zhou Yi immediately turned his head. "Humph."
Without hesitation, he used his power to accelerate. The heavenly step vanished in the blink of an eye, and he was no longer visible. He casually said, "You idiot, right now your accumulation points are 0, how could I possibly lay a hand on you?" Then, he created a hammer, his face showing a wicked expression as he muttered, "A rabbit, of course, must be fattened before it can be killed." At that moment, elsewhere, in a forest, a green light appeared. It was Xiao Yun. She was silently concentrating with her eyes closed, observing. Suddenly, a red shadow moved across the trees. She remained in her stance and deduced the location of the figure.
North direction, 1,000 meters away, cannot confirm which school he belongs to.
At this point, Xiao Yun opened one eye, pulled her bow, aimed, and pondered.
If it's Joey. Then the arrow flew swiftly. The person saw the arrow approaching and silently guessed it was an elf arrow.
In the next moment, Wei Yi quickly dodged and spoke, "Xiao Yun is one of us." His sharp gaze locked on, and immediately the arrow stopped. At that moment, Xiao Yun said, "Good thing you spoke up in time."
"Right, why were you running so fast?" Hearing her, he lightly scratched his face, hesitating before responding, "Did you run into someone from Suhang University?"
Then, he thought to himself, he couldn't exactly say that he tended to use his shield skill whenever he felt tense. The two of them moved together, and she spoke as she walked. "No, the plant empathy skill only allows me to search within a 10-mile radius, and only where there are covered plants.
You're the only one who entered my search range." He understood and replied, "Oh, based on that promise, we'll set off together. That sounds like a good idea."
She responded, "All right." Elsewhere, the man with black hair, observing the match on a tablet, muttered in confusion, "One from Mado University, one from Chongjing University, why are they choosing to team up?" Hearing this, the man wearing glasses, lying on the bed and reading a book, slowly replied, "The level difference between the players isn't that big, and everyone avoids confrontation with each other, which is why no one has made a move. Moreover, the instant's secret realm is fraught with danger. It's a smart move to choose cooperation at the start. The survival match only gets more intense as it goes on, and today is just the first day. By the 7th day, the machines brought by the contestants would reveal the positions of others.
Eliminating between contestants is what truly excites." Hearing these words, he nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is."
At this moment, in the battle, a multitude of monsters from different species rushed forward, aggressively attacking. Joey activated his abilities, lowered 2 fingers, and spoke. In the blink of an eye, he defeated them all, and immediately received a series of points, with his accumulated score increasing by 100.
Later, in another location, green-colored monsters arrived, growling, "This wild brat dares to step into my territory.
Kill him, kill him." The next moment, Joey's right arm glowed with blue energy, and he spoke with an imposing voice. In an instant, the monsters were frozen in place. He then snapped his fingers and walked away, the ice shattering immediately. Next, he wiped out the giant spiders, earning 500 points, followed by a series of 50-point increments. At that moment, Joey swung his hammer back toward one of the spiders, easily taking it down. The system announced, accumulated points increased by 12. After a while, he had defeated all the monsters. Joey smiled in satisfaction, tapping the blue ring, thinking to himself, "Got rid of a tough one, let me see how many points I've accumulated now." He checked the information and considered it. The mechanical army could march alone, using robots for reconnaissance to avoid high-level beasts, hunting low-level demons, and also splitting the forces into multiple routes to hunt and kill simultaneously. No wonder Dean Wu had said before the survival battle that it would be a stage for mechanical engineers and summoners to shine. The leaderboard displays the following rankings. First place, Joey, 15,792 accumulated points. Second place, Wang Xian, 5,547 accumulated points. Third place, Li Mengzhe, 2,547 accumulated points. Joey pointed at the information, silently thinking, the rankings of Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun, Shuaxian, and Lingxi are all within my expectations. The information displayed. Ninth place, Kang Shiran, 2,049 accumulated points. 10th place, Wang Taixian, 2017 accumulated points. 11th place, Xiaolan, 2002 accumulated points. Suddenly, he stopped in surprise, confused. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed as he found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Tanwei and Zhang Jie may not have the same rank or combat ability as Shuaxian and the others, but among the students participating in the matches, they should be considered average. Why are their accumulated points so low? The news ticker displayed. 72 in D place, Tanwei, 540 accumulated points. 81 say place, Zhangzhe, 470 accumulated points. At that moment, his hand froze. Zhouyi's expression was filled with surprise and confusion. Has Tan Wei been eliminated? The news ticker updated. 72 in D place, Tan Wei, 540 accumulated points. Eliminated. 81 say place, Zhangzhe, 470 accumulated points. Then, he pondered, wondering, there are only 3 possibilities: the secret realm, demon, or other competitors. Since the retrieval phase hadn't started yet, there was no chance of being eliminated due to not reaching the special area in time. Zhouyi then recalled Tan Wei's resolute appearance when he fought a huge, ferocious snake and contemplated further. Although Tan Wei is a reserve player, it doesn't mean his strength is weak. Among all the competitors in the match, Tan Wei would definitely be considered at an above-average level. He's cautious and won't take unnecessary risks. If he encountered a stronger opponent than the demon, he absolutely has the ability to escape. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Could it be that the other contestants were teaming up? Then, Zhouyi thought about those who cooperated with malicious smiles. In the secret realm, one must be wary not only of demons and individual contestants. A team in a weak position, driven by the greatest benefit, would cooperate when the opportunity arises, seeking chances to eliminate members of other teams, potentially making their way to the teleportation point in the random secret realm. At the beginning, each team's members would be isolated, essentially not forming any alliances. Therefore, such a situation might only occur in the later stages. At this moment, the host spoke, "Contestants, please pay attention. The range of the secret realm is about to shrink. Please reach the safe zone within 3 hours, otherwise, it will be considered a failure in your challenge." Hearing this, he was taken aback by the news. A moment later, somewhere else in the secret realm, something was moving through the gorge at lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "What terrible luck, that's Zhouyi." He immediately sprinted towards a certain location, running as he pondered. For the first time, the shrinking range was unusually vast, and he would have to put in his full effort to reach the safe zone within the given time. Tan Wei's matter had to be set aside for now. Suddenly, a beam of green light appeared at the mountaintop, and he then changed direction. Zhouyi used his skill to reach the summit, sensing Ling Shi's presence. At this moment, Tang Ling Shi was using magic to attack the orange-haired girl Shui Jian. Suddenly, Wu Kong appeared, holding a weapon and launching a surprise attack on her. Tang Ling Shi quickly turned around, and he struck with a powerful blow, saying, "Troublesome like a woman in the match." She swiftly made a move to block the strike. In the next moment, she countered with the stone mace technique. A massive, spiked sphere appeared above his head. The sphere fell, crushing Wukong. His eyes bulged, mouth agape. Tang Ling Shi frowned in displeasure and spoke, "TSK TSK. Truly troublesome. Didn't your teacher teach you not to underestimate any opponent? Also, do you think my memory is bad?" At this moment, Luo Shang leaped up, seemingly launching a surprise attack on her. Tang Ling Shi took an attacking stance and said, "Did you forget there are 2 of you?" She then slammed her staff forcefully into the ground. As she prepared to strike, suddenly, stones of varying sizes flew toward her, the stone spirit strike. Luo Shang was soon enveloped in stones, forming a ball-shaped cocoon, and Wu Kong was crushed beneath them. Both were motionless, unable to resist. At this moment, Tang Ling Shi breathed heavily and spoke, "Will you surrender on your own, or do you want me to seriously injure you and eliminate you here?" Suddenly, a hand clapped loudly. Tang Ling Shi was taken aback as she spotted Li Jian hiding in the corner. Surprised, she thought, so there's still one more hiding? He also saw her and remarked with a sigh, "I can't believe it. There's such an extraordinary elemental mage at Su-Hang University. It seems Miss Tang has always been hiding her talents from her teammates. What a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, the pack of hounds beside him immediately lunged towards her. She, on the other hand, loudly responded with many words. She used the water arrow technique to quickly deal with the hounds. In that moment, unexpectedly, a hound appeared behind Tang Lingxi, and it bit straight into her hand.
Li Jian, seeing this, excitedly shouted, "Great opportunity, bite off her arm."
In his heart, he thought, without a staff, the speed and power of her spells will be significantly reduced. She's already at a disadvantage, there's no way she can be my match. Without fear, Tang Lingxi smiled cruelly and said, "Great opportunity, you must seize it too." No sooner had she finished speaking than a magical circle appeared beside her. This made Li Jian panic and shout, "Without a staff, how can you?" Then, a huge explosion rang out, and the pressure from the blast sent Li Jian flying, even obliterating his two hounds. After the explosion, the system immediately displayed a notification: the contestant Li Jian from Qingchan University has been seriously injured, unconscious, and can no longer continue in the competition.
This announcement confirmed that contestant Li Jian was eliminated. Contestant Tang Lingxi earned an additional 1,050 accumulation points.
At the same time, Tang Lingxi lay on the ground, gasping, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
"This is bad, my magic power is completely depleted."
One of the people in the crowd, seeing this, seized the opportunity and aimed to finish her off. Wukong threw a sharp knife towards her decisively. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene left him astonished, and he thought to himself, "Who's blocking my path? The one holding my knife is none other than Joey." He lifted his foot and angrily shouted, looking for death. With just one kick, he caused a huge explosion. At this moment, Tang Lingxi tried to open her mouth and called out, "Zhou," using her last bit of strength to utter the two words before fainting. "Zhou brother." Immediately, the match's monitoring system announced, it has been detected that Wukong, the contestant from Yuqi University, has sustained serious injuries and is unconscious.
He is unable to continue in the match and has been eliminated. Contestant Joey gains 1,240 accumulated points.
Suddenly, while Joey was tending to Tang Lingxi's injuries, he glanced over at someone. It turned out to be Luo Shang, who had been planning to sneak attack.
The murderous look in his eyes startled Luo Shang.
Then, the system made another announcement: it has been detected that Luo Shang, the contestant from Chaoyang University, has forfeited.
Contestant Tang Lingxi gains 1,860 accumulated points. After these three announcements, Joey concluded that these three individuals clearly were not from the same school, and they had not been cooperating in the mission to eliminate Lingxi. It couldn't have been a coincidence that they had achieved this together. A moment later, he helped Tang Lingxi to a different location to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification: rank 69, Zhang Zhe, 680 accumulated points, eliminated. Even Tang Lingxi received the same notification: rank 69, Zhang Zhe, 680 accumulated points, eliminated. This made her so angry that she exclaimed, "Zhang Zhe must have been surrounded and attacked by those despicable, shameless people." Then, she turned to Zhou Yi and expressed her confusion. "Zhou brother, this whole situation is very strange. The entrance to the secret realm was clearly completely random. How is it that on the very first day they quickly assembled, and at the same time were able to accurately locate our people and launch a siege?" He voiced his thoughts on the matter. "I suspect they used some special method to track others' locations." Her words were filled with outrage as she shouted, "This is cheating! How dare they do this in a national competition?" However, he added, "if this is a special skill possessed by one of their members, then it would be hard to define it as cheating based on the rules. But if they used methods that couldn't be seen by others," his eyes filled with killing intent as he declared, "I will make sure they are utterly disgraced." Suddenly, Tang Lingxi said sadly, "Miss Ran and the others are still scattered all over, they are very likely to have been surrounded and attacked." "I'm afraid." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi gently comforted her. "We've joined forces. They must have weakened my strength 6 days ago, and it was you. After that, on the final day, they targeted me, and their despicable actions leading to the siege were inevitable." He even confidently asserted, "Before absolute strength, no scheme or trick is of any use."
Today, everything they do, 6 days from now, I will make them pay back double. His arrogance made her blush, her face full of embarrassment, and she silently called out in her heart, "Second brother." After calming down, she and he quickly took their swords and left, but not before he reminded her, "Don't be angry.
Your injury isn't fully healed yet.
Drink some potion, rest here tonight, and I'll go deal with the demons around here." A few days later, the scout plane for the survival competition announced, on November 20, 2064, the final day of the survival match, the intercollegiate survival exchange battle between universities and colleges across the nation. Today, 74 competitors will begin their final slaughter, determining the ultimate rankings of the survival match.
The news of each competitor's position will be displayed on their wristbands.
Let's wait together and witness the rise of the strong. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves about the final day of the competition. The final slaughter of the survival match was truly something to look forward to. After 6 days of fighting, Suhang University was left with only Zhou Yi, Tang Lingxi, and Kong Shiran.
Wasn't that impressive?
Out of the 9 schools, 71 competitors remained, and the numerical advantage was too obvious.
No one knew if Zhou Yi could withstand the combined attacks of the 9 schools.
At this moment, the scout plane revealed the position within the secret realm in the vast desert.
A group of people was waiting, and someone said aloud, "Zhou Yi is over there." Lingxi was still heading in our direction. Wei He looked at the map and quickly gave the order, "Kong Shiran is to the northwest."
Her strength isn't bad, but it's not on the same level as Zhou Yi's monstrous abilities. Moreover, more than 10 people are still near her location. Xiaolan, take 5 people and meet up with those on that side.
We must eliminate Kong Shiran. We have 47 people here to deal with Zhou Yi. Xiaolan answered without hesitation.
As soon as she finished giving orders, Wei He loudly encouraged the other contestants, speculating based on Zhou Yi's forward speed that he might arrive in about an hour.
This battle is crucial for the final ranking in our friendly match.
Everyone must pull themselves together and make sure they are fully prepared. Elsewhere, a sharp slash cut through the air.
Kong Shiran effortlessly knocked back the other contestants.
Anyone who charged at her was immediately struck down.
Xiaolan was also present and spoke up.
"Xiaorian, it's been a long time since we had a proper match." She extended her hand toward Kong Shiran and said, "This time, consider it me taking advantage of my strength to bully the weak.
Once the match is over, we'll have a fair duel."
Her words made Kong Shiran laugh disdainfully, and she responded,
"Xiaolan, why wait until later?" Her power surged, and she arrogantly declared,
"Previously, Zhou Yi was always putting in effort, which made you all think I was easy to bully. Today, I'll show you what I'm truly capable of."
Xiaolan, seeing the transformation, was shocked to realize it was the complete effect of Mami's metamorphosis.
She couldn't believe it. Xiaorian had mastered the demon bloodline so well. This battle, even with 24 people, required all-out effort. So, she quickly shot arrows to assist the other contestants in attacking Kong. She ran and loudly gave orders. In the desert, 2 beasts were fiercely battling each other, but suddenly, a tremendous force appeared from nowhere, causing both of them to flee. Wei He and Wang Xian patiently waited, and suddenly a shockwave emerged. Dust and sand were scattered in all directions, prompting Wei He to recognize who was approaching and call out,
"Zhou Yi."
Just as he finished saying "You're here," a giant appeared from nowhere.
On top of the giant were 2 people, Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi.
Upon seeing him, Wei He smugly said,
"Zhou Yi, you must feel honored."
He revealed that, in order to deal with him, they had gathered 47 top-tier contestants from various universities and colleges. His words made Zhou Yi scoff and sarcastically reply,
47 contestants, and you bluntly criticize them? They're just a bunch of misfits."
His insult struck the pride of the contestants, causing them to angrily shout,
"Arrogant, too arrogant."
However, Zhou Yi showed no fear. On the contrary, he arrogantly asked them,
"What's wrong? Am I not right? Do any of you not count as my subordinates or defeated foes?"
He then pointed at them and challenged. Relying on the advantage of numbers, you've eliminated more than half of my contestants from Su-Hang University, and now you're joining forces to deal with me.
If it weren't for your numerical advantage, you wouldn't even have the courage to stand before me. Come on, you're weak, and even if you unite, it won't do you any good.
His contemptuous words infuriated them to the point of madness. Yet, he remained unperturbed, calmly declaring, I'll show you, even if there are countless ants, they can never defeat a mighty dragon. Without hesitation, the battle began, with Wang Xian being the first to make a move.
Talent decision maker, followed by his two other friends, recklessly responding to my summon. Flaming sword art. With that, others joined in.
Joey, jumping off the giant's shoulder, loudly called out,
Hey, Tang Lingxi, wait for me there.
At that moment, the system interface displayed a series of courage-boosting notifications. Moments later, he landed with a loud thud. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward with a weapon in hand as his skill panel appeared.
Bamboo Blessing Strike.
One move from him easily took down countless other players.
With each swing, a player fell. His ability prompted one player to exclaim, His speed is incredible.
However, another player dismissed his strength, thinking, he's just a rookie.
How could a rookie possibly defeat 47 players?
At this moment, Joey faced off against the summon monsters. Without a second thought, he charged toward them. One monster reached out to grab him. Its fist collided with his, and in that instant, his power shattered the creature to pieces. The other players didn't stop their attacks. Archangel's defensive stance activated, light shield magic defense in place. Defensive layers were raised. The power of Joey shattered a defensive layer, but not all of it. The three pink-haired players, seeing this, smugly said, There are still 6 layers of defense left, I can handle it.
Their words made Joey laugh. He replied, Handle it, huh?
Then, pointing at them, he smugly said, This is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic hand descended from the sky. The appearance of this hand caused Wang Xian to go pale with fear. The other players were no exception, they froze in fear, but quickly regained their composure and started shouting at each other, Quick, dodge!
Run, move out of the way, you're going to die.
Unlike the others who ran in unison, Wang Xian stayed in place, prepared to face the challenge.
Wei He, seeing this, shouted, Wang Xian, what are you doing? Even though the system keeps sending red alerts, it's extremely dangerous.
Wang Xian, resolute, said, Even if the success rate is almost 0, I still want to give it a try. He explained, This is the strategy one devised during the recovery match. The metal sheets were combined with my analysis. When I fought you in that match, I observed the strength and the range of the god's attack 100 times. You were assembling the sheets together and said that the god's hand seemed very solid, but in reality, it was fragmented. If all the machines could be assembled to form a defense screen that distributes the force, maybe it could withstand a lethal blow. As soon as Wang Xian finished setting up the iron defense barrier, Zhou Yi's divine hand was about to reach it.
Without any fear, Wang Xian shouted loudly, Come on!
The divine hand collided with the barrier, and the hand easily pressed down on it. It pressed down until the ground beneath shattered, dust and smoke filling the air.
Joey, standing like a deity above, loudly declared, Your lives are in my hands.
Surrender or be killed. Wei He refused to give up. He shouted Zhou Yi's name and launched an attack.
Zhou Yi.
His strike flew towards him, accompanied by a howl and the sound of sharp winds. After making the attack, Wei He panted heavily, thinking to himself, As long as Zhou Yi can take this blow, he won't need to worry about what's behind him. Soon after, other contestants joined in one by one, their weapons drawn and sharp swords ready, preparing to gang up on Zhou Yi. Wei He thought to himself with confidence, Our people are ready. Even if we can't take down Zhou Yi in one go, we can still heavily injure him. Seeing the group coming for him, Zhou Yi sighed and said, This is it, finally. With one hand blocking the attacks, he loudly said, I've been too merciful with you all. Without hesitation,
he attacked each member of the Light of Punishment group in turn. After being defeated, Wang Xian, filled with regret, thought to himself that Zhou had grown stronger than before. He had originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, the tide of the fight was still heavily tilted in one direction. If he had known this earlier, there would have been no need to join forces with the 9 universities and colleges. You look at the system board, do you want to surrender? Then, he sighed, feeling that this time he would become a laughingstock to everyone in the country. Wu Mang laughed loudly, full of pride. He looked up at the battle screen and remarked, "The 9 allied schools, Dean Chang, in order to deal with Su Hang University, you must have put in a lot of effort." Hearing this, Dean Chang appeared clueless and responded, "Wu Dean, I don't understand what you mean by this." Wu Mang, irritated by his attitude, retorted, "There are no outsiders here, stop pretending." He then listed off a series of names of those participating in the joint attack and concluded. Mos Alliance, Xiaolan from Holy Scripture, Li Jin from Chengchang, Wu Kong from Yuqi, Luo Shang from Chaoyang. If they weren't fools, anyone could see what you all are trying to do. Furthermore, he posed a question more as a statement than an inquiry. Ordinary universities don't have the guts for this. Mado University, which holds the second position, has no reason to get involved in this mess, unless it's Changjing University, the one behind this operation. Who else could possibly have the ability to unite 9 universities and colleges? At this point, Dean Chang was anxiously thinking to himself, Changjing University, despite its advantage in this competition, has been so thoroughly beaten. In order to save face, this is the only move left. It reminded him of the day they had met to figure out how to deal with Zhou. He had angrily questioned, Principal Su, if Su Hang University takes first place in any of the 3 major categories of this exchange competition, where will that leave the reputation of other universities? The head of the Su Institute was not hesitant to respond, Dean Chang, don't use these words as an excuse. My Mado University has always been ranked 3rd in previous years, and this year, if we can secure 2nd place, I will already be satisfied. I don't have the time to fight for first place. Upon hearing this, Dean Chang immediately offered a better deal to attract cooperation. As long as you are willing to join, my Changjing University is ready to contribute an S-level resource to the schools. The rights will naturally be part of the sincerity of this cooperation. Taking this opportunity, the man, Dean Su, demanded 2 points, with no room for less. At this point, of course, Dean Chang had no choice but to agree, sealing the deal. Next, he outlined the plan to the deans present at the meeting. Make sure your people don't recruit players from other schools. If cooperation is possible, try to cooperate as much as you can. It's best to try and eliminate all players from Su Hang University, except for Zhou, within 6 days. If you encounter Zhou, run away immediately and wait for everyone to gather and confront him together. Back in the present, Wu Mang spoke up and asked the deans, has Rat participated in this plan? You all are usually known figures, why is everyone so silent now? He then turned to call on Dean Fenghe. Seeing that he was called, Fenghe hurriedly replied, Huh? Wu Mang spoke sternly, Dean Fenghe has high morals. He is well respected and always follows the path of a gentleman. Are you not afraid that participating in such an unglamorous matter might tarnish your reputation? He answered without hesitation, cleverly responding, Wu Dean, why say such things? The cooperation in this match is actually a reasonable and strategic decision. We haven't broken any rules. His attitude caused the man to snort coldly in displeasure. Suddenly, Wu Mang's voice became sharp as he questioned, do you really think that a few tricks can stop Zhou from winning the championship? It's truly ridiculous. He confidently asserted, the strength of Zhou is obvious to anyone with eyes. He is not someone your tricks can deal with. True experts never fear challenges, no matter who targets them. Su Hang University can still take first place. On the other side, a contestant pressed the teleportation button, but the system sent a red alert saying teleportation failed and to please wait. This caused Wang Xian to panic and shout loudly, What? At the same time, outside, the contestants defeated by Zhou were groaning. It hurts, I surrender, let me go back, I need a healer, why can't I teleport? It seemed Wang Xian sensed that something was wrong.
This was bad. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void, and a pair of enormous eyes appeared behind Joey. At the same time, the deans, watching through the screens, also saw it.
Wu Mang stared blankly, asking, "Why is it appearing in the secret realm?"
Dean Chun quickly issued an order, "Hurry, forcibly teleport all the students back."
Something strange suddenly happened at the teleportation gate.
The person in charge of the gate, looking anxious, reported,
"The time-space is unstable, I cannot open the teleportation magic."
These words caused the deans to panic, and they voiced their concerns in fear. The students in the secret realm are the most elite warriors of our future in the Xia kingdom. If we lose them here, it would be a devastating blow to the country.
This is a nationwide livestream.
If other countries see this, the honor of our nation will definitely be tarnished. Exactly, no matter what it takes, we must rescue all the students.
Even Wu Mang was equally concerned, wondering to himself, "Can Joey make it back safely?"
Suddenly, the screen flickered, the signal lost strength, and a message appeared, "Please reconnect." This caused the deans to startle and stir in confusion.
What's happening?
They raised their voices in panic, during a critical moment.
What is going on? Did you just see a strange demon appear behind Joey? No, I didn't.
After hearing your warning, I immediately reacted, turned around to look at the void creature, and it brushed past me.
I quickly summoned my weapon and struck it fiercely. But then, it suddenly vanished, leaving me completely baffled.
He muttered to himself.
It's gone now.
At this moment, on the ground, Wang Xian's robot had landed. He stood safely on the ground, and Zhou Yi immediately asked,
"What do you know?"
The moment he landed in front of him, the boy immediately uttered the name of the monster, Void Beast. Furthermore, he revealed that it had been sealed away in a secret realm for decades and had not appeared in the world since. It was merely a creature existing in the stories of the previous generation of adventurers. Born from the boundless void, transcending ordinary perception, it freely traverses time and the cracks of space-time, shifting between illusion and reality, changing form and moving in and out of shadows, making it incredibly difficult to capture. Its most terrifying ability is the power to tear apart space, creating chaotic space-time currents.
Once caught in them, there is absolutely no way to survive.
Just as he was asking the boy how to break through the seal of the secret realm, a sudden deafening sound rang out. The void beast appeared, sending the contestants into a panic, screaming in fear.
What kind of monster is that? Run! Joey then prepared to throw a punch at it.
His punch was incredibly powerful, charging toward it. The void beast, sensing the pressure from the blow, opened its eyes.
Suddenly, it appeared in front of Joey and slashed at his legs with 2 swift strikes.
The cuts caused him a sharp pain, and he gritted his teeth in response. At that moment, another space portal opened.
The gate sucked Joey inside. He remained calm, preparing to counterattack. His strike hit directly into the portal.
Just as he was bracing himself to fight the portal, the void beast was about to launch an attack from within the portal. Without hesitation, he unleashed his move and shouted loudly, "Holy power!"